Chapter 21 of the Leavenworth Case by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. A Prejudice. True, I talk of dreams which are the children of an idle brain begot of nothing but vain fantasy. Romeo and Juliet. For one moment I sat a prey to superstitious horror. Then, my natural incredulity asserting itself, I looked up and remarked, "You say that all this took place the night previous to the actual occurrence?" He bowed his head. "For a warning," he declared. "But you did not seem to take it as such." "No, I am subject to horrible dreams. I thought but little of it in a superstitious way till I looked next day upon Mr. Leavenworth's dead body." "I do not wonder you behaved strangely at the inquest." "Ah, sir," he returned, with a slow, sad smile, "no one knows what I suffered in my endeavours not to tell more than I actually knew, irrespective of my dream, of this murder and the manner of its accomplishment." "You believe, then, that your dream foreshadowed the manner of the murder as well as the fact?" "I do." "It is a pity it did not go a little further, then, and tell us how the assassin escaped from, if not how he entered, a house so securely fastened." His face flushed. "That would have been convenient," he repeated. "Also, if I had been informed where Hannah was, and why a stranger and a gentleman should have stooped to the committal of such a crime." Seeing that he was nettled, I dropped my bantering vein. "Why do you say a stranger?" I asked. "Are you so well acquainted with all who visit that house as to be able to say who are and who are not strangers to the family?" "I am well acquainted with the faces of their friends, and Henry Clavering is not amongst the number. But—" "Were you ever with Mr. Leavenworth," I interrupted, "when he has been away from home, in the country for instance, or upon his travels?" "No." But the negative came with some constraint. "Yet I suppose he was in the habit of absenting himself from home?" "Certainly." "Can you tell me where he was last July, he and the ladies?" "Yes, sir. They went to R , the famous watering place, you know." "Ah!" he cried, seeing a change in my face. "Do you think he could have met them there?" I looked at him for a moment, then rising in my turn stood level with him and exclaimed, "You are keeping something back, Mr. Harwell. You have more knowledge of this man than you have hitherto given me to understand. What is it?" He seemed astonished at my penetration, but replied, "I know no more of the man than I have already informed you, but—" and a burning flush crossed his face, "if you are determined to pursue this matter—" and he paused, with an inquiring look. "I am resolved to find out all I can about Henry Clavering," was my decided answer. "Then," said he, "I can tell you this much. Henry Clavering wrote a letter to Mr. Leavenworth a few days before the murder, which I have some reason to believe produced a marked effect upon the household." And folding his arms, the secretary stood quietly awaiting my next question. "How do you know?" I asked. "I opened it by mistake. I was in the habit of reading Mr. Leavenworth's business letters, and this, being from one unaccustomed to write to him, lacked the mark which usually distinguished those of a private nature." "And you saw the name of Clavering?" "I did. Henry Ritchie Clavering." "Did you read the letter?" I was trembling now. The secretary did not reply. "Mr. Harwell," I reiterated, "this is no time for false delicacy. Did you read that letter?" "I did, but hastily, and with an agitated conscience." "You can, however, recall its general drift?" "It was some complaint in regard to the treatment received by him at the hand of one of Mr. Leavenworth's nieces. I remember nothing more." "Which niece?" "There were no names mentioned." "But you inferred—" "No, sir, that is just what I did not do. I forced myself to forget the whole thing." "And yet you say it produced an effect upon the family?" "I can see now that it did. None of them have ever appeared quite the same as before." "Mr. Harwell," I gravely continued, When you were questioned as to the receipt of any letter by Mr. Leavenworth, which might seem in any manner to be connected with this tragedy, you denied having seen any such. How was that?" "Mr. Raymond, you are a gentleman, have a chivalrous regard for the ladies. Do you think you could have brought yourself, even if in your secret heart you considered some such result possible, which I am not ready to say I did, to mention at such a time as that the receipt of a letter complaining of the treatment received from one of Mr. Leavenworth's nieces as a suspicious circumstance worthy to be taken into account by a coroner's jury?" I shook my head. I could not but acknowledge the impossibility. "What reason had I for thinking that letter was one of importance? I knew of no Henry Ritchie Clavering." "And yet you seemed to think it was. I remember you hesitated before replying." "It is true, but not as I should hesitate now, if the question were put to me again." Silence followed these words, during which I took 2 or 3 turns up and down the room. "This is all very fanciful," I remarked, laughing in the vain endeavour to throw off the superstitious horror his words had awakened. He bent his head in assent. "I know it," said he. "I am practical myself in broad daylight, and recognize the nimsiness of an accusation based upon a poor, hard-working secretary's dream as plainly as you do. This is the reason I desired to keep from speaking at all. But, Mr. Raymond," and his long, thin hand fell upon my arm with a nervous intensity which gave me almost the sensation of an electrical shock, "if the murderer of Mr. Leavenworth is ever brought to confess his deed, mark my words, he will prove to be the man of my dream." I drew a long breath. For a moment his belief was mine, and a mingled sensation of relief and exquisite pain swept over me as I thought of the possibility of Eleanore being exonerated from crime only to be plunged into fresh humiliation and deeper abysses of suffering. "He stalks the streets in freedom now," the secretary went on, as if to himself, "even dares to enter the house he has so woefully desecrated. But justice is justice, and sooner or later something will transpire which will prove to you that a premonition so wonderful as that I received had its significance; that the voice calling Truman, Truman, was something more than the empty utterances of an excited brain; that it was justice itself calling attention to the guilty." I looked at him in wonder. Did he know that the officers of justice were already upon the track of this same Clavering? I judged not from his look, but felt an inclination to make an effort and see. "You speak with strange conviction," I said, "but in all probability you are doomed to be disappointed. So far as we know, Mr. Clavering is a respectable man." He lifted his hat from the table. "I do not propose to denounce him. I do not even propose to speak his name again. I am not a fool, Mr. Raymond. I have spoken thus plainly to you only in explanation of last night's most unfortunate betrayal, and while I trust you will regard what I have told you as confidential, I also hope you will give me credit for behaving, on the whole, as well as could be expected under the circumstances." And he held out his hand. "Certainly," I replied, as I took it. Then, with a sudden impulse to test the accuracy of this story of his, inquired if he had any means of verifying his statement of having had this dream at the time spoken of, that is, before the murder, and not afterwards. "No, sir. I know myself that I had it the night previous to that of Mr. Leavenworth's death, but I cannot prove the fact." "Did not speak of it next morning to anyone?" "Oh, no, sir. I was scarcely in a position to do so." "Yet it must have had a great effect upon you, unfitting you for work." "Nothing unfits me for work," was his bitter reply. "I believe you," I returned, remembering his diligence for the last few days. "But you must at least have shown some traces of having passed an uncomfortable night. Have you no recollection of any one speaking to you in regard to your appearance the next morning?" "Mr. Leavenworth may have done so. No one else would be likely to notice." There was sadness in the tone, and my own voice softened as I said, "I shall not be at the house to night, Mr. Harwell, nor do I know when I shall return there. Personal considerations keep me from Miss Leavenworth's presence for a time, and I look to you to carry on the work we have undertaken without my assistance, unless you can bring it here." "I can do that." "I shall expect you then to morrow evening." "Very well, sir," and he was going, when a sudden thought seemed to strike him. "Sir," he said, "as we do not wish to return to this subject again, and as I have a natural curiosity in regard to this man, would you object to telling me what you know of him? You believe him to be a respectable man. Are you acquainted with him, Mr. Raymond?" "I know his name and where he resides." "And where is that?" "In London. He is an Englishman." "Ah!" he murmured, with a strange intonation. "Why do you say that?" He bit his lip, and looked down, then up, finally fixed his eyes on mine, and returned, with marked emphasis, "I used an exclamation, sir, because I was startled." "Startled?" "Yes. You say he is an Englishman. Mr. Leavenworth had the most bitter antagonism to the English. It was one of his marked peculiarities. He would never be introduced to one if he could help it." It was my turn to look thoughtful. "You know," continued the secretary, "that Mr. Leavenworth was a man who carried his prejudices to the extreme. He had a hatred for the English race amounting to mania. If he had known the letter I have mentioned was from an Englishman, I doubt if he would have read it. He used to say he would sooner see a daughter of his dead before him than married to an Englishman." I turned hastily aside to hide the effect which this announcement made upon me. "You think I am exaggerating," he said. "Ask Mr. Veeley." "No," I replied, "I have no reason for thinking so." "He had doubtless some cause for hating the English with which we are unacquainted," pursued the secretary. "He spent some time in Liverpool when young, and had, of course, many opportunities for studying their manners and character." And the secretary made another movement, as if to leave. But it was my turn to detain him now. "Mr. Harwell, you must excuse me. You have been on familiar terms with Mr. Leavenworth for so long. Do you think that, in the case of one of his nieces, say, desiring to marry a gentleman of that nationality, his prejudice was sufficient to cause him to absolutely forbid the match?" "I do." I moved back. I had learned what I wished, and saw no further reason for prolonging the interview. Chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. Patchwork. Come, give us a taste of your quality. Hamlet. Starting with the assumption that Mr. Clavering in his conversation of the morning had been giving me, with more or less accuracy, a detailed account of his own experience and position regarding Eleanor Leavenworth, I asked myself what particular facts it would be necessary for me to establish in order to prove the truth of this assumption, and found them to be: 1. That Mr. Clavering had not only been in this country at the time designated, but that he had been located for some little time at a watering place in New York State. 2. That this watering place should correspond to the one in which Miss Eleanor Leavenworth was staying at the same time. 3. That they had been seen while there to hold more or less communication. 4. That they had both been absent from town, at Lawn one time, long enough to have gone through the ceremony of marriage at a point 20 miles or so away. 5. That a Methodist clergyman, who had since died, lived at that time within a radius of 20 miles of said watering place. I next asked myself how I was to establish these acts. Mr. Clavering's life was as yet too little known to me to offer me any assistance, so, leaving it for the present, I took up the thread of Eleanor's history, and found that at the time given me she had been in R, a fashionable watering place in this state. Now, if this was true, and my theory correct, he must have been there also. To prove this fact became consequently my first business, I resolved to go to R on the morrow. But before proceeding in an undertaking of such importance, I considered it expedient to make such inquiries and collect such facts as the few hours I had left to work in rendered possible. I went first to the house of Mr. Gryce. I found him lying upon a hard sofa in the bare sitting-room I have before mentioned, suffering from a severe attack of rheumatism. His hands were done up in bandages, and his feet encased in multiple folds of dingy red shawl, which looked as if it had been through the wars. Greeting me with a short nod that was both a welcome and an apology, he devoted a few words to an explanation of his unwonted position, and then, without further preliminaries, rushed into the subject which was uppermost in both our minds, by inquiring, in a slightly sarcastic way, if I was very much surprised to find my bird flown when I returned to the Hoffman House that afternoon. "I was astonished to find you allowed him to fly at this time," I replied. "From the manner in which you requested me to make his acquaintance, I supposed you considered him an important character in the tragedy which has just been enacted." "And what makes you think I don't?" "Oh, the fact that I let him go off so easily. That's no proof. I never fiddle with the brakes till the car starts downhill. But let that pass for the present. Mr. Clavering, then, did not explain himself before going?" "That is a question which I find it exceedingly difficult to answer. Hampered by circumstances, I cannot at present speak with the directness which is your due, but what I can say I will. Know, then, that in my opinion Mr. Clavering did explain himself in an interview with me this morning, but it was done in so blind a way it will be necessary for me to make a few investigations before I shall feel sufficiently sure of my ground to take you into my confidence. He has given me a possible clue." "Wait," said Mr. Gryce. "Does he know this? Was it done intentionally and with sinister motive, or unconsciously and in plain good faith?" "In good faith, I should say." Mr. Gryce remained silent for a moment. "It is very unfortunate you cannot explain yourself a little more definitely," he said at last. "I am almost afraid to trust you to make investigations, as you call them, on your own hook. You are not used to the business, and will lose time, to say nothing of running upon false scents, and using up your strength on unprofitable details. You should have thought of that when you admitted me into partnership." "And you absolutely insist upon working this mine alone?" "Mr. Gryce, the matter stands just here. Mr. Clavering, for all I know, is a gentleman of untarnished reputation. I am not even aware for what purpose you set me upon his trail. I only know that in thus following it I have come upon certain facts that seem worthy of further investigation." "Well, well, you know best. But the days are slipping by. Something must be done, and soon. The public are becoming clamorous." "I know it, and for that reason I have come to you for such assistance as you can give me at this stage of the proceedings. You are in possession of certain facts relating to this man, which it concerns me to know, or your conduct in reference to him has been purposeless. Now, frankly, will you make me master of those facts? In short, tell me all you know of Mr. Clavering, without requiring an immediate return of confidence on my part." "That is asking a great deal of a professional detective." "I know it, and under other circumstances I should hesitate long before preferring such a request, but as things are, I don't see how I am to proceed in the matter without some such concession on your part. At all events—" "Wait a moment. Is not Mr. Clavering the lover of one of the young ladies?" Anxious as I was to preserve the secret of my interest in that gentleman, I could not prevent the blush from rising to my face at the suddenness of this question. "I thought as much," he went on. "Being neither a relative nor acknowledged friend, I took it for granted he must occupy some such position as that in the family." "I do not see why you should draw such an inference," said I, anxious to determine how much he knew about him. "Mr. Clavering is a stranger in town, has not even been in this country long, has indeed had no time to establish himself upon any such footing as you suggest." "This is not the only time Mr. Clavering has been in New York. He was here a year ago, to my certain knowledge." "You know that?" "Yes." "How much more do you know? Can it be possible I am groping blindly about for facts which are already in your possession? I pray you listen to my entreaties, Mr. Gryce, and acquaint me at once with what I want to know. You will not regret it. I have no selfish motive in this matter. If I succeed, the glory shall be yours. If I fail, the shame of the defeat shall be mine." "That is fair," he muttered. "And how about the reward?" "My reward will be to free an innocent woman from the imputation of crime which hangs over her." This assurance seemed to satisfy him. His voice and appearance changed. For a moment he looked quite confidential. "Well, well," said he, "and what is it you want to know?" "I should first like to know how your suspicions came to light on him at all. What reason had you for thinking a gentleman of his bearing and position was in any way connected with this affair?" "That is a question you ought not to be obliged to put," he returned. "How so?" "Simply because the opportunity of answering it was in your hands before ever it came into mine." "What do you mean?" "Don't you remember the letter mailed in your presence by Miss Mary Leavenworth during your drive from her home to that of her friend in 37th Street?" "On the afternoon of the inquest?" "Yes." "Certainly, but you never thought to look at its superscription before it was dropped into the box?" "I had neither opportunity nor right to do so." "Was it not written in your presence?" "It was." "And you never regarded the affair as worth your attention?" "However I may have regarded it, I did not see how I could prevent Miss Leavenworth from dropping a letter into a box if she chose to do so." "That is because you are a gentleman. Well, it has its disadvantages," he muttered broodingly. "But you," said I, "how came you to know anything about this letter?" "Ah, I see," remembering that the carriage in which we were riding at the time had been procured for us by him. "The man on the box was in your pay, and informed, as you call it." Mr. Gryce winked at his muffled toes mysteriously. "That is not the point," he said. "Enough that I heard that a letter, which might reasonably be proved to be of some interest to me, had been dropped at such an hour into the box on the corner of a certain street. That coinciding in the opinion of my informant, I telegraphed to the station connected with that box to take note of the address of a suspicious-looking letter about to pass through their hands on the way to the General Post Office, and, following up the telegram in person, found that a curious epistle, addressed in lead pencil and sealed with a stamp, had just arrived, the address of which I was allowed to see." "And which was?" "Henry R. Clavering, Hoffman House, New York." I drew a deep breath. "And so that is how your attention first came to be directed to this man?" "Yes." "Strange. But go on. What next?" "Why, next I followed up the clue by going to the Hoffman House and instituting inquiries. I learned that Mr. Clavering was a regular guest of the hotel, that he had come there direct from the Liverpool steamer about 3 months since, and, registering his name as Henry R. Clavering, Esquire, London, had engaged a first-class room which he had kept ever since. That although nothing definite was known concerning him, He had been seen with various highly respectable people, both of his own nation and ours, by all of whom he was treated with respect. And lastly, that while not liberal, he had given many evidences of being a man of means. So much done, I entered the office, and waited for him to come in the hope of having an opportunity to observe his manner when the clerk handed him that strange-looking letter from Mary Leavenworth. And did you succeed? No. An awkward gawk of a fellow stepped between us just at the critical moment and shut off my view. But I heard enough that evening from the clerk and servants of the agitation he had shown on receiving it to convince me I was upon a trail worth following. I accordingly put on my men, and for 2 days Mr. Clavering was subjected to the most rigid watch a man ever walked under. But nothing was gained by it. His interest in the murder, if interest at all, was a secret one, and though he walked the streets, studied the papers, and haunted the vicinity of the house in Fifth Avenue, he not only refrained from actually approaching it, but made no attempt to communicate with any of the family. Meanwhile you crossed my path, and with your determination incited me to renewed effort. Convinced from Mr. Clavering's bearing, and the gossip I had by this time gathered in regard to him, that no one short of a gentleman and a friend could succeed in getting at the clue of his connection with this family, I handed him over to you, and found me a rather unmanageable colleague." Mr. Gryce smiled very much, as if a sour plum had been put in his mouth, but made no reply, and a momentary pause ensued. "Did you think to enquire," I asked at last, "if any one knew where Mr. Clavering had spent the evening of the murder?" "Yes, but with no good result. It was agreed that he went out during the evening, also that he was in his bed in the morning when the servant came in to make his fire. But further than that no one seemed posted. So that, in fact, you gleaned nothing that would in any way connect this man with the murder, except his marked and agitated interest in it, and the fact that a niece of the murdered man had written a letter to him. That is all. Another question. Did you hear in what manner and at what time he procured a newspaper that evening?" "No. I only learned that he was observed by more than one to hasten out of the dining room with the post in his hand, and go immediately to his room without touching his dinner." That does not look. If Mr. Clavering had had a guilty knowledge of the crime, he would either have ordered dinner before opening the paper, or having ordered it, he would have eaten it. Then you do not believe, from what you have learned, that Mr. Clavering is the guilty party? Mr. Gryce shifted uneasily, glanced at the papers protruding from my coat pocket, and exclaimed, "I am ready to be convinced by you that he is." That sentence recalled me to the business in hand. Without appearing to notice his look, I recurred to my questions. "How came you to know that Mr. Clavering was in the city last summer? Did you learn that, too, at the Hoffman House?" "No. I ascertained that in quite another way. In short, I have had a communication from London in regard to the matter." "From London?" "Yes. I've a friend there in my own line of business, who sometimes assists me with a bit of information when requested." "But how? You have not had time to write to London and receive an answer since the murder." "It is not necessary to write. It is enough for me to telegraph him the name of a person, for him to understand that I want to know everything he can gather in a reasonable length of time about that person." "And you sent the name of Mr. Clavering to him?" "Yes, in cipher." "And have received a reply?" "This morning." I looked towards his desk. "It is not there," he said. "If you will be kind enough to feel in my breast pocket, you will find a letter." It was in my hand before he finished his sentence. "Excuse my eagerness," I said. "This kind of business is new to me, you know." He smiled indulgently at a very old and faded picture hanging on the wall before him. "Eagerness is not a fault, only the betrayal of it. But read out what you have there. Let us hear what my friend Brown has to tell us of Mr. Henry Ritchie Clavering, of Portland Place, London." I took the paper to the light, and read as follows: "Henry Ritchie Clavering, gentleman, aged 43, born in Hertfordshire, England. His father was Charles Clavering, for short time in the army. Mother was Helen Ritchie, of Dumfriesshire, Scotland. She is still living. Home with H.R.C. in Portland Place, London. H.R.C. is a bachelor, 6 feet high, squarely built, weight about 12 stone, dark complexion, regular features, eyes dark brown, nose straight, called a handsome man, walks erect and rapidly. In society is considered a good fellow, rather a favourite, especially with ladies. Is liberal, not extravagant, reported to be worth about £5,000 per year, and appearances give colour to this statement. Property consists of a small estate in Hertfordshire, and some funds, amount not known. Since writing this much, a correspondent sends the following in regard to his history. In '46 went from uncle's house to Eton. From Eton went to Oxford, graduating in '56. Scholarship good. In 1855 his uncle died, and his father succeeded to the estates. Father died in '57 by a fall from his horse or a similar accident. Within a very short time H.R.C. took his mother to London, to the residence named, where they have lived to the present time. Travelled considerably in 1860, part of the time was with of Munich, also in a party of Vandervorts from New York. Went as far east as Cairo, went to America in 1875 alone, but at end of 3 months returned on account of mother's illness. Nothing is known of his movements while in America. From servants learn that he was always a favourite from a boy. More recently has become somewhat taciturn. Towards last of his stay watched the post carefully, especially foreign ones. Posted scarcely anything but newspapers. Has written to Munich. Have seen from waste paper basket torn envelope directed to Amy Belden, no address. American correspondents mostly in Boston, 2 in New York, names not known, but supposed to be bankers. Brought home considerable luggage, and fitted up part of the house as for a lady. This was closed soon afterwards. Left for America 2 months since. Has been, I understand, travelling in the south. Has telegraphed twice to Portland Place. His friends hear from him but rarely. Letters received recently, posted in New York, 1 by last steamer, posted in F. N.Y. Business here conducted by, in the country of, has charge of the property. Brown. The document fell from my hands. F. New York was a small town near R. "Your friend is a trump," I declared. "He tells me just what I wanted to know." And taking out my book, I made memoranda of the facts which had most forcibly struck me during my perusal of the communication before me. With the aid of what he tells me, I shall ferret out the mystery of Henry Clavering in a week, see if I do not. "And how soon," inquired Mr. Gryce, "may I expect to be allowed to take a hand in the game?" "As soon as I am reasonably assured I am upon the right track." "And what will it take to assure you of that?" "Not much. A certain point settled, and—" "Hold on. Who knows but what I can do that for you?" And looking towards the desk which stood in the corner, Mr. Gryce asked me if I would be kind enough to open the top drawer, and bring him the bits of partly burned paper I would find there. Hastily complying, I brought 3 or 4 strips of ragged paper, and laid them on the table at his side. "Another result of Fobb's researches under the coal on the first day of the inquest." Mr. Gryce abruptly explained. "You thought the key was all he found. Well, it wasn't. A second turning over of the coal brought these to light, and very interesting they are too." I immediately bent over the torn and discoloured scraps with great anxiety. There were 4 in number, and appeared at first glance to be mere remnants of a sheet of common writing paper, torn lengthwise into strips and twisted up into lighters; but upon closer inspection they showed traces of writing upon one side, and, what was more important still, the presence of 1 or more drops of spattered blood. This latter discovery was horrible to me, and so overcame me for the moment that I put the scraps down, and, turning towards Mr. Gryce, inquired, "What do you make of them?" "That is just the question I was going to put to you." Swallowing my disgust, I took them up again. "They look like the remnants of some old letter," said I. "They have that appearance," Mr. Gryce grimly assented. "A letter which, from the drop of blood observable on the written side, must have been lying face up on Mr. Leavenworth's table at the time of the murder." "Just so. And from the uniformity in width of each of these pieces, as well as their tendency to curl up when left alone, must first have been torn into even strips, and then severally rolled up before being tossed into the grate, where they were afterwards found." "That is all good," said Mr. Gryce. "Go on." "The writing, so far as discernible, is that of a cultivated gentleman. It is not that of Mr. Leavenworth, for I have studied his chirography too much lately not to know it at a glance. But it may be Hold!" I suddenly exclaimed. "Have you any mucilage handy? I think, if I could paste these strips down upon a piece of paper so that they would remain flat, I should be able to tell you what I think of them much more easily." "There is mucilage on the desk," signified Mr. Gryce. Procuring it, I proceeded to consult the scraps once more for evidence to guide me in their arrangement. These were more marked than I expected. The longer and best preserved strip, with its Mr. Haw at the top, showing itself at first blush to be the left-hand margin of the letter, while the machine-cut edge of the next in length presented tokens fully as conclusive of its being the right-hand margin of the same. Selecting these, then, I pasted them down on the piece of paper just at the distance they would occupy if the sheet from which they were torn was of the ordinary commercial note size. Immediately it became apparent, first, that it would take 2 other strips of the same width to fill up the space left between them, and secondly, that the writing did not terminate at the foot of the sheet, but was carried on to another page. Taking up the 3rd strip, I looked at its edge. It was machine-cut at the top, and showed by the arrangement of its words that it was the margin strip of a 2nd leaf. Pasting that down by itself, I scrutinized the 4th, and finding it also machine-cut at the top, but not on the side, endeavoured to fit it to the piece already pasted down, but the words would not match. Moving it along to the position it would hold if it were the 3rd strip, I fastened it down, the whole presenting, when completed, the appearance seen on the opposite page. "Well," exclaimed Mr. Gryce, "that's business." Then, as I held it up before his eyes, "But don't show it to me. Study it yourself, and tell me what you think of it." "Well," said I, "this much is certain, that it is a letter directed to Mr. Leavenworth from some house, and dated let's see, that's an H, isn't it?" And I pointed to the one letter just discernible on the line under the word house. "I should think so, but don't ask me. It must be an H. The year is 1875, and this is not the termination of either January or February. Dated then March 1st, 1876, and signed—" Mr. Gryce rolled his eyes in anticipatory ecstasy towards the ceiling. "By Henry Clavering," I announced without hesitation. Mr. Gryce's eyes returned to his swathed finger ends. "How do you know that?" "Wait a moment, and I'll show you. and taking out of my pocket the card which Mr. Clavering had handed me as an introduction at our late interview, I laid it underneath the last line of writing on the second page. One glance was sufficient. Henry Ritchie Clavering on the card, H. Chi in the same handwriting on the letter. "Clavering it is," said he, "without a doubt." But I saw he was not surprised. "And now," I continued, "for its general tenor and meaning," and, commencing at the beginning, I read aloud the words as they came, with pauses at the breaks, something as follows: "Mr. Haw, dear, a niece whom you want to who see the love and trust any other man beautiful so car she in face for conversation every rose has its rose is no exception Ellie as she is car tender as she is pebble of trampling one who trusted heart him to he owes a honor ants if believe her to cruel face what is bull serve yours H. Chi. It reads like a complaint against one of Mr. Leavenworth's nieces, I said, and started at my own words. "What is it?" cried Mr. Gryce. "What is the matter?" "Why," said I, "the fact is I have heard this very letter spoken of. It is a complaint against one of Mr. Leavenworth's nieces, and it was written by Mr. Clavering." And I told him of Mr. Harwell's communication in regard to the matter. "Ah, then Mr. Harwell has been talking, has he? I thought he had forsworn gossip." "Mr. Harwell and I have seen each other almost daily for the last 2 weeks," I replied. "It would be strange if he had nothing to tell me." "And he says he has read a letter written to Mr. Leavenworth by Mr. Clavering." "Yes, but the particular words of which he has now forgotten." "These few here may assist him in recalling the rest." "I would rather not admit him to a knowledge of the existence of this piece of evidence. I don't believe in letting any one into our confidence whom we can conscientiously keep out." "I see you don't," dryly responded Mr. Gryce. Not appearing to notice the fling conveyed by these words, I took up the letter once more, and began pointing out such half-formed words in it as I thought we might venture to complete as the haw, you, see, beautiful, ha, for, tramplin, pubble, serve. This done, I next proposed the introduction of such others as seemed necessary to the sense, as Leavenworth after Horatio, Sir after dear, have, with a possible you, before a niece, Thorn after us, in the phrase Rose has its, on after trampling, whom after to, det after a, you after if, me ask after believe, beautiful after cruel. Between the columns of words thus furnished, I interposed a phrase or two here and there, the whole reading upon its completion as follows: House, March 1st, 1876. Mr. Horatio Leavenworth, dear Sir, you have a niece whom you, one, two, who seems worthy the love and trust of any other man, so beautiful, so charming is she in face, form, and conversation, but every rose has its thorn, and this rose is no exception. Lovely as she is, charming as she is, tender as she is capable of trampling on one who trusted her. Heart him to whom she owes a debt of honour nace. If you don't believe me, ask her to her cruel beautiful face. What is her humble servant, yours, Henry Ritchie Clavering. I think that will do, said Mr. Gryce. Its general tenor is evident, and that is all we want at this time. The whole tone of it is anything but complimentary to the lady it mentions, I remarked. He must have had, or imagined he had, some desperate grievance to provoke him to the use of such plain language in regard to one he can still characterize as tender, charming, and beautiful. Grievances are apt to lie back of mysterious crimes. I think I know what this one was, I said, but, seeing him look up, must decline to communicate my suspicion to you for the present. My theory stands unshaken and in some degree confirmed, and that is all I can say. Then this letter does not supply the link you wanted? No, it is a valuable bit of evidence, but it is not the link I am in search of just now. Yet it must be an important clue, or Eleanor Leavenworth would not have been to such pains, first, to take it in the way she did from her uncle's table, and secondly— Wait! What makes you think this is the paper she took, or was believed to have taken from Mr. Leavenworth's table on that fatal morning? Why, the fact that it was found together with the key, which we know she dropped into the grate, and that there are drops of blood on it. I shook my head. Why do you shake your head? asked Mr. Gryce. Because I am not satisfied with your reason for believing this to be the paper taken by her from Mr. Leavenworth's table. And why? Well, first, because Fobbs does not speak of seeing any paper in her hand when she bent over the fire, leaving us to conclude that these pieces were in the scuttle of coal she threw upon it, which surely you must acknowledge to be a strange place for her to have put a paper she took such pains to gain possession of, and secondly, for the reason that these scraps were twisted as if they had been used for curl papers, or something of that kind, a fact hard to explain by your hypothesis. The detective's eye stole in the direction of my necktie, which was as near as he ever came to a face. You are a bright one, said he, a very bright one. I quite admire you, Mr. Raymond. A little surprised, and not altogether pleased with this unexpected compliment, I regarded him doubtfully for a moment, and then asked, What is your opinion upon the matter? Oh, you know I have no opinion. I gave up everything of that kind when I put the affair into your hands. Still, that the letter of which these scraps are the remnant was on Mr. Leavenworth's table at the time of the murder is believed. That upon the body being removed, a paper was taken from the table by Miss Eleanor Leavenworth is also believed. That when she found her action had been noticed, and attention called to this paper and the key, she resorted to subterfuge in order to escape the vigilance of the watch that had been set over her, and, partially succeeding in her endeavour, flung the key into the fire from which these same scraps were afterwards recovered, is also known. The conclusion I leave to your judgment. Very well, then, said I, rising. We will let conclusions go for the present. My mind must be satisfied in regard to the truth or falsity of a certain theory of mine, for my judgment to be worth much on this or any other matter connected with the affair. And, only waiting to get the address of his subordinate P, in case I should need assistance in my investigations, I left Mr. Gryce, and proceeded immediately to the house of Mr. Veeley. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. The Story of a Charming Woman. Fee, fi, fo, fum, I smell the blood of an Englishman. Old Song. I hold you as a thing enskied and sainted. Measure for Measure.
You have never heard, then, the particulars of Mr. Leavenworth's marriage?
It was my partner who spoke. I had been asking him to explain to me Mr. Leavenworth's well-known antipathy to the English race. No.
If you had, you would not need to come to me for this explanation. But it is not strange you are ignorant of the matter. I doubt if there are half a dozen persons in existence who could tell you where Horatio Leavenworth found the lovely woman who afterwards became his wife, much less give you any details of the circumstances which led to his marriage.
I am very fortunate, then, in being in the confidence of one who can. What were those circumstances, Mr. Veeley?
It will aid you but little to hear. Horatio Leavenworth, when a young man, was very ambitious, so much so that at one time he aspired to marry a wealthy lady of Providence, but, chancing to go to England, he there met a young woman whose grace and charm had such an effect upon him that he relinquished all thoughts of the Providence lady, though it was some time before he could face the prospect of marrying the one who had so greatly interested him, as she was not only in humble circumstances, but was encumbered with a child, concerning whose parentage the neighbours professed ignorance, and she had nothing to say. But as it is very apt to be the case in an affair like this, love and admiration soon got the better of worldly wisdom. Taking his future in his hands, he offered himself as her husband, when she immediately proved herself worthy of his regard, by entering at once into those explanations he was too much of a gentleman to demand. The story she told was pitiful. She proved to be an American by birth, her father having been a well-known merchant of Chicago. While he lived, her home was one of luxury, but just as she was emerging into womanhood, he died. It was at his funeral she met the man destined to be her ruin. How he came there she never knew. He was not a friend of her father's. It was enough he was there, and saw her, and that in 3 weeks, don't shudder, she was such a child, they were married. In 24 hours she knew what that word meant for her. It meant blows. Everett, I am telling no fanciful story. In 24 hours after that girl was married, her husband, coming drunk into the house, found her in his way and knocked her down. But it was the beginning. Her father's estate, on being settled up, proving to be less than expected, he carried her off to England, where he did not wait to be drunk in order to maltreat her. She was not free from his cruelty night or day. Before she was 16 she had run the whole gamut of human suffering, and that not at the hands of a coarse common ruffian, but from an elegant, handsome, luxury-loving gentleman, whose taste in dress was so nice he would sooner fling a garment of hers into the fire than see her go into company clad in a manner he did not consider becoming. She bore it till her child was born, then she fled. 2 days after the little one saw the light, she rose from her bed and, taking her baby in her arms, ran out of the house. The few jewels she had put into her pocket supported her till she could set up a little shop. As for her husband, she neither saw him nor heard from him from the day she left him till about 2 weeks before Horatio Leavenworth first met her, when she learned from the papers that he was dead. She was therefore free. But though she loved Horatio Leavenworth with all her heart, she would not marry him. she felt herself forever stained and soiled by the one awful year of abuse and contamination. Nor could he persuade her, not till the death of her child, a month or so after his proposal, did she consent to give him her hand, and what remained of her unhappy life. He brought her to New York, surrounded her with the luxury and every tender care, but the arrow had gone too deep. 2 years from the day her child breathed its last, she too died. It was the blow of his life to Horatio Leavenworth. He was never the same man again. Though Mary and Eleanor shortly after entered his home, he never recovered his old light-heartedness. Money became his idol, and the ambition to make and leave a great fortune behind him modified all his views of life. But one proof remained that he never forgot the wife of his youth, and that was, he could not bear to have the word Englishman uttered in his hearing.
Mr. Veeley paused, and I rose to go. "Do you remember how Mrs. Leavenworth looked?" I asked. "Could you describe her to me?" He seemed a little astonished at my request, but immediately replied,
"She was a very pale woman, not strictly beautiful, but of a contour and expression of great charm. Her hair was brown, her eyes grey." "And very wide apart?" He nodded, looking still more astonished. "How came you to know? Have you seen her picture?"
I did not answer that question. On my way downstairs I bethought me of a letter which I had in my pocket for Mr. Veeley's son Fred, and knowing of no surer way of getting it to him that night than by leaving it on the library table, I stepped to the door of that room, which in this house was at the rear of the parlours, and receiving no reply to my knock, opened it and looked in. The room was unlighted, but a cheerful fire was burning in the grate, and by its glow I espied a lady crouching on the hearth, whom at first glance I took for Mrs. Veeley, but upon advancing and addressing her by that name, I saw my mistake, for the person before me not only refrained from replying, but, rising at the sound of my voice, revealed a form of such noble proportions that all possibility of its being that of the dainty little wife of my partner fled. "I see I have made a mistake," said I. "I beg your pardon," and would have left the room, but something in the general attitude of the lady before me restrained me, and, believing it to be Mary Leavenworth, I inquired, "Can it be this is Miss Leavenworth?" The noble figure appeared to droop, the gently lifted head to fall, and for a moment I doubted if I had been correct in my supposition. Then form and head slowly erected themselves, a soft voice spoke, and I heard a low "Yes," and hurriedly advancing, confronted, not Mary with her glancing feverish gaze and scarlet trembling lips, but Eleanor, the woman whose faintest look had moved me from the first, the woman whose husband I believed myself to be even then pursuing to his doom. The surprise was too great. I could neither sustain nor conceal it. Stumbling slowly back, I murmured something about having believed it to be her cousin, and then, conscious only of the one wish to fly at presence I dared not encounter in my present mood, turned, when her rich, heartful voice rose once more, and I heard, "You will not leave me without a word, Mr. Raymond, now that chance has thrown us together?" Then, as I came slowly forward, "Were you so very much astonished to find me here?" "I do not know. I did not expect," was my incoherent reply. "I had heard you were ill, that you went nowhere, that you had no wish to see your friends." "I have been ill," she said, "but I am better now, and I have come to spend the night with Mrs. Veeley, because I could not endure the stare of the four walls of my room any longer." This was said without any effort at plaintiveness, but rather as if she thought it necessary to excuse herself for being where she was. "I am glad you did so," said I. "You ought to be here all the while. That dreary, lonesome boarding house is no place for you, Miss Leavenworth. It distresses us all to feel that you are exiling yourself all this time."
"I do not wish anybody to be distressed," she returned. "It is best for me to be where I am. Nor am I altogether alone. There is a child there whose innocent eyes see nothing but innocence in mine. She will keep me from despair. Do not let my friends be anxious. I can bear it." Then, in a lower tone, "There is but one thing which really unnerves me, and that is my ignorance of what is going on at home. Sorrow I can bear, but suspense is killing me. Will you not tell me something of Mary and home? I cannot ask Mrs. Veeley. She is kind, but has no real knowledge of Mary or me, nor does she know anything of our estrangement. She thinks me obstinate and blames me for leaving my cousin in her trouble. But you know I could not help it. You know—" Her voice wavered off into a tremble, and she did not conclude. "I cannot tell you much," I hastened to reply, "but whatever knowledge is at my command is certainly yours. Is there anything in particular you wish to know?" "Yes, how Mary is, and whether she is well and composed." "Your cousin's health is good," I returned, "but I fear I cannot say she is composed. She is greatly troubled about you." "You see her often, then?" "I am assisting Mr. Harwell in preparing your uncle's book for the press, and necessarily am there much of the time." "My uncle's book!" The words came in a tone of low horror. "Yes, Miss Leavenworth. It has been thought best to bring it before the world, and—" "And Mary has set you at the task?" "Yes." It seemed as if she could not escape from the horror which this caused. "How could she? Oh, how could she?" "She considers herself as fulfilling her uncle's wishes. He was very anxious, as you know, to have the book out by July." "Do not speak of it," she broke in. "I cannot bear it." Then, as if she feared she had hurt my feelings by her abruptness, lowered her voice and said, "I do not, however, know of any one I should be better pleased to have charged with the task than yourself. With you it will be a work of respect and reverence. But a stranger, oh, I could not have endured a stranger touching it." She was fast falling into her old horror, but rousing herself, murmured, "I wanted to ask you something. I know," and she moved so as to face me. "I wish to enquire if everything is as before in the house, the servants the same, and other things?" "There is a Mrs. Darrell there. I do not know of any other change." "Mary does not talk of going away?" "I think not." "But she has visitors? Some one besides Mrs. Darrell to help her bear her loneliness?" I knew what was coming, and strove to preserve my composure. "Yes," I replied, "a few." "Would you mind naming them?" How low her tones were, but how distinct! "Certainly not. Mrs. Veeley, Mrs. Gilbert, Miss Martin, and "Go on," she whispered. "A gentleman by the name of Clavering." "You speak that name with evident embarrassment," she said, after a moment of intense anxiety on my part. "May I inquire why?" Astounded, I raised my eyes to her face. It was very pale, and wore the old look of self repressed calm I remembered so well. I immediately dropped my gaze. "Why? Because there are some circumstances surrounding him which have struck me as peculiar." "How so?" she asked. "He appears under two names. To day it is Clavering; a short time ago it was—" "Go on." "Robbins." Her dress rustled on the hearth. There was a sound of desolation in it, but her voice when she spoke was expressionless as that of an automaton. "How many times has this person, of whose name you do not appear to be certain, been to see Mary?" "Once." "When was it?" "Last night." "Did he stay long?" "About 20 minutes, I should say."
"And do you think he will come again?" "No." "Why?" "He has left the country." A short silence followed this. I felt her eyes searching my face, but doubt whether, if I had known she held a loaded pistol, I could have looked up at that moment. "Mr. Raymond," she at length observed, in a changed tone, "the last time I saw you, you told me you were going to make some endeavor to restore me to my former position before the world. I did not wish you to do so then, nor do I wish you to do so now. Can you not make me comparatively happy then, by assuring me you have abandoned, or will abandon, a project so hopeless?" "It is impossible," I replied with emphasis. "I cannot abandon it. Much as I grieve to be a source of sorrow to you, it is best you should know that I can never give up the hope of righting you while I live." She put out her hand in a sort of hopeless appeal, inexpressibly touching to behold in the fast waning firelight, but I was relentless. I should never be able to face the world or my own conscience if, through any weakness of my own, I should miss the blessed privilege of setting the wrong right, and saving a noble woman from unmerited disgrace. And then, seeing she was not likely to reply to this, drew a step nearer, and said, "Is there not some little kindness I can show you, Miss Leavenworth? Is there no message that you would like taken, or act it would give you pleasure to see performed?" She stopped to think. "No," said she, "I have only one request to make, and that you refuse to grant." "For the most unselfish of reasons," I urged. She slowly shook her head. "You think so?" Then, before I could reply, "I could desire one little favor shown me, however." "What is that?" "That if anything should transpire, if Hannah should be found, or my presence required in any way, you would not keep me in ignorance, that you will let me know the worst when it comes, without fail." "I will." "And now, good night. Mrs. Veeley is coming back, and you would scarcely wish to be found here by her." "No," said I. And yet I did not go, but stood watching the firelight flicker on her black dress till the thought of Clavering and the duty I had for the morrow struck coldly to my heart, and I turned away towards the door. But at the threshold I paused again and looked back. Oh, the flickering, dying fire flame! Oh, the crowding, clustering shadows! Oh, that drooping figure in their midst, with its clasped hands and its hidden face! I see it all again. I see it as in a dream. Then darkness falls, and in the glare of gas-lighted streets I am hastening along, solitary and sad, to my lonely home. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of the Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. A report followed by smoke. Oft expectation fails, and most oft there where most it promises, and oft it hits where hope is coldest, and despair most sits. All's well that ends well. When I told Mr. Gryce I only waited for the determination of one fact to feel justified in throwing the case unreservedly into his hands, I alluded to the proving or disproving of the supposition that Henry Clavering had been a guest at the same watering place with Eleanor Leavenworth the summer before. When, therefore, I found myself the next morning with the visitor book of the Hotel Union at R in my hands, it was only by the strongest effort of will I could restrain my impatience. The suspense, however, was short. Almost immediately I encountered his name, written not half a page below those of Mr. Leavenworth and his nieces, and whatever may have been my emotion at finding my suspicions thus confirmed, I recognized the fact that I was in the possession of a clue which would yet lead to the solving of the fearful problem which had been imposed upon me. Hastening to the telegraph office, I sent a message for the man promised me by Mr. Gryce, and receiving for an answer that he could not be with me before 3 o'clock, started for the house of Mr. Monell, a client of ours living in R. I found him at home, and during our interview of 2 hours, suffered the ordeal of appearing at ease and interested in what he had to say, while my heart was heavy with its first disappointment, and my brain on fire with the excitement of the work then on my hands. I arrived at the depot just as the train came in. There was but one passenger for R, a brisk young man, whose whole appearance differed so from the description which had been given me of Q, that I at once made up my mind he could not be the man I was looking for, and was turning away disappointed, when he approached and handed me a card on which was inscribed the single character ? Even then I could not bring myself to believe that the slyest and most successful agent in Mr. Gryce's employ was before me, till, catching his eye, I saw such a keen, enjoyable twinkle sparkling in its depths that all doubt fled, and, returning his bow with a show of satisfaction, I remarked, "You are very punctual. I like that." He gave another short, quick nod. "Glad, sir, to please you. Punctuality is too cheap a virtue not to be practised by a man on the look out for a rise. But what orders, sir? Down train due in 10 minutes, no time to spare." "Down train? What have we to do with that?" "I thought you might wish to take it, sir. Mr. Brown," winking expressively at the name, "always checks his carpet bag for home when he sees me coming. But that is your affair. I am not particular." "I wish to do what is wisest under the circumstances." "Go home, then, as speedily as possible." And he gave a third sharp nod, exceedingly businesslike and determined. "If I leave you, it is with the understanding that you bring your information first to me, that you are in my employ, and in that of no one else for the time being, and that mum is the word till I give you liberty to speak." "Yes, sir. When I work for Brown and Co., I do not work for Smith and Jones. That you can count on." "Very well, then. Here are your instructions." He looked at the paper I handed him with a certain degree of care, then stepped into the waiting room and threw it into the stove, saying in a low tone, "So much in case I should meet with some accident. Have an epileptic fit, or anything of that sort." "But—" "Oh, don't worry. I shan't forget. I've a memory, sir. No need of anybody using pen and paper with me." And laughing in the short, quick way one would expect from a person of his appearance and conversation, he added, "You'll probably hear from me in a day or so," and bowing, took his brisk, free way down the street just as the train came rushing in from the west. My instructions to Q were as follows: 1. To find out on what day, and in whose company, the Misses Leavenworth arrived at R the year before; what their movements had been while there, and in whose society they were oftenest to be seen; also the date of their departure, and such facts as could be gathered in regard to their habits, etc. 2. Ditto in respect to a Mr. Henry Clavering, fellow guest and probable friend of said ladies. 3. Name of individual fulfilling the following requirements: clergyman, Methodist, deceased since last December or thereabouts, who in July of '75 was located in some town not over 20 miles from R. 4. Also name and present whereabouts of a man at that time in service of the above. To say that the interval of time necessary to a proper inquiry into these matters was passed by me in any reasonable frame of mind, would be to give myself credit for an equanimity of temper which I unfortunately do not possess. Never have days seemed so long as the 2 which interposed between my return from R and the receipt of the following letter: "Sir, individuals mentioned arrived in R July 3rd, 1875. Party consisted of 4, the 2 ladies, their uncle, and the girl named Hannah. Uncle remained 3 days, and then left for a short tour through Massachusetts, gone for 2 weeks, during which ladies were seen more or less with the gentleman named between us, but not to an extent sufficient to excite gossip or occasion remark, when said gentleman left R abruptly, 2 days after uncle's return. Date July 19. As to habits of ladies, more or less social.
They were always to be seen at picnics, rides, etc., and in the ballroom. M liked best, E considered grave, and towards the last of her stay moody. It is remembered now that her manner was always peculiar, and that she was more or less shunned by her cousin. However, in the opinion of one girl still to be found at the hotel, she was the sweetest lady that ever breathed. No particular reason for this opinion. Uncle, ladies, and servants left R for New York August 7th, 1875. 2. H. C. arrived at the hotel in R July 6th, 1875, in company with Mr. and Mrs. Vandervoort, friends of the above. Left July 19th, 2 weeks from day of arrival. Little to be learned in regard to him. Remembered as the handsome gentleman who was in the party with the L girls, and that is all. 3. F. A small town some 16 or 17 miles from R had for its Methodist minister, in July of last year, a man who has since died, Samuel Stebbins by name, date of decease Jan 7th of this year. 4. Name of man in employ of SS at that time is Timothy Cook. He has been absent, but returned to P 2 days ago. Can be seen if required. Aha! I cried aloud at this point, in my sudden surprise and satisfaction. Now we have something to work upon. And sitting down, I penned the following reply. T.C. wanted by all means. Also any evidence going to prove that H.C. and E.L. were married at the house of Mr. S. on any day of July or August last. Next morning came the following telegram. T.C. on the road. Remembers a marriage. Will be with you by 2 p.m. At 3 o'clock that same day I stood before Mr. Gryce. I'm here to make my report, I announced. The nicker of a smile passed over his face, and he gazed for the first time at his bound-up finger ends with a softening aspect which must have done them good. I'm ready, said he. Mr. Gryce, I began, do you remember the conclusion we came to at our first interview in this house? I remember the one you came to. Well, well, I acknowledged a little peevishly. The one I came to, then, it was this, that if we should find to whom Eleanor Leavenworth felt she owed her best duty and love, we should discover the man who murdered her uncle. And do you imagine you have done this? I do. His eyes stole a little nearer my face. Well, that is good. Go on. When I undertook this business of clearing Eleanor Leavenworth from suspicion, I resumed, it was with the premonition that this person would prove to be her lover, but I had no idea he would prove to be her husband. Mr. Gryce's gaze flashed like lightning to the ceiling. What? He ejaculated with a frown. The lover of Eleanor Leavenworth is likewise her husband, I repeated. Mr. Clavering holds no less a connection to her than that. How have you found that out? Demanded Mr. Gryce, in a harsh tone that argued disappointment or displeasure. That I will not take time to state. The question is not how I became acquainted with a certain thing, but is what I assert in regard to it true? If you will cast your eye over this summary of events gleaned by me from the lives of these two persons, I think you will agree with me that it is. And I held up before his eyes the following. During the 2 weeks commencing July 6th of the year 1875 and ending July 19th of the same year, Henry R. Clavering of London and Eleanor Leavenworth of New York were guests of the same hotel. Fact proved by the visitor book of the Hotel Union at R, New York. They were not only guests of the same hotel, but are known to have held more or less communication with each other. Fact proved by such servants now employed in R, as were in the hotel at that time. July 19th. Mr. Clavering left R abruptly, a circumstance that would not be considered remarkable if Mr. Leavenworth, whose violent antipathy to Englishmen as husbands is publicly known, had not just returned from a journey. July 30th. Mr. Clavering was seen in the parlour of Mr. Stebbins, the Methodist minister at F, a town about 16 miles from R,
where he was married to a lady of great beauty, proved by Timothy Cook, a man in the employ of Mr. Stebbins, who was called in from the garden to witness the ceremony and sign a paper supposed to be a certificate. July 31st. Mr. Clavering takes steamer for Liverpool, proved by newspapers of that date. September. Eleanor Leavenworth in her uncle's house in New York, conducting herself as usual, but pale of face and preoccupied in manner, proved by servants then in her service. Mr. Clavering in London, watches the United States mails with eagerness, but receives no letters, fits up room elegantly as for a lady, proved by secret communication from London. November. Miss Leavenworth still in uncle's house. No publication of her marriage ever made. Mr. Clavering in London. Shows signs of uneasiness. The room prepared for lady closed. Proved as above. January 17th, 1876. Mr. Clavering, having returned to America, engages room at Hoffman House, New York. March 1st or 2nd. Mr. Leavenworth receives a letter signed by Henry Clavering, in which he complains of being ill-used by one of that gentleman's nieces. A manifest shade falls over the family at this time. March 4th. Mr. Clavering, under a false name, inquires at the door of Mr. Leavenworth's house for Miss Eleanor Leavenworth, proved by Thomas. March 4th! exclaimed Mr. Gryce at this point. That was the night of the murder. Yes, the Mr. Leroy Robbins, said to have called that evening, was none other than Mr. Clavering. March 19th. Miss Mary Leavenworth, in a conversation with me, acknowledges that there is a secret in the family, and is just upon the point of revealing its nature when Mr. Clavering enters the house. Upon his departure she declares her unwillingness ever to mention the subject again. Mr. Gryce slowly waved the paper aside. And from these facts you draw the inference that Eleanor Leavenworth is the wife of Mr. Clavering? I do. And that, being his wife, it would be natural for her to conceal anything she knew likely to criminate him, always supposing Clavering himself had done anything criminal, of course, which latter supposition you now proposed to justify. Which latter supposition is left for us to justify. A peculiar gleam shot over Mr. Gryce's somewhat abstracted countenance. Then you have no new evidence against Mr. Clavering? I should think the fact just given, of his standing in the relation of unacknowledged husband to the suspected party, was something. No positive evidence as to his being the assassin of Mr. Leavenworth, I mean. I was obliged to admit I had none which he would consider positive. But I can show the existence of motive, and I can likewise show it was not only possible but probable he was in the house at the time of the murder. Ah, you can, cried Mr. Gryce, rousing a little from his abstraction. The motive was the usual one of self-interest. Mr. Leavenworth stood in the way of Eleanor's acknowledging him as a husband, and he must therefore be put out of the way. Weak. Motives for murders are sometimes weak. The motive for this was not. Too much calculation was shown for the arm to have been nerved by anything short of the most deliberate intention, founded upon the deadliest necessity of passion or avarice. Avarice? One should never deliberate upon the causes which have led to the destruction of a rich man without taking into account that most common passion of the human race. But let us hear what you have to say of Mr. Clavering's presence in the house at the time of the murder. I related what Thomas the butler had told me in regard to Mr. Clavering's call upon Miss Leavenworth that night, and the lack of proof which existed as to his having left the house when supposed to do so. That is worth remembering, said Mr. Gryce at the conclusion. Valueless as direct evidence, it might prove of great value as corroborative. Then, in a graver tone, he went on to say, "Mr. Raymond, are you aware that in all this you have been strengthening the case against Eleanore Leavenworth instead of weakening it?" I could only ejaculate in my sudden wonder and dismay. "You have shown her to be secret, sly, and unprincipled, capable of wronging those to whom she was most bound, her uncle and her husband." "You put it very strongly," said I, conscious of a shocking discrepancy between this description of Eleanor's character and all that I had preconceived in regard to it. "No more so than your own conclusions from this story warrant me in doing." Then, as I sat silent, murmured low, and as if to himself, "If the case was dark against her before, it is doubly so with this supposition established of her being the woman secretly married to Mr. Clavering." "And yet," I protested, unable to give up my hope without a struggle, "you cannot believe the noble-looking Eleanor guilty of this horrible crime?" "No," he slowly said, "you might as well know right here what I think about her. I believe Eleanore Leavenworth to be an innocent woman." "You do? Then what," I cried, swaying between joy at this admission and doubt as to the meaning of his former expressions, "remains to be done?" Mr. Gryce quietly responded, "Why, nothing but to prove your supposition a false one." Chapter 25. Of the Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. Timothy Cook. "Look here upon this picture, and on this." Hamlet. I stared at him in amazement. "I doubt if it will be so very difficult," said he. Then, in a sudden burst, "Where is the man Cook?" "He is below with Q." "That was a wise move. Let us see the boys. Have them up." Stepping to the door, I called them. "I expected, of course, you would want to question them," said I, coming back. In another moment the spruce Q and the shock-headed Cook entered the room. "Ah," said Mr. Gryce, directing his attention at the latter in his own whimsical, non-committal way, "this is the deceased Mr. Stebbins' hired man, is it? Well, you look as though you could tell the truth." "I usually calculate to do that thing, sir, at all events. I was never called a liar as I can remember." Of course not," returned the affable detective. Then, without any further introduction, "What was the first name of the lady you saw married in your master's house last summer?" "Bless me if I know. I don't think I heard, sir." "But you recollect how she looked?" "As well as if she were my own mother. No disrespect to the lady, sir, if you know her," he made haste to add, glancing hurriedly at me. "What I mean is, she was so handsome, I could never forget the look of her sweet face if I lived 100 years." "Can you describe her?" "I don't know, sirs. She was tall and grand looking, had the brightest eyes and the whitest hand, and smiled in a way to make even a common man like me wish he had never seen her." "Would you know her in a crowd?" "I would know her anywhere." "Very well. Now, tell us all you can about that marriage." "Well, sirs, it was something like this. I'd been in Mr. Stebbins' employ about a year, when one morning as I was hoeing the garden I saw a gentleman walk rapidly up the road to our gate and come in. I noticed him particularly because he was so fine looking, unlike anybody in F, and indeed unlike anybody I had ever seen for that matter. But I shouldn't have thought much about that if there hadn't come along, not 5 minutes after, a buggy with 2 ladies in it, which stopped at our gate too.
I saw they wanted to get out, so I went and held their horse for them, and they got down and went into the house."
"Did you see their faces?"
"No, sir, not then. They had veils on."
"Very well. Go on."
"I hadn't been to work long before I heard some one calling my name, and looking up saw Mr. Stebbins standing in the doorway beckoning. I went to him, and he said, 'I want you, Tim. Wash your hands and come into the parlour.' I'd never been asked to do that before, and it struck me all of a heap, but I did what he asked, and was so taken aback at the looks of the lady I saw standing on the floor with the handsome gentleman, that I stumbled over a stool and made a great racket, and didn't know much where I was or what was going on, till I heard Mr. Stebbins say 'man and wife,' and then it came over me in a hot kind of way that it was a marriage I was seeing."
Timothy Cook stopped to wipe his forehead, as if overcome with the very recollection, and Mr. Gryce took the opportunity to remark, "You say there were two ladies. Now, where was the other one at this time?"
"She was there, sir, but I didn't mind much about her. I was so taken up with the handsome one, and the way she had us smiling when any one looked at her, I never saw the beat."
I felt a quick thrill go through me. "Can you remember the colour of her hair or eyes?"
"No, sir. I had a feeling as if she wasn't dark, and that is all I know."
"But you remember her face?"
"Yes, sir."
Mr. Gryce here whispered to me to procure two pictures which I would find in a certain drawer in his desk, and set them up in different parts of the room, unbeknown to the man. "You have before said," pursued Mr. Gryce, "that you have no remembrance of her name. Now, how was that? Weren't you called upon to sign the certificate?"
"Yes, sir, but I am most ashamed to say it. I was in a sort of maze, and didn't hear much, and only remember it was a Mr. Clavering she was married to, and that some one called some one else Eleanor, or something like that. I wish I hadn't been so stupid, sir, if it would have done you any good."
"Tell us about the signing of the certificate," said Mr. Gryce.
"Well, sir, there isn't much to tell. Mr. Stebbins asked me to put my name down in a certain place on a piece of paper he pushed towards me, and I put it down there. That is all."
"Was there no other name there when you wrote yours?"
"No, sir. Afterwards Mr. Stebbins turned towards the other lady, who now came forward, and asked her if she wouldn't please sign it too, and she said yes, and came very quickly and did so."
"And you didn't see her face then?"
"No, sir. Her back was to me when she threw by her veil, and I only saw Mr. Stebbins staring at her as she stooped, with a kind of wonder on his face, which made me think she might have been something worth looking at too, but I didn't see her myself."
"Well, what happened then?"
"I don't know, sir. I went stumbling out of the room. I didn't see anything more."
"Where were you when the ladies went away?"
"In the garden, sir. I'd gone back to my work."
"You saw them, then. Was the gentleman with them?"
"No, sir. That was the queer part of it all. They went back as they came, and so did he, and in a few minutes Mr. Stebbins came out where I was, and told me I was to say nothing about what I had seen, for it was a secret."
"Were you the only one in the house who knew anything about it? Weren't there any women around?"
"No, sir. Miss Stebbins had gone to the sewing circle."
I had by this time some faint impression of what Mr. Gryce's suspicions were, and in arranging the pictures had placed one, that of Eleanor, on the mantelpiece, and the other, which was an uncommonly fine photograph of Mary, in plain view on the desk. But Mr. Cook's back was as yet towards that part of the room, and, taking advantage of the moment, I returned and asked him if that was all he had to tell us about this matter.
"Yes, sir."
"Then," said Mr. Gryce, with a glance at Q, "isn't there something you can give Mr. Cook in payment for his story? Look around, will you?" Q nodded, and moved towards a cupboard in the wall at the side of the mantelpiece. Mr. Cook followed him with his eyes, as was natural, when with a sudden start he crossed the room, and, pausing before the mantelpiece, looked at the picture of Eleanor which I had put there, gave a low grunt of satisfaction or pleasure, looked at it again, and walked away. I felt my heart leap into my throat, and moved by what impulse of dread or hope I cannot say, turned my back, when suddenly I heard him give vent to a startled exclamation, followed by the words, "Why, here she is! This is her, sirs!" and turning around saw him hurrying towards us with Mary's picture in his hands. I do not know as I was greatly surprised. I was powerfully excited, as well as conscious of a certain whirl of thought, and an unsettling of old conclusions that was very confusing. But surprised? No, Mr. Gryce's manner had too well prepared me. "This the lady who was married to Mr. Clavering, my good man? I guess you are mistaken," cried the detective in a very incredulous tone. "Mistaken? Didn't I say I would know her anywhere? This is the lady, if she's the President's wife herself." And Mr. Cook leaned over it with a devouring look that was not without its element of homage. "I am very much astonished," Mr. Gryce went on, winking at me in a slow diabolical way which in another mood would have aroused my fiercest anger. "Now, if you had said the other lady was the one," pointing to the picture on the mantelpiece, "I shouldn't have wondered." "She? I never saw that lady before. But this one? Would you mind telling me her name, sirs?" "If what you say is true, her name is Mrs. Clavering." "Clavering? Yes, that was his name." "And a very lovely lady," said Mr. Gryce. "Morris, haven't you found anything yet?" Q, for answer, brought forward glasses and a bottle. But Mr. Cook was in no mood for liquor. I think he was struck with remorse, for looking from the picture to Q, and from Q to the picture, he said, "If I have done this lady wrong by my talk, I'll never forgive myself. You told me I would help her to get her rights. If you have deceived me—" "Oh, I haven't deceived you," broke in Q in his short, sharp way. "Ask that gentleman there if we are not all interested in Mrs. Clavering getting her due." He had designated me, but I was in no mood to reply. I longed to have the man dismissed, that I might inquire the reason of the great complacency which I now saw overspreading Mr. Gryce's frame to his very finger ends. "Mr. Cook needn't be concerned," remarked Mr. Gryce. "If he will take a glass of warm drink to fortify him for his walk, I think he may go to the lodgings Mr. Morris has provided for him without fear. Give the gent a glass, and let him mix for himself." But it was a full 10 minutes before we were delivered of the man and his vain regrets. Mary's image had called up every latent feeling in his heart, and I could but wonder over a loveliness capable of swaying the low as well as the high. But at last he yielded to the seductions of the now wily Q, and departed. Left alone with Mr. Gryce, I must have allowed some of the confused emotions which filled my breast to become apparent on my countenance, for after a few minutes of ominous silence he exclaimed very grimly, and yet with a latent touch of that complacency I had before noticed, "This discovery rather upsets you, doesn't it? Well, it don't me," shutting his mouth like a trap. "I expected it." "Your conclusions must differ very materially from mine," I returned, "or you would see that this discovery alters the complexion of the whole affair." "It does not alter the truth." "What is the truth?" Mr. Gryce's very legs grew thoughtful. His voice sank to its deepest tone. "Do you very much want to know?" "Want to know the truth? What else are we after?" "Then," said he, "to my notion, the complexion of things has altered, but very much for the better. As long as Eleanor was believed to be the wife, her action in this matter was accounted for. But the tragedy itself was not. Why should Eleanor or Eleanor's husband wish the death of a man whose bounty they believed would end with his life? But with Mary, the heiress proved the wife.
I tell you, Mr. Raymond, it all hangs together now. You must never, in reckoning up an affair of murder like this, forget who it is that most profits by the deceased man's death."
"But Eleanor's silence, her concealment of certain proofs and evidences in her own breast, how will you account for that? I can imagine a woman devoting herself to the shielding of a husband from the consequences of crime, but a cousin's husband, never." Mr. Gryce put his feet very close together and softly grunted.
"Then you still think Mr. Clavering the assassin of Mr. Leavenworth?"
I could only stare at him in my sudden doubt and dread. "Still think?" I repeated.
"Mr. Clavering, the murderer of Mr. Leavenworth?"
"Why, what else is there to think? You can't suspect Eleanor of having deliberately undertaken to help her cousin out of a difficulty by taking the life of their mutual benefactor?"
"No," said Mr. Gryce. "No, I do not think Eleanor Leavenworth had any hand in the business."
"Then who—" I began and stopped, lost in the dark vista that was opening before me.
"Who? Why, who but the one whose past deceit and present necessity demanded his death as a relief? Who but the beautiful, money-loving, man-deceiving goddess?"
I leapt to my feet in my sudden horror and repugnance.
"Do not mention the name. You are wrong. But do not speak the name." "Excuse me," said he, "but it will have to be spoken many times, and we may as well begin here and now. Who, then, but Mary Leavenworth, or, if you like it better, Mrs. Henry Clavering? Are you so much surprised? It has been my thought from the beginning."
End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of the Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Mr. Gryce explains himself. Sits the wind in that corner? Much ado about nothing. I do not propose to enter into a description of the mingled feelings aroused in me by this announcement. As a drowning man is said to live over in one terrible instant the events of a lifetime, so each word uttered in my hearing by Mary, from her first introduction to me in her own room on the morning of the inquest, to our final conversation on the night of Mr. Clavering's call, swept in one wild phantasmagoria through my brain, leaving me aghast at the signification which her whole conduct seemed to acquire from the lurid light which now fell upon it. "I perceive that I have pulled down an avalanche of doubts about your ears," exclaimed my companion from the height of his calm superiority. "You never thought of this possibility, then, yourself?" "Do not ask me what I have thought. I only know I will never believe your suspicions true. That, however much Mary may have been benefited by her uncle's death, she never had a hand in it. Actual hand, I mean." "And what makes you so sure of this?" "And what makes you so sure of the contrary? It is for you to prove, not for me to prove her innocence." "Ah," said Mr. Gryce, in his slow sarcastic way, "you recollect that principle of law, do you? If I remember rightly, you have not always been so punctilious in regarding it, or wishing to have it regarded, when the question was whether Mr. Clavering was the assassin or not." "But he is a man. It does not seem so dreadful to accuse a man of a crime. But a woman, and such a woman! I cannot listen to this. It is horrible. Nothing short of absolute confession on her part will ever make me believe Mary Leavenworth or any other woman committed this deed. It was too cruel, too deliberate, too—" "Read the criminal records," broke in Mr. Gryce. But I was obstinate. I do not care for the criminal records. All the criminal records in the world would never make me believe Eleanor perpetrated this crime, nor will I be less generous towards her cousin. Mary Leavenworth is a faulty woman, but not a guilty one." "You are more lenient in your judgment of her than her cousin was, it appears." "I do not understand you," I muttered, feeling a new and yet more fearful light breaking upon me. "What? Have you forgotten, in the hurry of these late events, the sentence of accusation which we overheard uttered between these ladies on the morning of the inquest?" "No, but—" "You believed it to have been spoken by Mary to Eleanor?" "Of course. Didn't you?" Oh, the smile which crossed Mr. Gryce's face! "Scarcely. I left that baby play for you. I thought one was enough to follow on that tack." The light that was breaking upon me! "And do you mean to say it was Eleanor who was speaking at that time? That I have been labouring all these weeks under a terrible mistake, and that you could have righted me with a word and did not?" "Well, as to that, I had a purpose in letting you follow your own lead for a while. In the first place, I was not sure myself which spoke, though I had but little doubt about the matter. The voices are, as you must have noticed, very much alike, while the attitudes in which we found them upon entering were such as to be explainable equally by the supposition that Mary was in the act of launching a denunciation, or in that of repelling one, so that, while I did not hesitate myself as to the true explanation of the scene before me, I was pleased to find you accept a contrary one, as in this way both theories had a chance of being tested, as was right in a case of so much mystery. You accordingly took up the affair with one idea for your starting point, and I with another. You saw every fact as it developed through the medium of Mary's belief in Eleanor's guilt, and I through the opposite. And what has been the result? With you, doubt, contradiction, constant unsettlement, and unwarranted resorts to strange sources for reconcilement between appearances and your own convictions. With me, growing assurance and a belief which each and every development so far has but served to strengthen and make more probable." Again that wild panorama of events, looks, and words swept before me. Mary's reiterated assertions of her cousin's innocence, Eleanor's attitude of lofty silence in regard to certain matters which might be considered by her as pointing towards the murderer. "Your theory must be the correct one," I finally admitted. "It was undoubtedly Eleanor who spoke. She believes in Mary's guilt, and I have been blind, indeed, not to have seen it from the first." "If Eleanor Leavenworth believes in her cousin's criminality, she must have some good reasons for doing so." I was obliged to admit that too. "She did not conceal in her bosom that tell-tale key, found who knows where, and destroy, or seek to destroy it, and the letter which introduced her cousin to the public as the unprincipled destroyer of a trusting man's peace for nothing. No, no. And yet you, a stranger, a young man who have never seen Mary Leavenworth in any other light than that in which her coquettish nature sought to display itself, presume to say she is innocent, in the face of the attitude maintained from the first by her cousin." "But," said I, in my great unwillingness to accept his conclusions, "Eleanor Leavenworth is but mortal. She may have been mistaken in her inferences. She has never stated what her suspicion was founded upon, nor can we know what basis she has for maintaining the attitude you speak of. Clavering is as likely as Mary to be the assassin, for all we know, and possibly for all she knows." "You seem to be almost superstitious in your belief in Clavering's guilt." I recoiled. Was I? Could it be that Mr. Harwell's fanciful conviction in regard to this man had in any way influenced me to the detriment of my better judgment? "And you may be right," Mr. Gryce went on. "I do not pretend to be set in my notions. Future investigation may succeed in fixing something upon him, though I hardly think it likely. His behaviour as the secret husband of a woman possessing motives for the commission of a crime has been too consistent throughout." "All except his leaving her." "No exception at all, for he hasn't left her." "What do you mean?" "I mean that, instead of leaving the country, Mr. Clavering has only made a pretence of doing so. That in place of dragging himself off to Europe at her command, he has only changed his lodgings, and can now be found not only in a house opposite to hers, but in the window of that house, where he sits day after day watching who goes in and out of her front door." I remembered his parting injunction to me in that memorable interview we had in my office, and saw myself compelled to put a new construction upon it. "But I was assured at Hoffman House that he had sailed for Europe, and myself saw the man who professes to have driven him to the steamer." "Just so." "And Mr. Clavering returned to the city after that?" "In another carriage, and to another house." "And you tell me that man is all right?" "No, I only say there isn't the shadow of evidence against him as the person who shot Mr. Leavenworth." Rising, I paced the floor, and for a few minutes silence fell between us. But the clock, striking, recalled me to the necessity of the hour, and turning, I asked Mr. Gryce what he proposed to do now. "There is but one thing I can do," said he. "And that is?" "To go upon such lights as I have, and cause the arrest of Miss Leavenworth." I had by this time schooled myself to endurance, and was able to hear this without uttering an exclamation. But I could not let it pass without making one effort to combat his determination. "But," said I do not see what evidence you have positive enough in its character to warrant extreme measures. You have yourself intimated that the existence of motive is not enough, even though taken with the fact of the suspected party being in the house at the time of the murder. And what more have you to urge against Miss Leavenworth?" "Pardon me. I said Miss Leavenworth. I should have said Eleanor Leavenworth." "Eleanor? What? When you and all unite in thinking that she alone of all these parties to the crime is utterly guiltless of wrong?" "And yet who is the only one against whom positive testimony of any kind can be brought." I could but acknowledge that. "Mr. Raymond," he remarked very gravely, "the public is becoming clamorous. Something must be done to satisfy it, if only for the moment. Eleanor has laid herself open to the suspicion of the police, and must take the consequences of her action. I am sorry. She is a noble creature. I admire her. But justice is justice, and though I think her innocent, I shall be forced to put her under arrest, unless— But I cannot be reconciled to it. It is doing an irretrievable injury to one whose only fault is an undue and mistaken devotion to an unworthy cousin. If Mary is the— "Unless something occurs between now and to-morrow morning," Mr. Gryce went on, as if I had not spoken. "To-morrow morning?" "Yes." I tried to realize it, tried to face the fact that all my efforts had been for nothing, and failed. "Will you not grant me one more day?" I asked in my desperation. What to do? Alas, I did not know. To confront Mr. Clavering and force from him the truth. "To make a mess of the whole affair," he growled. "No, sir, the die is cast. Eleanor Leavenworth knows the one point which fixes this crime upon her cousin, and she must tell us that point or suffer the consequences of her refusal." I made one more effort. But why to-morrow? Having exhausted so much time already in our inquiries, why not take a little more, especially as the trail is constantly growing warmer? A little more moleing. "A little more folderol!" exclaimed Mr. Gryce, losing his temper. "No, sir, the hour for moleing has passed. Something decisive has got to be done now. Though, to be sure, if I could find the one missing link I want—" "Missing link? What is that?" "The immediate motive of the tragedy. A bit of proof that Mr. Leavenworth threatened his niece with his displeasure, or Mr. Clavering with his revenge, would place me on the vantage point at once. No arresting of Eleanore then. No, my lady. I would walk right into your own gilded parlours, and when you ask me if I had found the murderer yet, say yes, and show you a bit of paper which would surprise you. But missing links are not so easily found. This has been mould for, as you are pleased to call our system of investigation, and totally without result. Nothing but the confession of some one of these several parties to the crime will give us what we want. I will tell you what I will do," he suddenly cried. "Miss Leavenworth has desired me to report to her. She is very anxious for the detection of the murderer, you know, and offers an immense reward. Well, I will gratify this desire of hers. The suspicions I have, together with my reasons for them, will make an interesting disclosure. I should not greatly wonder if they produced an equally interesting confession." I could only jump to my feet in horror. "At all events, I propose to try it. Eleanore is worth that much risk anyway." "It will do no good," said I. "If Mary is guilty, she will never confess it. If not—" "She will tell us who is." "Not if it is Clavering, her husband." "Yes, even if it is Clavering, her husband. She has not the devotion of Eleanore." That I could but acknowledge. She would hide no keys for the sake of shielding another. No. If Mary were accused, she would speak. The future opening before us looked sombre enough. And yet, when, in a short time from that, I found myself alone in a busy street, the thought that Eleanore was free rose above all others, filling and moving me till my walk home in the rain that day has become a marked memory of my life. It was only with nightfall that I began to realize the truly critical position in which Mary stood if Mr. Gryce's theory was correct. But once seized with this thought, nothing could drive it from my mind. Shrink as I would, it was ever before me, haunting me with the direst forebodings. Nor, though I retired early, could I succeed in getting either sleep or rest. All night I tossed on my pillow, saying over to myself with dreary iteration, "Something must happen, something will happen, to prevent Mr. Gryce doing this dreadful thing." Then I would start up and ask what could happen, and my mind would run over various contingencies, such as Mr. Clavering might confess, Hannah might come back, Mary herself wake up to her position and speak the word I had more than once seen trembling on her lips. But further thought showed me how unlikely any of these things were to happen, and it was with a brain utterly exhausted that I fell asleep in the early dawn, to dream I saw Mary standing above Mr. Gryce with a pistol in her hand. I was awakened from this pleasing vision by a heavy knock at the door. Hastily rising, I asked who was there. The answer came in the shape of an envelope thrust under the door. Raising it, I found it to be a note. It was from Mr. Gryce, and ran thus: "Come at once. Hannah Chester is found." Hannah found? "So we have reason to think." "When? Where? By whom?" "Sit down, and I will tell you." Drawing up a chair in a flurry of hope and fear, I sat down by Mr. Gryce's side. "She is not in the cupboard," that person dryly assured me, noting without doubt how my eyes went travelling about the room in my anxiety and impatience. "We are not absolutely sure that she is anywhere, but word has come to us that a girl's face believed to be Hannah's has been seen at the upper window of a certain house in—don't start—R, where a year ago she was in the habit of visiting while at the hotel with the Misses Leavenworth. Now, as it has already been determined that she left New York the night of the murder by the railroad, though for what point we have been unable to ascertain, we consider the matter worth inquiring into. But if she is there, resumed Mr. Gryce, she is secreted, kept very close. No one except the informant has ever seen her, nor is there any suspicion among the neighbours of her being in town. Hannah secreted at a certain house in R. Whose house? Mr. Gryce honoured me with one of his grimmest smiles. The name of the lady she's with is given in the communication as Belden, Mrs. Amy Belden. Amy Belden, the name found written on a torn envelope by Mr. Clavering's servant girl in London? Yes. I made no attempt to conceal my satisfaction. Then we are upon the verge of some discovery. Providence has interfered, and Eleanor will be saved. But when did you get this word? Last night. Or rather, this morning. Q brought it. It was a message, then, to Q? Yes. The result of his moulings, while in R, I suppose. Whom was it signed by? A respectable tinsmith who lives next door to Mrs. B. And this is the first you knew of an Amy Belden living in R? Yes. Widow or wife? Don't know. Don't know anything about her but her name. But you have already sent Q to make inquiries? No. The affair is a little too serious for him to manage alone. He is not equal to great occasions, and might fail just for the lack of a keen mind to direct him. In short, I wish you to go. Since I cannot be there myself, I know of no one else sufficiently up in the affair to conduct it to a successful issue. You see, it is not enough to find and identify the girl. The present condition of things demands that the arrest of so important a witness should be kept secret. Now, for a man to walk into a strange house in a distant village, find a girl who is secreted there, frighten her, cajole her, force her, as the case may be, from her hiding-place to a detective's office in New York, and all without the knowledge of the next-door neighbour, if possible, requires judgment, brains, genius. Then the woman who conceals her, she must have her reasons for doing so, and they must be known. Altogether, the affair is a delicate one. Do you think you can manage it? I should like at least to try. Mr. Gryce settled himself on the sofa. To think what pleasure I am losing on your account, he grumbled, gazing reproachfully at his helpless limbs. But to business. How soon can you start? Immediately. Good. A train leaves the depot at 12:15. Take that. Once in R, it will be for you to decide upon the means of making Mrs. Belden's acquaintance without arousing her suspicions. Q, who will follow you, will hold himself in readiness to render you any assistance you may require. Only this thing is to be understood. As he will doubtless go in disguise, you are not to recognize him, much less interfere with him and his plans, till he gives you leave to do so by some preconcerted signal. You are to work in your way, and he in his, till circumstances seem to call for mutual support and countenance. I cannot even say whether you will see him or not. He may find it necessary to keep out of the way, but you may be sure of one thing, that he will know where you are, and that the display of, well, let us say, a red silk handkerchief — have you such a thing? I will get one — will be regarded by him as a sign that you desire his presence or assistance, whether it be shown about your person or at the window of your room. And these are all the instructions you can give me? I said as he paused. Yes,
I don't know of anything else. You must depend largely upon your own discretion, and the exigencies of the moment. I cannot tell you now what to do. Your own wit will be the best guide. Only, if possible, let me either hear from you or see you by to-morrow at this time." And he handed me a cipher in case I should wish to telegraph. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Hannah. Chapter 27. Amy Belden. A merrier man within the limits of becoming mirth, I never spent an hour's talk withal. Love's Labour's Lost. I had a client in R by the name of Monell, and it was from him I had planned to learn the best way of approaching Mrs. Belden. When, therefore, I was so fortunate as to meet him, almost on my arrival, driving on the long road behind his famous trotter Alfred, I regarded the encounter as a most auspicious beginning of a very doubtful enterprise. "Well, and how goes the day?" was his exclamation, as the first greetings passed, we drove rapidly into town. "Your part in it goes pretty smoothly," I returned, and thinking I could never hope to win his attention to my own affairs till I had satisfied him in regard to his, I told him all I could concerning the lawsuit then pending, a subject so prolific of question and answer that we had driven twice round the town before he remembered he had a letter to post. As it was an important one, admitting of no delay, we hastened at once to the post office, where he went in, leaving me outside to watch the rather meagre stream of goers and comers who at that time of day make the post office of a country town their place of rendezvous. Among these, for some reason, I especially noted one middle-aged woman. Why, I cannot say. Her appearance was anything but remarkable, and yet when she came out with two letters in her hand, one in a large and one in a small envelope, and meeting my eye hastily drew them under her shawl, I found myself wondering what was in her letters, and who she could be that the casual glance of a stranger should unconsciously move her to an action so suspicious. But Mr. Monell's reappearance at the same moment diverted my attention, and in the interest of the conversation that followed, I soon forgot both the woman and her letters. For, determined that he should have no opportunity to revert to that endless topic, a law case, I exclaimed with the first crack of the whip, "There! I knew there was something I wanted to ask you. It is this: are you acquainted with any one in this town by the name of Belden?" "There is a widow Belden in this town. I don't know of any other." "Is her first name Amy?" "Yes, Mrs. Amy Belden." "That is the one," said I. "Who is she? What is she? And what is the extent of your acquaintance with her?" "Well," said he, "I cannot conceive why you should be interested in such an antiquated piece of commonplace goodness as she is, but seeing you ask, I have no objection to telling you that she is the very respectable relict of a deceased cabinet maker of this town, that she lives in a little house down the street there, and that if you have any forlorn old tramp to be lodged overnight, or any destitute family of little ones to be looked after, she is the one to go to. As to knowing her, I know her as I do a dozen other members of our church there up over the hill. When I see her, I speak to her, and that is all." "A respectable widow, you say. Any family?" "No, she lives alone. Has a little income, I believe. Must have, to put the money on the plate, she always does. But spends her time in plain sewing and such deeds of charity as one with small means but willing heart can find the opportunity of doing in a town like this. But why in the name of wonders do you ask?" "A business," said I. "A business. Mrs. Belden, don't mention it by the way, has got mixed up in a case of mine, and I felt it due to my curiosity, if not to my purse, to find out something about her. And I am not satisfied yet. The fact is, I would give something, Monell, for the opportunity of studying this woman's character.
Now, couldn't you manage to get me introduced into her house in some way that would make it possible and proper for me to converse with her at my leisure? Business would thank you if you could."
"Well, I don't know. I suppose it could be done. She used to take lodgers in the summer when the hotel was full, and might be induced to give a bed to a friend of mine who is very anxious to be near the post office on account of a business telegram he is expecting, and which, when it comes, will demand his immediate attention."
And Mr. Monell gave me a sly wink of his eye, little imagining how near the mark he had struck. "You need not say that. Tell her I have a peculiar dislike to sleeping in a public house, and that you know of no one better fitted to accommodate me, for the short time I desire to be in town, than herself."
"And what will be said of my hospitality in allowing you under these circumstances to remain in any other house than my own?"
"I don't know. Very hard things, no doubt, but I guess your hospitality can stand it."
"Well, if you persist, we will see what can be done."
And driving up to a neat white cottage of homely but sufficiently attractive appearance, he stopped.
"This is her house," said he, jumping to the ground. "Let's go in and see what we can do."
Glancing up at the windows, which were all closed save the two on the verandah overlooking the street, I thought to myself, if she has anybody in hiding here, whose presence in the house she desires to keep secret, it is folly to hope she will take me in, however well recommended I may come. But yielding to the example of my friend, I alighted in my turn, and followed him up the short, grass-bordered walk to the front door.
"As she has no servant, she will come to the door herself, so be ready," he remarked as he knocked.
I had barely time to observe that the curtains to the window at my left suddenly dropped, when a hasty step made itself heard within, and a quick hand drew open the door, and I saw before me the woman whom I had observed at the post office, and whose action with the letters had struck me as peculiar. I recognised her at first glance, though she was differently dressed, and had evidently passed through some worry or excitement that had altered the expression of her countenance, and made her manner what it was not at that time, strained and a trifle uncertain. But I saw no reason for thinking she remembered me. On the contrary, the look she directed towards me had nothing but inquiry in it, and when Mr. Monell pushed me forward with the remark, "A friend of mine, in fact, my lawyer from New York," she dropped a hurried old-fashioned curtsy, whose only expression was a manifest desire to appear sensible of the honour conferred upon her, through the mist of a certain trouble that confused everything about her.
"We have come to ask a favour, Mrs. Belden, but may we not come in?" said my client in a round, hearty voice, well calculated to recall a person's thoughts into their proper channel. "I have heard many times of your cosy home, and am glad of this opportunity of seeing it." And with a blind disregard to the look of surprised resistance with which she met his advance, he stepped gallantly into the little room, whose cheery red carpet and bright picture-hung walls showed invitingly through the half-open door at our left. Finding her premises thus invaded by a sort of French coup d'état, Mrs. Belden made the best of the situation, and pressing me to enter also, devoted herself to hospitality. As for Mr. Monell, he quite blossomed out in his endeavours to make himself agreeable, so much so that I shortly found myself laughing at his sallies, though my heart was full of anxiety lest, after all, our efforts should fail of the success they certainly merited. Meanwhile Mrs. Belden softened more and more, joining in the conversation with an ease hardly to be expected from one in her humble circumstances. Indeed, I soon saw she was no common woman. There was a refinement in her speech and manner, which, combined with her motherly presence and gentle air, was very pleasing. The last woman in the world to suspect of any underhanded proceeding, if she had not shown a peculiar hesitation when Mr. Monell broached the subject of my entertainment there.
"I don't know, sir. I would be glad, but—" and she turned a very scrutinizing look upon me. "The fact is, I have not taken lodgers of late, and I have got out of the way of the whole thing, and am afraid I cannot make him comfortable. In short, you will have to excuse me."
"But we can't," returned Mr. Monell. "What, entice a fellow into a room like this?"
and he cast a hearty, admiring glance around the apartment, which, for all its simplicity, both its warm colouring and general air of cosiness amply merited, "and then turn a cold shoulder upon him when he humbly entreats the honour of staying a single night in the enjoyment of its attractions? No, no, Mrs. Belden, I know you too well for that. Lazarus himself couldn't come to your door and be turned away, much less a good-hearted, clever-headed young gentleman like my friend here."
"You're very good,"
she began, an almost weak love of praise showing itself for a moment in her eyes,
"but I have no room prepared. I have been house cleaning, and everything is topsy-turvy. Mrs. Wright now over the way."
"My young friend is going to stop here," Mr. Monell broke in with frank positiveness. "If I cannot have him at my own house, and for certain reasons it is not advisable, I shall at least have the satisfaction of knowing he is in the charge of the best housekeeper in R."
Yes," I put in, but without too great a show of interest. "I should be sorry, once introduced here, to be obliged to go elsewhere." The troubled eye wavered away from us to the door.
"I was never called inhospitable," she commenced, "but everything is in such disorder. What time would you like to come?"
"I was in hopes I might remain now," I replied. "I have some letters to write, and ask nothing better than for leave to sit here and write them." At the word letters, I saw her hand go to her pocket in a movement which must have been involuntary, for her countenance did not change, and she made the quick reply,
"Well, you may. If you can put up with such poor accommodations as I can offer, it shall not be said I refused you what Mr. Monell is pleased to call a favour."
And complete in her reception as she had been in her resistance, she gave us a pleasant smile, and ignoring my thanks, bustled out with Mr. Monell to the buggy, where she received my bag, and, what was doubtless more to her taste, the compliments he was now more than ever ready to bestow upon her.
"I'll see that a room is got ready for you in a very short space of time," she said upon re-entering. "Meanwhile, make yourself at home here, and if you wish to write, why, I think you will find everything for the purpose in these drawers."
And wheeling up a table to the easy chair in which I sat, she pointed to the small compartments beneath, with an air of such manifest desire to have me make use of anything and everything she had, that I found myself wondering over my position with a sort of startled embarrassment that was not remote from shame. "Thank you, I have materials of my own," said I, and hastened to open my bag and bring out the writing case which I always carried with me.
"Then I will leave you,"
she said, and with a quick bend and a short hurried look out of the window, she hastily quitted the room. I could hear her steps cross the hall, go up 2 or 3 stairs, pause, go up the rest of the flight, pause again, and then pass on. I was left on the first floor alone. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of the Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. A Weird Experience. Flat burglary as ever was committed. Much ado about nothing. The first thing I did was to inspect with greater care the room in which I sat. It was a pleasant apartment, as I have already said, square, sunny, and well furnished. On the floor was a crimson carpet, on the walls several pictures, at the windows cheerful curtains of white, tastefully ornamented with ferns and autumn leaves, in one corner an old melodeon, and in the centre of the room a table draped with a bright cloth, on which were various little knick-knacks, which, without being rich or expensive, were both pretty and, to a certain extent, ornamental. But it was not these things, which I had seen repeated in many other country homes, that especially attracted my attention, or drew me forward in the slow march which I now undertook around the room. It was the something underlying all these, the evidences which I found, or sought to find, not only in the general aspect of the room, but in each trivial object I encountered, of the character, disposition, and history of the woman with whom I now had to deal. It was for this reason I studied the daguerreotypes on the mantelpiece, the books on the shelf, and the music on the rack, for this and the still further purpose of noting if any indications were to be found of there being in the house any such person as Hannah. First, then, for the little library, which I was pleased to see occupied one corner of the room. Composed of a few well-chosen books, poetical, historical, and narrative, it was of itself sufficient to account for the evidences of latent culture observable in Mrs. Belden's conversation. Taking out a well-worn copy of Byron, I opened it. There were many passages marked, and replacing the book with a mental comment upon her evident impressibility to the softer emotions, I turned towards the melodeon fronting me from the opposite wall. It was closed, but on its neatly covered top lay one or two hymn books, a basket of russet apples, and a piece of half-completed knitting work. I took up the latter, but was forced to lay it down again without a notion for what it was intended. Proceeding, I next stopped before a window opening upon the small yard that ran about the house, and separated it from the one adjoining. The scene without failed to attract me, but the window itself drew my attention, for written with a diamond point on one of the panes, I perceived a row of letters, which, as nearly as I could make out, were meant for some word or words, but which utterly failed in sense or apparent connection. Passing it by as the work of some schoolgirl, I glanced down at the work basket standing on a table at my side. It was full of various kinds of work, among which I spied a pair of stockings, which were much too small, as well as in too great a state of disrepair, to belong to Mrs. Belden, and, drawing them carefully out, I examined them for any name on them. Do not start when I say I saw the letter H plainly marked upon them. Thrusting them back, I drew a deep breath of relief, gazing as I did so out of the window, when those letters again attracted my attention. What could they mean? Idly I began to read them backwards, but try for yourself, reader, and judge of my surprise. Elate at the discovery thus made, I sat down to write my letters. I had barely finished them when Mrs. Belden came in with the announcement that supper was ready.
"As for your room," said she, "I have prepared my own room for your use, thinking you would like to remain on the first floor."
And throwing open a door at my side, she displayed a small but comfortable room, in which I could dimly see a bed, an immense bureau, and a shadowy looking glass in a dark old-fashioned frame.
"I live in very primitive fashion," she resumed, leading the way into the dining room, "but I mean to be comfortable and make others so."
"I should say you amply succeeded," I rejoined, with an appreciative glance at her well-spread board. She smiled, and I felt I had paved the way to her good graces in a way that would yet redound to my advantage. Shall I ever forget that supper? Its dainties, its pleasant freedom, its mysterious pervading atmosphere of unreality, and the constant sense which every bountiful dish she pressed upon me brought of the shame of eating this woman's food with such feelings of suspicion in my heart. Shall I ever forget the emotion I experienced when I first perceived she had something on her mind which she longed, yet hesitated to give utterance to, or how she started when a cat jumped from the sloping roof of the kitchen onto the grass plot at the back of the house, or how my heart throbbed when I heard, or thought I heard, a board creak overhead. We were in a long and narrow room, which seemed, curiously enough, to run crosswise of the house, opening on one side into the parlour, and on the other into the small bedroom, which had been allotted to my use. "You live in this house alone, without fear?" I asked, as Mrs. Belden, contrary to my desire, put another bit of cold chicken on my plate. "Have you no marauders in this town, no tramps, of whom a solitary woman like you might reasonably be afraid?"
"No one will hurt me," said she, "and no one ever came here for food or shelter but got it."
"I should think, then, that living as you do, upon a railroad, you would be constantly overrun with worthless beings, whose only trade is to take all they can get without giving a return."
"I cannot turn them away. It is the only luxury I have, to feed the poor."
"But the idle, restless ones, who neither will work nor let others work?"
"Are still the poor?"
Mentally remarking, "Here is the woman to shield an unfortunate who has somehow become entangled in the meshes of a great crime," I drew back from the table. As I did so, the thought crossed me that, in case there was any such person in the house as Hannah, she would take the opportunity of going upstairs with something for her to eat, and that she might not feel hampered by my presence, I stepped out on the verandah with my cigar. While smoking it, I looked about for Q. I felt that the least token of his presence in town would be very encouraging at this time, but it seemed I was not to be afforded even that small satisfaction. If Q was anywhere near, he was lying very low. Once again seated with Mrs. Belden, who I know came downstairs with an empty plate, for going into the kitchen for a drink I caught her in the act of setting it down on the table, I made up my mind to wait a reasonable length of time for what she had to say, and then, if she did not speak, make an endeavour on my own part to surprise her secret. But her avowal was nearer and of a different nature from what I expected, and brought its own train of consequences with it.
"You are a lawyer, I believe,"
she began, taking down her knitting work with a forced display of industry. "Yes," I said, "that is my profession." She remained for a moment silent, creating great havoc in her work, I am sure, from the glance of surprise and vexation she afterwards threw it. Then, in a hesitating voice, remarked, "Perhaps you may be willing then to give me some advice. The truth is, I am in a very curious predicament, one from which I don't know how to escape, and yet which demands immediate action. I should like to tell you about it. May I?" "You may. I shall be only too happy to give you any advice in my power." She drew in her breath with a sort of vague relief, though her forehead did not lose its frown.
"It can all be said in a few words. I have in my possession a package of papers which were entrusted to me by two ladies, with the understanding that I should neither return nor destroy them without the full cognizance and expressed desire of both parties, given in person or writing; that they were to remain in my hands till then, and that nothing or nobody should extort them from me."
"That is easily understood," said I, for she stopped.
"But now comes word from one of the ladies, the one too most interested in the matter, that for certain reasons the immediate destruction of those papers is necessary to her peace and safety."
"And do you want to know what your duty is in this case?"
"Yes,"
she tremulously replied. I rose. I could not help it, a flood of conjectures rushing in tumult over me. "It is to hold on to the papers like grim death till released from your guardianship by the combined wish of both parties."
"Is that your opinion as a lawyer?"
"Yes, and as a man. Once pledged in that way, you have no choice. It would be a betrayal of trust to yield to the solicitations of one party what you have undertaken to return to both. The fact that grief or loss might follow your retention of these papers does not release you from your bond. You have nothing to do with that. Besides, you are by no means sure that the representations of the so-called interested party are true. You might be doing a greater wrong by destroying in this way what is manifestly considered of value to them both, than by preserving the papers intact, according to compact."
"But the circumstances alter cases, and in short, it seems to me that the wishes of the one most interested ought to be regarded, especially as there is an estrangement between these ladies, which may hinder the other's consent from ever being obtained."
"No," said I, "two wrongs never make a right. Nor are we at liberty to do an act of justice at the expense of an injustice. The papers must be preserved, Mrs. Belden." Her head sank very despondingly. Evidently it had been her wish to please the interested party.
"Law is very hard," she said, "very hard."
"This is not only law, but plain duty," I remarked. "Suppose a case different. Suppose the honour and happiness of the other party depended upon the preservation of the papers. Where would your duty be then?"
"But—"
"A contract is a contract," said I, "and cannot be tampered with. Having accepted the trust and given your word, you are obliged to fulfil to the letter all its conditions. It would be a breach of trust for you to return or destroy the papers without the mutual consent necessary." An expression of great gloom settled slowly over her features.
"I suppose you are right," said she, and became silent. Watching her, I thought to myself, if I were Mr. Gryce, or even Q, I would never leave this seat till I had probed this matter to the bottom, learned the names of the parties concerned, and where those precious papers are hidden, which she declares to be of so much importance. But being neither, I could only keep her talking upon the subject until she should let fall some word that might serve as a guide to my further enlightenment. I therefore turned with the intention of asking her some question, when my attention was attracted by the figure of a woman coming out of the back door of the neighbouring house, who, for general dilapidation and uncouthness of bearing, was a perfect type of the style of tramp of whom we had been talking at the supper table. Gnawing at a crust which she threw away as she reached the street, she trudged down the path, her scanty dress, piteous in its rags and soil, flapping in the keen spring wind, and revealing ragged shoes red with the mud of the highway. "There's a customer that may interest you," said I. Mrs. Belden seemed to awake from a trance. Rising slowly, she looked out, and with a rapidly softening gaze surveyed the forlorn creature before her.
"Poor thing," she muttered, "but I cannot do much for her to night. A good supper is all I can give her."
And going to the front door, she bade her step round the house to the kitchen, where in another moment I heard the rough creature's voice rise in one long "Bless you!" that could only have been produced by the setting before her of the good things which Mrs. Belden's larder seemed teeming. But supper was not all she wanted. After a decent length of time, employed as I should judge in mastication, I heard her voice rise once more in a plea for shelter.
"The barn, ma'am, or the wood house, any place where I can lie out of the wind."
And she commenced a long tale of want and disease, so piteous to hear that I was not at all surprised when Mrs. Belden told me upon re-entering that she had consented, notwithstanding her previous determination, to allow the woman to lie before the kitchen fire for the night.
"She has such an honest eye," said she, "and charity is my only luxury."
The interruption of this incident effectually broke up our conversation. Mrs. Belden went upstairs, and for some time I was left alone to ponder over what I had heard, and determine upon my future course of action. I had just reached the conclusion that she would be fully as liable to be carried away by her feelings to the destruction of the papers in her charge as to be governed by the rules of equity I had laid down to her, when I heard her stealthily descend the stairs and go out by the front door. Distrustful of her intentions, I took up my hat and hastily followed her. She was on her way down the main street, and my first thought was that she was bound for some neighbour's house, or perhaps for the hotel itself, but the settled swing into which she soon altered her restless pace satisfied me that she had some distant goal in prospect, and before long I found myself passing the hotel with its appurtenances, even the little schoolhouse, that was the last building at this end of the village, and stepping out into the country beyond. What could it mean? But still her fluttering figure hasted on, the outlines of her form, with its close shawl and neat bonnet, growing fainter and fainter in the now settled darkness of an April night, and I still followed, walking on the turf at the side of the road, lest she should hear my footsteps and look round. At last we reached a bridge. Over this I could hear her pass, and then every sound ceased. She had paused, and was evidently listening. It would not do for me to pause too, so gathering myself into as awkward a shape as possible, I sauntered by her down the road, but arrived at a certain point, stopped, and began retracing my steps with a sharp look-out for her advancing figure, till I had arrived once more at the bridge. She was not there. Convinced now that she had discovered my motive for being in her house, and, by leading me from it, had undertaken to supply Hannah with an opportunity for escape, I was about to hasten back to the charge I had so incautiously left, when a strange sound heard at my left arrested me. It came from the banks of the puny stream which ran under the bridge, and was like the creaking of an old door on worn-out hinges. Leaping the fence, I made my way as best I could down the sloping field in the direction from which the sound came. It was quite dark, and my progress was slow, so much so that I began to fear I had ventured upon a wild goose chase, when an unexpected streak of lightning shot across the sky, and by its glare I saw before me what seemed, in the momentary glimpse I had of it, an old barn. From the rush of waters near at hand, I judged it to be somewhere on the edge of the stream, and consequently hesitated to advance, when I heard the sound of heavy breathing near me, followed by a stir as of some one feeling his way over a pile of loose boards, and presently, while I stood there, a faint blue light flashed up from the interior of the barn, and I saw, through the tumbled down door that faced me, the form of Mrs. Belden, standing with a lighted match in her hand, gazing round on the four walls that encompassed her. Hardly daring to breathe, lest I should alarm her, I watched her while she turned and peered at the roof above her, which was so old as to be more than half open to the sky, at the flooring beneath, which was in a state of equal dilapidation, and finally at a small tin box, which she drew from under her shawl and laid on the ground at her feet. The sight of that box at once satisfied me as to the nature of her errand. She was going to hide what she dared not destroy, and, relieved upon this point, I was about to take a step forward, when the match went out in her hand. While she was engaged in lighting another, I considered that perhaps it would be better for me not to arouse her apprehensions by accosting her at this time, and thus endanger the success of my main scheme, but to wait till she was gone before I endeavoured to secure the box. Accordingly, I edged my way up to the side of the barn and waited till she should leave it, knowing that if I attempted to peer in at the door, I ran a great risk of being seen, owing to the frequent streaks of lightning which now flashed about us on every side. Minute after minute went by, with its weird alternations of heavy darkness and sudden glare, and still she did not come. At last, just as I was about to start impatiently from my hiding place, she reappeared, and began to withdraw with faltering steps towards the bridge. When I thought her quite out of hearing, I stole from my retreat and entered the barn. It was of course as dark as Erebus, but thanks to being a smoker, I was well provided with matches as she had been, and having struck one, I held it up. But the light it gave was very feeble, and as I did not know just where to look, it went out before I had obtained more than a cursory glimpse of the spot where I was. I thereupon lit another, but though I confined my attention to one place, namely the floor at my feet, it too went out before I could conjecture by means of any sign seen there where she had hidden the box. I now for the first time realized the difficulty before me. She had probably made up her mind before she left home in just what portion of this old barn she would conceal her treasure, but I had nothing to guide me. I could only waste matches, and I did waste them. A dozen had been lit and extinguished before I was so much as sure the box was not under a pile of débris that lay in one corner, and I had taken the last in my hand before I became aware that one of the broken boards of the floor was pushed a little out of its proper position. One match, and that board was to be raised, the space beneath examined, and the box, if there, lifted safely out. I concluded not to waste my resources, so kneeling down in the darkness, I groped for the board, tried it, and found it to be loose. Wrenching at it with all my strength, I tore it free and cast it aside. Then, lighting my match, looked into the hole thus made. Something, I could not tell what, stone or box, met my eye, but while I reached for it, the match flew out of my hand. Deploring my carelessness, but determined at all hazards to secure what I had seen, I dived down deep into the hole, and in another moment had the object of my curiosity in my hands. It was the box. Satisfied at this result of my efforts, I turned to depart, my one wish now being to arrive home before Mrs. Belden. Was this possible? She had several minutes the start of me. I would have to pass her on the road, and in so doing might be recognised. Was the end worth the risk? I decided that it was. Regaining the highway, I started at a brisk pace. For some little distance I kept it up, neither overtaking nor meeting any one. But suddenly, at a turn in the road, I came unexpectedly upon Mrs. Belden, standing in the middle of the path, looking back. Somewhat disconcerted, I hastened swiftly by her, expecting her to make some effort to stop me, but she let me pass without a word. Indeed, I doubt now if she even saw or heard me. Astonished at this treatment, and still more surprised that she made no attempt to follow me, I looked back, when I saw what enchained her to the spot, and made her so unmindful of my presence. The barn behind us was on fire. Instantly I realized it was the work of my hands. I had dropped a half extinguished match, and it had fallen upon some inflammable substance. Aghast at the sight, I paused in my turn and stood staring. Higher and higher the red flames mounted, brighter and brighter glowed the clouds above the stream beneath, and in the fascination of watching it all I forgot Mrs. Belden. But a short agitated gasp in my vicinity soon recalled her presence to my mind, and drawing nearer, I heard her exclaim like a person speaking in a dream, "Well, I didn't mean to do it." Then lower, and with a certain satisfaction in her tone, "But it's all right, anyway. The thing is lost now for good, and Mary will be satisfied without any one being to blame." I did not linger to hear more. If this was the conclusion she had come to, she would not wait there long, especially as the sound of distant shouts and running feet announced that the crowd of village boys was on its way to the scene of the conflagration. The first thing I did upon my arrival at the house was to assure myself that no evil effects had followed my inconsiderate desertion of it to the mercies of the tramp she had taken in. The next, to retire to my room and take a peep at the box. I found it to be a neat tin coffer fastened with a lock. Satisfied from its weight that it contained nothing heavier than the papers of which Mrs. Belden had spoken, I hid it under the bed and returned to the sitting room. I had barely taken a seat and lifted a book when Mrs. Belden came in. "Well," cried she, taking off her bonnet and revealing a face much flushed with exercise, but greatly relieved in expression, "this is a night. It lightens, and there is a fire somewhere down street, and altogether it is perfectly dreadful out. I hope you have not been lonesome," she continued, with a keen searching of my face, which I bore in the best way I could. "I had an errand to attend to, but didn't expect to stay so long." I returned some nonchalant reply, and she hastened from the room to fasten up the house. I waited, but she did not come back. Fearful, perhaps, of betraying herself, she had retired to her own apartment, leaving me to take care of myself as best I might. I own that I was rather relieved at this. The fact is, I did not feel equal to any more excitement that night, and was glad to put off further action until the next day. As soon then as the storm was over, I myself went to bed, and, after several ineffectual efforts, succeeded in getting asleep. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of the Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. The Missing Witness. I fled and cried out death. Milton. "Mr. Raymond!" The voice was low and searching. It reached me in my dreams, waked me, and caused me to look up. Morning had begun to break, and by its light I saw, standing in the open door leading into the dining room, the forlorn figure of the tramp who had been admitted into the house the night before. Angry and perplexed, I was about to bid her begone, when, to my great surprise, she pulled out a red handkerchief from her pocket, and I recognized Q. "Read that," said he, hastily advancing and putting a slip of paper into my hand, and without another word or look left the room, closing the door behind him. Rising in considerable agitation, I took it to the window, and by the rapidly increasing light succeeded in making out the rudely scrawled lines as follows: "She is here. I have seen her, in the room marked with a cross in the accompanying plan. Wait till 8 o'clock, then go up. I will contrive some means of getting Mrs. B. out of the house." Sketched below this was the following plan of the upper floor. Hannah, then, was in the small back room over the dining room, and I had not been deceived in thinking I had heard steps overhead the evening before. Greatly relieved, and yet at the same time much moved at the near prospect of being brought face to face with one who we had every reason to believe was acquainted with the dreadful secret involved in the Leavenworth murder, I lay down once more, and endeavoured to catch another hour's rest. but I soon gave up the effort in despair, and contented myself with listening to the sounds of awakening life which now began to make themselves heard in the house and neighbourhood. As Q had closed the door after him, I could only faintly hear Mrs. Belden when she came downstairs, but the short surprised exclamation which she uttered upon reaching the kitchen and finding the tramp gone and the back door wide open came plainly enough to my ears, and for a moment I was not sure but that Q had made a mistake in thus leaving so unceremoniously. But he had not studied Mrs. Belden's character in vain. As she came, in the course of her preparations for breakfast, into the room adjoining mine, I could hear her murmur to herself, "Poor thing! She has lived so long in the fields and at the roadside, she finds it unnatural to be cooped up in the house all night." The trial of that breakfast! The effort to eat and appear unconcerned, to chat and make no mistake! May I never be called upon to go through such another! But at last it was over, and I was left free to await in my own room the time for the dreaded, though much to be desired, interview. Slowly the minutes passed. 8 o'clock struck, when, just as the last vibration ceased, there came a loud knock at the back door, and a little boy burst into the kitchen, crying at the top of his voice, "Papa's got a fit! Oh, Mrs. Belden, Papa's got a fit! Do come!" Rising, as was natural, I hastened towards the kitchen, meeting Mrs. Belden's anxious face in the doorway. "A poor wood chopper down the street has fallen in a fit," she said. "Will you please watch over the house while I see what I can do for him? I won't be absent any longer than I can help." And almost without waiting for my reply, she caught up a shawl, threw it over her head, and followed the urchin, who was in a state of great excitement, out into the street. Instantly the silence of death seemed to fill the house, and a dread, the greatest I had ever experienced, settled upon me. To leave the kitchen, go up those stairs, and confront that girl seemed for the moment beyond my power; but, once on the stair, I found myself relieved from the especial dread which had overwhelmed me, and possessed instead of a sort of combative curiosity that led me to throw open the door which I saw at the top, with a certain fierceness new to my nature and not altogether suitable perhaps to the occasion. I found myself in a large bedroom, evidently the one occupied by Mrs. Belden the night before. Barely stopping to note certain evidences of her having passed a restless night, I passed on to the door leading into the room marked with the cross in the plan drawn for me by Q. It was a rough affair, made of pine boards, rudely painted. Pausing before it, I listened. All was still. Raising the latch, I endeavoured to enter. The door was locked. Pausing again, I bent my ear to the keyhole. Not a sound came from within. The grave itself could not have been stiller. Awe-struck and irresolute, I looked about me and questioned what I had best do. Suddenly I remembered that, in the plan Q had given me, I had seen intimation of another door leading into this same room from the one on the opposite side of the hall. Going hastily round to it, I tried it with my hand, but it was as fast as the other. Convinced at last that nothing was left me but force, I spoke for the first time, and calling the girl by name, commanded her to open the door. Receiving no response, I said aloud, with an accent of severity, "Hannah Chester, you are discovered. If you do not open the door, we shall be obliged to break it down. Save us the trouble, then, and open immediately." Still no reply. Going back a step, I threw my whole weight against the door. It creaked ominously, but still resisted. Stopping only long enough to be sure no movement had taken place within, I pressed against it once more, this time with all my strength, when it flew from its hinges, and I fell forward into a room so stifling, chill, and dark that I paused for a moment to collect my scattered senses before venturing to look around me. It was well I did so. In another moment the pallor and fixity of the pretty Irish face staring upon me from amidst the tumbled clothes of a bed, drawn up against the wall at my side, struck me with so death-like a chill that, had it not been for that one instant of preparation, I should have been seriously dismayed. As it was, I could not prevent a feeling of sickly apprehension from seizing me, as I turned towards the silent figure, stretched so near, and observed with what marble-like repose it lay beneath the patchwork quilt drawn across it, asking myself if sleep could be indeed so like death in its appearance, for that it was a sleeping woman I beheld I did not seriously doubt. There were too many evidences of careless life in the room for any other inference. The clothes, left just as she had stepped from them in a circle on the floor, the liberal plate of food placed in waiting for her on the chair by the door, food amongst which I recognised, even in this casual glance, the same dish which we had had for breakfast. All and everything in the room spoke of robust life and reckless belief in the morrow. And yet so white was the brow turned up to the bare beams of the unfinished wall above her, so glassy the look of the half-opened eyes, so motionless the arm lying half under, half over the edge of the coverlid, that it was impossible not to shrink from contact with a creature so sunk in unconsciousness. But contact seemed to be necessary. Any cry which I could raise at that moment would be ineffectual enough to pierce those dull ears. Nerving myself, therefore, I stooped and lifted the hand which lay with its telltale scar mockingly uppermost, intending to speak, call, do something, anything, to arouse her. But at the first touch of her hand on mine, an unspeakable horror thrilled me. It was not only icy cold, but stiff. Dropping it in my agitation, I started back and again surveyed the face. Great God! When did life ever look like that? What sleep ever wore such pallid hues, such accusing fixedness? Bending once more, I listened at the lips. Not a breath, nor a stir. Shocked to the core of my being, I made one final effort. Tearing down the clothes, I laid my hand upon her heart. It was pulseless as stone. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of the Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. Burned Paper. I could have better spared a better man. Henry IV. I do not think I called immediately for help. The awful shock of this discovery, coming as it did at the very moment life and hope were strongest within me, the sudden downfall which it brought of all the plans based upon this woman's expected testimony, and worst of all, the dread coincidence between this sudden death and the exigency in which the guilty party, whoever it was supposed to be at that hour, were much too appalling for instant action. I could only stand and stare at the quiet face before me, smiling in its peaceful rest as if death were pleasanter than we think, and marvel over the providence which had brought us renewed fear instead of relief, complication instead of enlightenment, disappointment instead of realization. For eloquent as is death, even on the faces of those unknown and unloved by us, the causes and consequences of this one were much too important to allow the mind to dwell upon the pathos of the scene itself. Hannah the girl was lost in Hannah the witness. But gradually, as I gazed, the look of expectation which I perceived hovering about the wistful mouth and half-open lids attracted me, and I bent above her with a more personal interest, asking myself if she were quite dead, and whether or not immediate medical assistance would be of any avail. But the more closely I looked, the more certain I became that she had been dead for some hours, and the dismay occasioned by this thought, taken with the regrets which I must ever feel that I had not adopted the bold course the evening before, and by forcing my way to the hiding place of this poor creature, interrupted, if not prevented, the consummation of her fate, startled me into a realization of my present situation, and leaving her side, I went into the next room, threw up the window, and fastened to the blind the red handkerchief which I had taken the precaution to bring with me. Instantly a young man, whom I was fain to believe Q, though he bore not the least resemblance either in dress or facial expression to any renderings of that youth which I had yet seen, emerged from the tinsmith's house, and approached the one I was in. Observing him cast a hurried glance in my direction, I crossed the floor, and stood awaiting him at the head of the stairs.
"Well," he whispered upon entering the house and meeting my glance from below, "have you seen her?"
"Yes," I returned bitterly, "I have seen her."
He hurriedly mounted to my side. "And has she confessed?"
"No, I have had no talk with her." Then, as I perceived him growing alarmed at my voice and manner, I drew him into Mrs. Belden's room and hastily enquired: "What did you mean this morning when you informed me you had seen this girl, that she was in a certain room where I might find her?"
"What I said."
"You have then been to her room?"
"No, I have only been on the outside of it. Seeing a light, I crawled up on to the ledge of the slanting roof last night, while both you and Mrs. Belden were out, and looking through the window, saw her moving round the room."
He must have observed my countenance change, for he stopped.
"What is to pay?" he cried.
I could restrain myself no longer. "Come," I said, "and see for yourself." And leading him to the little room I had just left, I pointed to the silent form lying within. "You told me I should find Hannah here, but you did not tell me I should find her in this condition."
"Great Heaven!" he cried with a start. "Not dead?"
"Yes," I said, "dead." It seemed as if he could not realize it.
"But it is impossible," he returned. "She is in heavy sleep, has taken a narcotic."
"It is not sleep," I said, "or if it is, she will never wake. Look!" And taking the hand once more in mine, I let it fall in its stone weight upon the bed. The sight seemed to convince him. Calming down, he stood gazing at her with a very strange expression upon his face. Suddenly he moved and began quietly turning over the clothes that were lying on the floor. "What are you doing?" I asked. "What are you looking for?"
"I am looking for the bit of paper from which I saw her take what I suppose to be a dose of medicine last night. Ah, here it is!" he cried, lifting a morsel of paper that, lying on the floor under the edge of the bed, had hitherto escaped his notice. "Let me see,"
I anxiously exclaimed. He handed me the paper, on the inner surface of which I could dimly discern the traces of an impalpable white powder. "This is important," I declared, carefully folding the paper together. "If there is enough of this powder remaining to show that the contents of this paper were poisonous, the manner and means of the girl's death are accounted for, and a case of deliberate suicide made evident."
"I am not so sure of that," he retorted. "If I am any judge of countenances, and I rather flatter myself I am, this girl had no more idea she was taking poison than I had. She looked not only bright but gay, and when she tipped up the paper, a smile of almost silly triumph crossed her face. If Mrs. Belden gave her that dose to take, telling her it was medicine—"
"That is something which yet remains to be learned. Also, whether the dose, as you call it, was poisonous or not. It may be she died of heart disease." He simply shrugged his shoulders, and pointed first at the plate of breakfast left on the chair, and secondly at the broken down door. "Yes," I said, answering his look. "Mrs. Belden has been in here this morning, and Mrs. Belden locked the door when she went out. But that proves nothing beyond her belief in the girl's hearty condition."
"A belief which that white face on its tumbled pillow did not seem to shake."
"Perhaps in her haste she may not have looked at the girl, but have set the dishes down without more than a casual glance in her direction."
"I don't want to suspect anything wrong, but it is such a coincidence."
This was touching me on a sore point, and I stepped back. "Well," said I, "there is no use in our standing here busying ourselves with conjectures. There is too much to be done. Come." And I moved hurriedly towards the door.
"What are you going to do?" he asked. "Have you forgotten this is but an episode in the one great mystery we are sent here to unravel? If this girl has come to her death by some foul play, it is our business to find it out."
"That must be left for the coroner. It has now passed out of our hands."
"I know, but we can at least take full note of the room and everything in it before throwing the affair into the hands of strangers. Mr. Gryce will expect that much of us, I am sure."
"I have looked at the room. The whole is photographed on my mind. I am only afraid I can never forget it."
"And the body? Have you noticed its position? The lay of the bedclothes around it?
the lack there is of all signs of struggle or fear, the repose of the countenance, the easy fall of the hands. Yes, yes, don't make me look at it any more. Then the clothes hanging on the wall," rapidly pointing out each object as he spoke. "Do you see? A calico dress, a shawl, not the one in which she was believed to have run away, but an old black one, probably belonging to Mrs. Belden. Then this chest," opening it, "containing a few underclothes, marked, let us see, with the name of the lady of the house, but smaller than any she ever wore, made for Hannah, you observe, and marked with her own name to prevent suspicion. And then these other clothes lying on the floor, all new, all marked in the same way. And then this. Hello, look here!" he suddenly cried. Going over to where he stood, I stooped down, when a wash bowl, half full of burned paper, met my eye. "I saw her bending over something in this corner, and could not think what it was. Can it be she is a suicide after all? She has evidently destroyed something here which she didn't wish any one to see." "I do not know," I said. "I could almost hope so." "Not a scrap, not a morsel left to show what it was. How unfortunate!" "Mrs. Belden must solve this riddle," I cried. "Mrs. Belden must solve the whole riddle," he replied. "The secret of the Leavenworth murder hangs upon it." Then, with a lingering look towards the mass of burned paper, "Who knows but what that was a confession?" The conjecture seemed only too probable. "Whatever it was," said I, "it is now ashes, and we have got to accept the fact and make the best of it." "Yes," he said with a deep sigh, "that's so; but Mr. Gryce will never forgive me for it, never. He will say I ought to have known it was a suspicious circumstance for her to take a dose of medicine at the very moment detection stood at her back." "But she did not know that. She did not see you." "We don't know what she saw, nor what Mrs. Belden saw. Women are a mystery, and though I flatter myself that ordinarily I am a match for the keenest bit of female flesh that ever walked, I must say that in this case I feel myself thoroughly and shamefully worsted." "Well, well," I said, "the end has not come yet. Who knows what a talk with Mrs. Belden will bring out? And by the way, she will be coming back soon, and I must be ready to meet her. Everything depends upon finding out, if I can, whether she is aware of this tragedy or not. It is just possible she knows nothing about it." And hurrying him from the room, I pulled the door to behind me, and led the way downstairs. "Now," said I, "there is one thing you must attend to at once. A telegram must be sent to Mr. Gryce acquainting him with this unlooked for occurrence." "All right, sir," and Q started for the door. "Wait one moment," said I. "I may not have another opportunity to mention it. Mrs. Belden received 2 letters from the postmaster yesterday, one in a large and one in a small envelope. If you could find out where they were postmarked." Q put his hand in his pocket. "I think I will not have to go too far to find out where one of them came from. Oh, good George, I have lost it!" And before I knew it, he had returned upstairs. That moment I heard the gate click. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of the Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. Thereby hangs a tale. Taming of the Shrew.
"It was all a hoax. Nobody was ill. I have been imposed upon, meanly imposed upon."
And Mrs. Belden, flushed and panting, entered the room where I was, and proceeded to take off her bonnet, but whilst doing so paused, and suddenly exclaimed,
"What is the matter? How you look at me! Has anything happened?"
"Something very serious has occurred," I replied. "You have been gone but a little while, but in that time a discovery has been made." I purposely paused here, that the suspense might elicit from her some betrayal. But though she turned pale, she manifested less emotion than I expected, and I went on, "which is likely to produce very important consequences." To my surprise, she burst violently into tears.
"I knew it! I knew it!" she murmured. "I always said it would be impossible to keep it secret if I let anybody into the house. She is so restless. But I forget," she suddenly said, with a frightened look. "You haven't told me what the discovery was. Perhaps it isn't what I thought. Perhaps—"
I did not hesitate to interrupt her. "Mrs. Belden," I said, "I shall not try to mitigate the blow. A woman who, in the face of the most urgent call from law and justice, can receive into her house and harbor there a witness of such importance as Hannah, cannot stand in need of any great preparation for hearing that her efforts have been too successful, that she has accomplished her design of suppressing valuable testimony, that law and justice are outraged, and that the innocent woman whom this girl's evidence might have saved stands for ever compromised in the eyes of the world, if not in those of the officers of the law." Her eyes, which had never left me during this address, flashed wide with dismay.
"What do you mean?" she cried. "I have intended no wrong. I have only tried to save people. But who are you? What have you got to do with all this? What is it to you what I do or don't do? You said you were a lawyer. Can it be you are come from Mary Leavenworth to see how I am fulfilling her commands, and—"
"Mrs. Belden," I said, "it is of small importance now as to who I am, or for what purpose I am here. But that my words may have the more effect, I will say that, whereas I have not deceived you, either as to my name or position, it is true that I am the friend of the Misses Leavenworth, and that anything which is likely to affect them is of interest to me. When, therefore, I say that Eleanore Leavenworth is irretrievably injured by this girl's death—"
"Death? What do you mean, death?"
The burst was too natural, the tone too horror stricken, for me to doubt for another moment as to this woman's ignorance of the true state of affairs. "Yes," I repeated, "the girl you have been hiding so long and so well is now beyond your control. Only her dead body remains, Mrs. Belden." I shall never lose from my ears the shriek which she uttered, nor the wild "I don't believe it! I don't believe it!" with which she dashed from the room and rushed upstairs. Nor that after scene, when, in the presence of the dead, she stood wringing her hands and protesting, amid sobs of the sincerest grief and terror, that she knew nothing of it, that she had left the girl in the best of spirits the night before, that it was true she had locked her in, but this she always did when any one was in the house, and that if she died of any sudden attack it must have been quietly, for she had heard no stir all night, though she had listened more than once, being naturally anxious lest the girl should make some disturbance that would arouse me. "But you were in here this morning," said I.
"Yes, but I didn't notice. I was in a hurry, and thought she was asleep, so I set the things down where she could get them, and came right away, locking the door as usual."
"It is strange she should have died this night of all others. Was she ill yesterday?"
"No, sir. She was even brighter than common, more lively. I never thought of her being sick, then or ever. If I had—"
"You never thought of her being sick?" a voice interrupted. "Why, then, did you take such pains to give her a dose of medicine last night?" And Q entered from the room beyond.
"I didn't,"
she protested, evidently under the supposition it was I who had spoken.
"Did I, Hannah? Did I, poor girl?"
stroking the hand that lay in hers with what appeared to be genuine sorrow and regret.
"How came she by it, then? Where did she get it, if you didn't give it to her?"
This time she seemed to be aware that some one besides myself was talking to her, for hurriedly rising she looked at the man with a wondering stare before replying.
"I don't know who you are, sir, but I can tell you this. The girl had no medicine, took no dose. She wasn't sick last night that I know of."
"Yet I saw her swallow a powder."
"Saw her? The world is crazy, or I am. You saw her swallow a powder? How could you see her do that, or anything else? Hasn't she been shut up in this room for 24 hours?"
"Yes, but with a window like that in the roof, it isn't so very difficult to see into the room, madam."
"Oh,"
she cried, shrinking.
"I have a spy in the house, have I? But I deserve it. I kept her imprisoned in 4 close walls, and never came to look at her once all night. I don't complain. But what was it you say you saw her take? Medicine? Poison?"
"I didn't say poison."
But you meant it. You think she has poisoned herself, and that I had a hand in it?"
"No," I hastened to remark. "He does not think you had a hand in it. He says he saw the girl herself swallow something, which he believes to have been the occasion of her death, and only asks you now where she obtained it."
"How can I tell? I never gave her anything. Didn't know she had anything."
Somehow I believed her, and so felt unwilling to prolong the present interview, especially as each moment delayed the action which I felt it incumbent upon us to take. So, motioning Q to depart upon his errand, I took Mrs. Belden by the hand and endeavored to lead her from the room. But she resisted, sitting down by the side of the bed with the expression, "I will not leave her again. Do not ask it. Here is my place, and here I will stay." While Q, obdurate for the first time, stood staring severely upon us both, and would not move, though I urged him again to make haste, saying that the morning was slipping away, and that the telegram to Mr. Gryce ought to be sent.
"Till that woman leaves the room, I don't, and unless you promise to take my place in watching her, I don't quit the house."
Astonished, I left her side and crossed to him. "You carry your suspicions too far," I whispered, "and I think you are too rude. We have seen nothing, I am sure, to warrant us in any such action. Besides, she can do no harm here. Though, as for watching her, I promise to do that much if it will relieve your mind."
"I don't want her watched here. Take her below. I cannot leave while she remains."
"Are you not assuming a trifle the master?"
"Perhaps. I don't know. If I am, it is because I have something in my possession which excuses my conduct."
"What is that? The letter?"
"Yes."
Agitated now in my turn, I held out my hand. "Let me see," I said.
"Not while that woman remains in the room."
Seeing him implacable, I returned to Mrs. Belden. "I must entreat you to come with me," said I. "This is not a common death. We shall be obliged to have the coroner here and others. You had better leave the room and go below."
"I don't mind the coroner. He is a neighbor of mine. His coming won't prevent my watching over the poor girl until he arrives."
"Mrs. Belden," I said, "your position as the only one conscious of the presence of this girl in your house makes it wiser for you not to invite suspicion by lingering any longer than is necessary in the room where her dead body lies."
"As if my neglect of her now were the best surety of my good intentions towards her in time past."
"It will not be neglect for you to go below with me at my earnest request. You can do no good here by staying, will in fact be doing harm. So listen to me, or I shall be obliged to leave you in charge of this man and go myself to inform the authorities." This last argument seemed to affect her, for with one look of shuddering abhorrence at Q, she rose, saying,
"You have me in your power,"
and then without another word threw her handkerchief over the girl's face and left the room. In 2 minutes more I had the letter of which Q had spoken in my hands.
"It is the only one I could find, sir. It was in the pocket of the dress Mrs. Belden had on last night. The other must be lying around somewhere, but I haven't had time to find it. This will do, though, I think. You will not ask for the other."
Scarcely noticing at the time with what deep significance he spoke, I opened the letter. It was the smaller of the two I had seen her draw under her shawl the day before at the post office, and read as follows: "Dear, dear friend, I am in awful trouble. You who love me must know it. I cannot explain. I can only make one prayer. Destroy what you have, to-day, instantly, without question or hesitation. The consent of any one else has nothing to do with it. You must obey. I am lost if you refuse. Do then what I ask, and save one who loves you." It was addressed to Mrs. Belden. There was no signature or date, only the postmark, New York. But I knew the handwriting. It was Mary Leavenworth's.
"A damning letter,"
came in the dry tones which Q seemed to think fit to adopt on this occasion,
"and a damning bit of evidence against the one who wrote it and the woman who received it."
"A terrible piece of evidence indeed," said I, "if I did not happen to know that this letter refers to the destruction of something radically different from what you suspect. It alludes to some papers in Mrs. Belden's charge, nothing else."
"Are you sure, sir?"
"Quite, but we will talk of this hereafter. It is time you sent your telegram and went for the coroner." "Very well, sir." And with this we parted, he to perform his rôle, and I mine. I found Mrs. Belden walking the floor below, bewailing her situation, and uttering wild sentences as to what the neighbours would say of her, what the minister would think, what Clara, whoever that was, would do, and how she wished she had died before ever she had meddled with the affair. Succeeding in calming her after a while, I induced her to sit down and listen to what I had to say. "You will only injure yourself by this display of feeling," I remarked, "besides unfitting yourself for what you will presently be called upon to go through." And, laying myself out to comfort the unhappy woman, I first explained the necessities of the case, and next inquired if she had no friend upon whom she could call in this emergency. To my great surprise, she replied no; that while she had kind neighbours and good friends, there was no one upon whom she could call in a case like this, either for assistance or sympathy, and that unless I would take pity on her, she would have to meet it alone.
"As I have met everything," she said, "from Mr. Belden's death to the loss of most of my little savings in a town fire last year."
I was touched by this. That she, who, in spite of her weakness and inconsistencies of character, possessed at least the one virtue of sympathy with her kind, should feel any lack of friends. Unhesitatingly I offered to do what I could for her, providing she would treat me with the perfect frankness which the case demanded. To my great relief, she expressed not only her willingness, but a strong desire to tell all she knew.
"I have had enough secrecy for my whole life," she said.
And indeed I do believe she was so thoroughly frightened, that if a police officer had come to the house and asked her to reveal secrets compromising the good name of her own son, she would have done so without cavil or question.
"I feel as if I wanted to take my stand out on the common, and in the face of the whole world declare what I have done for Mary Leavenworth. But first," she whispered, "tell me, for God's sake, how those girls are situated. I have not dared to ask or write. The papers say a good deal about Eleanor, but nothing about Mary, and yet Mary writes of her own peril only, and of the danger she would be in if certain facts were known. What is the truth? I don't want to injure them, only to take care of myself."
"Mrs. Belden," I said, "Eleanor Leavenworth has got into her present difficulty by not telling all that was required of her. Mary Leavenworth but I cannot speak of her till I know what you have to divulge. Her position, as well as that of her cousin, is too anomalous for either you or me to discuss. What we want to learn from you is, how you became connected with this affair, and what it was that Hannah knew, which caused her to leave New York and take refuge here." But Mrs. Belden, clasping and unclasping her hands, met my gaze with one full of the most apprehensive doubt.
"You will never believe me," she cried, "but I don't know what Hannah knew. I am in utter ignorance of what she saw or heard on that fatal night. She never told, and I never asked. She merely said that Miss Leavenworth wished me to secrete her for a short time, and I, because I loved Mary Leavenworth and admired her beyond any one I ever saw, weakly consented, and—"
"Do you mean to say," I interrupted, "that after you knew of the murder, you, at the mere expression of Miss Leavenworth's wishes, continued to keep this girl concealed without asking her any questions or demanding any explanations?"
"Yes, sir. You will never believe me, but it is so. I thought that, since Mary had sent her here, she must have her reasons, and I cannot explain it now, it all looks so differently, but I did do as I have said."
"But that was a very strange conduct. You must have had strong reason for obeying Mary Leavenworth so blindly."
"Oh, sir," she gasped, "I thought I understood it all, that Mary, the bright young creature who had stooped from her lofty position to make use of me and to love me, was in some way linked to the criminal, and that it would be better for me to remain in ignorance, do as I was bid, and trust all would come right. I did not reason about it, I only followed my impulse. I couldn't do otherwise, it isn't my nature. When I am requested to do anything for a person I love, I cannot refuse."
"And you love Mary Leavenworth, a woman whom you yourself seem to consider capable of a great crime?"
"Oh, I didn't say that. I don't know as I thought that. She might be in some way connected with it without being the actual perpetrator. She could never be that. She is too dainty."
"Mrs. Belden," I said, "what do you know of Mary Leavenworth which makes even that supposition possible?" The white face of the woman before me flushed.
"I scarcely know what to reply," she cried. "It is a long story, and—"
"Never mind the long story," I interrupted. "Let me hear the one vital reason."
"Well," said she, "it is this, that Mary was in an emergency from which nothing but her uncle's death could release her."
"Ah, how's that?" But here we were interrupted by the sound of steps on the porch, and, looking out, I saw Q entering the house alone. Leaving Mrs. Belden where she was, I stepped into the hall. "Well," said I, "what is the matter? Haven't you found the coroner? Isn't he at home?"
"No, gone away, off in a buggy to look after a man that was found some 10 miles from here, lying in a ditch beside a yoke of oxen."
Then, as he saw my look of relief, for I was glad of this temporary delay, said with an expressive wink,
"It would take a fellow a long time to go to him, if he wasn't in a hurry. Hours, I think."
"Indeed," I returned, amused at his manner. "Rough road?"
"Very. No horse I could get could travel it faster than a walk."
"Well," said I, "so much the better for us. Mrs. Belden has a long story to tell, and—"
"Doesn't wish to be interrupted, I understand."
I nodded, and he turned towards the door. "Have you telegraphed Mr. Gryce?" I asked.
"Yes, sir."
"Do you think he will come?"
"Yes, sir, if he has to hobble on 2 sticks."
"At what time do you look for him?"
"You will look for him as early as 3 o'clock. I shall be among the mountains, ruefully eyeing my broken down team."
And leisurely donning his hat, he strolled away down the street like one who has the whole day on his hands and does not know what to do with it. An opportunity being thus given for Mrs. Belden's story, she at once composed herself to the task, with the following result. Chapter 32. Of the Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. Mrs. Belden's Narrative. Cursed, destructive avarice, thou everlasting foe to love and honour. Traps Atram. Mischief never thrives without the help of woman. The same.
It will be a year next July since I first saw Mary Leavenworth. I was living at that time a most monotonous existence, loving what was beautiful, hating what was sordid, drawn by nature towards all that was romantic and uncommon, but doomed by my straitened position and the loneliness of my widowhood to spend my days in the weary round of plain sewing. I had begun to think that the shadow of a humdrum old age was settling down upon me, when one morning, in the full tide of my dissatisfaction, Mary Leavenworth stepped across the threshold of my door, and with one smile changed the whole tenor of my life. This may seem exaggeration to you, especially when I say that her errand was simply one of business, she having heard I was handy with my needle, but if you could have seen her as she appeared that day, marked the look with which she approached me, and the smile with which she left, you would pardon the folly of a romantic old woman who beheld a fairy queen in this lovely young lady. The fact is, I was dazzled by her beauty and her charms, and when a few days after she came again, and crouching down on the stool at my feet, said she was so tired of the gossip and tumult down at the hotel that it was a relief to run away and hide with someone who would let her act like the child she was, I experienced for the moment, I believe, the truest happiness of my life. Meeting her advances with all the warmth her manner invited, I found her ere long listening eagerly while I told her, almost without my own volition, the story of my past life in the form of an amusing allegory. The next day saw her in the same place, and the next, always with the eager, laughing eyes and the fluttering, uneasy hands that grasped everything they touched and broke everything they grasped. but the 4th day she was not there, nor the 5th, nor the 6th, and I was beginning to feel the old shadow settling back upon me, when one night, just as the dusk of twilight was merging into the evening gloom, she came stealing in at the front door, and creeping up to my side, put her hands over my eyes, with such a low ringing laugh that I started. "You don't know what to make of me," she cried, throwing aside her cloak, and revealing herself in the full splendour of evening attire. "I don't know what to make of myself. Though it seems folly, I felt that I must run away and tell some one that a certain pair of eyes have been looking into mine, and that for the first time in my life I feel myself a woman as well as a queen." And with a glance in which coyness struggled with pride, she gathered up her cloak around her, and laughingly cried, "Have you had a visit from a flying sprite? Has one little ray of moonlight found its way into your prison for a wee moment, with Mary's laugh, and Mary's snowy silk and flashing diamonds? Say!" And she patted my cheek, and smiled so bewilderingly that even now, with all the dull horror of these after events crowding upon me, I cannot but feel something like tears spring to my eyes at the thought of it. "And so the prince has come for you," I whispered, alluding to a story I had told her the last time she had visited me, a story in which a girl who had waited all her life in rags and degradation for the lordly knight who was to raise her from a hovel to a throne, died just as her one lover, an honest peasant lad whom she had discarded in her pride, arrived at her door with the fortune he had spent all his days in amassing for her sake. But at this she flushed, and drew back towards the door. "I don't know, I'm afraid not. I don't think anything about that. Princes are not so easily won," she murmured. "What, are you going?" I said, "and alone? Let me accompany you." But she only shook her fairy head, and replied, "No, no, that would be spoiling the romance. Indeed, I have come upon you like a sprite, and like a sprite I will go." And flashing like the moonbeam she was, she glided out into the night, and floated away down the street. When she next came, I observed a feverish excitement in her manner, which assured me, even plainer than the coy sweetness displayed in our last interview, that her heart had been touched by her lover's attentions. Indeed, she hinted as much before she left, saying in a melancholy tone, when I had ended my story in the usual happy way, with kisses and marriage, "I shall never marry," finishing the exclamation with a long-drawn sigh that somehow emboldened me to say, perhaps because I knew she had no mother, "And why? What reason can there be for such rosy lips saying their possessor will never marry?" She gave me one quick look, and then dropped her eyes. I feared I had offended her, and was feeling very humble, when she suddenly replied in an even but low tone, "I said I should never marry, because the one man who pleases me can never be my husband." All the hidden romance in my nature started at once into life. "Why not? What do you mean? Tell me." "There is nothing to tell," said she, "only I have been so weak as to," she would not say fall in love, she was a proud woman, "admire a man whom my uncle will never allow me to marry." And she rose as if to go, but I drew her back. "Whom your uncle will not allow you to marry?" I repeated. "Why? Because he is poor?" "No. Uncle loves money, but not to such an extent as that. Besides, Mr. Clavering is not poor. He is the owner of a beautiful place in his own country." "Own country?" I interrupted. "Is he not an American?" "No," she returned, "he is an Englishman." I did not see why she need say that in just the way she did, but, supposing she was aggravated by some secret memory, went on to inquire, "Then what difficulty can there be? Isn't he—" I was going to say steady, but refrained. "He is an Englishman," she emphasized, in the same bitter tone as before. "In saying that, I say it all. Uncle will never let me marry an Englishman." I looked at her in amazement. Such a puerile reason as this had never entered my mind. "He has an absolute mania on the subject," resumed she. "I might as well ask him to allow me to drown myself as to marry an Englishman." A woman of truer judgment than myself would have said, then if that is so, why not discard from your breast all thought of him? Why dance with him and talk to him, and let your admiration develop into love? But I was all romance then, and angry at a prejudice I could neither understand nor appreciate, I said, but that is mere tyranny. Why should he hate the English so? And why, if he does, should you feel yourself obliged to gratify him in a whim so unreasonable? Why, shall I tell you, auntie? She said, flushing and looking away. Yes, I returned, tell me everything. Well then, if you want to know the worst of me, as you already know the best, I hate to incur my uncle's displeasure because I have always been brought up to regard myself as his heiress, and I know that if I were to marry contrary to his wishes, he would instantly change his mind and leave me penniless. But, I cried, my romance a little dampened by this admission, you tell me Mr. Clavering has enough to live upon, so you would not want, and if you love— Her violet eyes fairly flashed in her amazement. You don't understand, she said. Mr. Clavering is not poor, but uncle is rich. I shall be a queen. There she paused, trembling, and falling on my breast. Oh, it sounds mercenary, I know, but it is the fault of my bringing up. I have been taught to worship money. I would be utterly lost without it, and yet, her whole face softening with the light of another emotion, I cannot say to Henry Clavering, go, my prospects are dearer to me than you. I cannot, oh, I cannot. You love him, then, said I, determined to get at the truth of the matter if possible. She rose restlessly. Isn't that a proof of love? If you knew me, you would say it was. And turning, she took her stand before a picture that hung on the wall of my sitting room. That looks like me, she said. It was one of a pair of good photographs I possessed. Yes, I remarked, that is why I prize it. She did not seem to hear me. She was absorbed at gazing at the exquisite face before her. That is a winning face, I heard her say, sweeter than mine. I wonder if she would ever hesitate between love and money. I do not believe she would. Her own countenance growing gloomy and sad as she said so. She would think only of the happiness she would confer. She is not hard like me. Eleanor herself would love this girl. I think she had forgotten my presence, for at the mention of her cousin's name she turned quickly round with a half-suspicious look, saying lightly, my dear old Mamma Hubbard looks horrified. She did not know she had such a very unromantic little wretch for a listener, when she was telling all those wonderful stories of love slaying dragons, and living in caves, and walking over burning ploughshares as if they were tufts of spring grass. No, I said, taking her with an irresistible impulse of admiring affection into my arms. But if I had, it would have made no difference. I should still have talked about love, and of all it can do to make this weary workaday world sweet and delightful. Would you? Then you do not think me such a wretch? What could I say? I thought her the winsomest being in the world, and frankly told her so. Instantly she brightened into her very gayest self. Not that I thought then, much less do I think now, she partially cared for my good opinion, but her nature demanded admiration, and unconsciously blossomed under it, as a flower under the sunshine. And will you still let me come and tell you how bad I am? That is, if I go on being bad, as I doubtless shall to the end of the chapter. You will not turn me off? I will never turn you off. Not if I should do a dreadful thing? Not if I should run away with my lover some fine night, and leave uncle to discover how his affectionate partiality has been requited? It was lightly said and lightly meant, for she did not even wait for my reply, but its seed sank deep into our two hearts for all that, and for the next few days I spent my time in planning how I should manage, if it should ever fall to my lot to conduct to a successful issue so enthralling a piece of business as an elopement. You may imagine, then, how delighted I was when one evening Hannah, this unhappy girl, who is now lying dead under my roof, and who was occupying
the position of lady's maid to Miss Mary Leavenworth at that time, came to my door with a note from her mistress, running thus: "Have the loveliest story of the season ready for me to morrow, and let the prince be as handsome as some one you have heard of, and the princess as foolish as your little yielding pet, Mary." Which short note could only mean that she was engaged, but the next day did not bring me Mary, nor the next, nor the next, and beyond hearing that Mr. Leavenworth had returned from his trip, I received neither word nor token. 2 more days dragged by, when just as twilight set in, she came. It had been a week since I had seen her, but it might have been a year from the change I observed in her countenance and expression. I could scarcely greet her with any show of pleasure, she was so unlike her former self. "You are disappointed, are you not?" said she, looking at me. "You expected revelations, whispered hopes, and all manner of sweet confidences, and you see instead a cold, bitter woman, who for the first time in your presence feels inclined to be reserved and uncommunicative." "That is because you have had more to trouble than encourage you in your love," I returned, though not without a certain shrinking caused more by her manner than words. She did not reply to this, but rose and paced the floor, coldly at first, but afterwards with a certain degree of excitement that proved to be the prelude to a change in her manner, for suddenly pausing she turned to me and said: "Mr. Clavering has left R, Mrs. Belden." "Left?" "Yes, my uncle commanded me to dismiss him, and I obeyed." The work dropped from my hands in my heartfelt disappointment. "Ah, then he knows of your engagement to Mr. Clavering?" "Yes, he had not been in the house 5 minutes before Eleanor told him." "Then she knew?" "Yes," with a half sigh. "She could hardly help it. I was foolish enough to give her the cue in my first moment of joy and weakness. I did not think of the consequences, but I might have known. She is so conscientious." "I do not call it conscientiousness to tell another's secrets," I returned. "That is because you are not Eleanor." Not having a reply for this, I said: "And so your uncle did not regard your engagement with favour?" "Favour? Did I not tell you he would never allow me to marry an Englishman? He said he would sooner see me buried." "And you yielded? Made no struggle? Let the hard, cruel man have his way?" She was walking off to look again at that picture which had attracted her attention the time before, but at this word gave me one little sidelong look that was inexpressibly suggestive. "I obeyed him when he commanded, if that is what you mean." "And dismissed Mr. Clavering after having given him your word of honor to be his wife?" "Why not, when I found I could not keep my word?" "Then you have decided not to marry him?" She did not reply at once, but lifted her face mechanically to the picture. "My uncle would tell you that I had decided to be governed wholly by his wishes," she responded at last with what I felt was self-scornful bitterness. Greatly disappointed, I burst into tears. "Oh, Mary!" I cried. "Oh, Mary!" and instantly blushed, startled that I had called her by her first name. But she did not appear to notice. "Have you any complaint to make?" she asked. "Is it not my manifest duty to be governed by my uncle's wishes? Has he not brought me up from childhood, lavished every luxury upon me, made me all I am, even to the love of riches which he has instilled into my soul with every gift he has thrown into my lap, every word he has dropped into my ear, since I was old enough to know what riches meant? Is it for me to now turn my back upon fostering care so wise, beneficent, and free, just because a man whom I have known some 2 weeks chances to offer me in exchange what he pleases to call his love?" "But," I feebly essayed, convinced perhaps by the tone of sarcasm in which this was uttered that she was not far from my way of thinking after all, "if in 2 weeks you have learned to love this man more than everything else, even the riches which make your uncle's favour a thing of such moment—" "Well," said she, "what then?" "Why, then I would say, secure your happiness with the man of your choice.
if you have to marry him in secret, trusting to your influence over your uncle to win the forgiveness he never can persistently deny." You should have seen the arch expression which stole across her face at that. "Would it not be better," she asked, creeping to my arms and laying her head on my shoulder, "would it not be better for me to make sure of that uncle's favour first, before undertaking the hazardous experiment of running away with a too ardent lover?" Struck by her manner, I lifted her face and looked at it. It was one amused smile. "Oh, my darling," said I, "you have not then dismissed Mr. Clavering?" "I have sent him away," she whispered demurely. "But not without hope." She burst into a ringing laugh. "Oh, you dear old Mamma Hubbard, what a matchmaker you are, to be sure! You appear as much interested as if you were the lover yourself." "But tell me," I urged. In a moment her serious mood returned. "He will wait for me," said she. The next day I submitted to her the plan I had formed for the clandestine intercourse with Mr. Clavering. It was for them both to assume names, she taking mine, as one less liable to provoke conjecture than a strange name, and he that of Leroy Robbins. The plan pleased her, and with the slight modification of a secret sign being used on the envelope to distinguish her letters from mine, was at once adopted. And so it was I took the fatal step that has involved me in all this trouble. With the gift of my name to this young girl, to use as she would and sign what she would, I seemed to part with what was left me of judgment and discretion. Henceforth I was only her scheming, planning, devoted slave, now copying the letters which she brought me, and enclosing them to the false name we had agreed upon, and now busying myself in devising ways to forward to her those which I had received from him without risk of discovery. Hannah was the medium we employed, as Mary felt it would not be wise for her to come too often to my house. To this girl's charge, then, I gave such notes as I could not forward in any other way, secure in the reticence of her nature, as well as in her inability to read, that these letters addressed to Mrs. Amy Belden would arrive at their proper destination without mishap, and I believe they always did. At all events, no difficulty that I ever heard of arose out of the use of this girl as a go-between. But a change was at hand. Mr. Clavering, who had left an invalid mother in England, was suddenly summoned home. He prepared to go, but, flushed with love, distracted by doubts, smitten with the fear that, once withdrawn from the neighbourhood of a woman so universally courted as Mary, he would stand small chance of retaining his position in her regard, he wrote to her, telling his fears and asking her to marry him before he went. "Make me your husband, and I will follow your wishes in all things," he wrote. "The certainty that you are mine will make parting possible. Without it I cannot go, no, not if my mother should die without the comfort of saying good-bye to her only child." By some chance she was in my house when I brought this letter from the post office, and I shall never forget how she started when she read it. But from looking as if she had received an insult, she speedily settled down into a calm consideration of the subject, writing and delivering into my charge for copying a few lines in which she promised to accede to his request if he would agree to leave the public declaration of the marriage to her discretion, and consent to bid her farewell at the door of the church, or wherever the ceremony of marriage should take place, never to come into her presence again till such declaration had been made. Of course this brought in a couple of days the sure response, "Anything, so you will be mine." And Amy Belden's wits and powers of planning were all summoned into requisition for the second time, to devise how this matter could be arranged without subjecting the parties to the chance of detection. I found the thing very difficult. In the first place, it was essential that the marriage should come off within 3 days. Mr. Clavering having, upon the receipt of her letter, secured his passage upon a steamer that sailed on the following Saturday, and next,
Both he and Miss Leavenworth were too conspicuous in their personal appearance to make it at all possible for them to be secretly married anywhere within gossiping distance of this place. And yet it was desirable that the scene of the ceremony should not be too far away, or the time occupied in effecting the journey to and from the place would necessitate an absence from the hotel on the part of Miss Leavenworth long enough to arouse the suspicions of Eleanor, something which Mary felt it wiser to avoid. Her uncle, I had forgotten to say, was not here, having gone away again shortly after the apparent dismissal of Mr. Clavering. F then was the only town I could think of which combined the two advantages of distance and accessibility. Although upon the railroad it was an insignificant place, and had, what was better yet, a very obscure man for its clergyman, living, which was best of all, not 10 rods from the depot. If they could meet there? Making enquiries, I found it could be done, and, all alive to the romance of the occasion, proceeded to plan the details. And now I am coming to what might have caused the overthrow of the whole scheme. I allude to the detection on the part of Eleanor of the correspondence between Mary and Mr. Clavering. It happened thus. Hannah, who in her frequent visits to my house had grown very fond of my society, had come in to sit with me for a while one evening. She had not been in the house, however, more than 10 minutes before there came a knock at the front door, and going to it I saw Mary, as I supposed, from the long cloak she wore, standing before me. Thinking she had come with a letter for Mr. Clavering, I grasped her arm and drew her into the hall, saying, "Have you got it? I must post it tonight, or he will not receive it in time." There I paused, for the panting creature I had by the arm turning upon me, I saw myself confronted by a stranger. "You have made a mistake," she cried. "I am Eleanor Leavenworth, and I have come for my girl Hannah. Is she here?" I could only raise my hand in apprehension, and point to the girl sitting in the corner of the room before her. Miss Leavenworth immediately turned back. "Hannah, I want you," said she, and would have left the house without another word, but I caught her by the arm. "Oh, miss," I began, but she gave me such a look, I dropped her arm. "I have nothing to say to you," she cried, in a low, thrilling voice. "Do not detain me." And with a glance to see if Hannah were following her, she went out. For an hour I sat crouched on the stair just where she had left me. Then I went to bed, but I did not sleep a wink that night. You can imagine, then, my wonder when, with the first glow of the early morning light, Mary, looking more beautiful than ever, came running up the steps and into the room where I was, with a letter for Mr. Clavering trembling in her hand. "Oh," I cried in my joy and relief, "didn't she understand me then?" The gay look on Mary's face turned to one of reckless scorn. "If you mean Eleanor, yes. She is duly initiated, Mamma Hubbard, knows that I love Mr. Clavering and write to him. I couldn't keep it a secret after the mistake you made last evening. So I did the next best thing, told her the truth." "Not that you are about to be married?" "Certainly not. I don't believe in unnecessary communications." "And you did not find her as angry as you expected?" "I will not say that. She was angry enough. And yet," continued Mary with a burst of self-scornful penitence, "I will not call Eleanor's lofty indignation anger. She was grieved, Mamma Hubbard, grieved." And with a laugh, which I believe was rather the result of her own relief than of any wish to reflect on her cousin, she threw her head on one side and eyed me with a look which seemed to say, "Do I plague you so very much, you dear old Mamma Hubbard?" She did plague me, and I could not conceal it. "And will she not tell her uncle?" I gasped. The naive expression on Mary's face quickly changed. "No," said she. I felt a heavy hand, hot with fever, lifted from my heart. "And we can still go on?" She held out the letter for reply. The plan agreed upon between us for carrying out our intentions was this. At the time appointed, Mary was to excuse herself to her cousin upon the plea that she had promised to take me to see a friend in the next town. She was then to enter a buggy previously ordered and drive there, where I was to join her. We were then to proceed immediately to the minister's house in F,
where we had reason to believe we should find everything prepared for us. But in this plan, simple as it was, one thing was forgotten, and that was the character of Eleanor's love for her cousin. That her suspicions would be aroused we did not doubt, but that she would actually follow Mary up and demand an explanation of her conduct was what neither she, who knew her so well, nor I, who knew her so little, ever imagined possible. And yet that was just what occurred. But let me explain. Mary, who had followed out the programme to the point of leaving a little note of excuse on Eleanor's dressing table, had come to my house and was just taking off a long cloak to show me her dress, when there came a commanding knock at the front door. Hastily pulling a cloak about her, I ran to open it, intending, you may be sure, to dismiss my visitor with short ceremony, when I heard a voice behind me say, "Good heavens, it is Eleanor!" and glancing back saw Mary looking through the window blind upon the porch without. "What shall we do?" I cried, in very natural dismay. "Do? Why, open the door and let her in. I am not afraid of Eleanor." Immediately I did so, and Eleanor Leavenworth, very pale, but with resolute countenance, walked into the house and into this room, confronting Mary in very nearly the same spot where you are now sitting. "I have come," said she, lifting a face whose expression of mingled sweetness and power I could not but admire, even in that moment of apprehension, "to ask you, without any excuse for my request, if you will allow me to accompany you upon your drive this morning." Mary, who had drawn herself up to meet some word of accusation or appeal, turned carelessly away to the glass. "I am very sorry," she said, "but the buggy holds only two, and I shall be obliged to refuse." "I will order a carriage." "But I do not wish your company, Eleanor. We are off on a pleasure trip, and desire to have our fun by ourselves." "And you will not allow me to accompany you?" "I cannot prevent you going in another carriage." Eleanor's face grew yet more earnest in its expression. "Mary," said she, "we have been brought up together. I am your sister in affection, if not in blood, and I cannot see you start upon this adventure with no other companion than this woman. Then tell me, shall I go with you as a sister, or on the road behind you as the enforced guardian of your honour against your will?" "My honour?" "You are going to meet Mr. Clavering." "Well?" "20 miles from home." "Well?" "Now, is it discreet or honourable in you to do this?" Mary's haughty lip took an ominous curve. "The same hand that raised you has raised me," she cried bitterly. "This is no time to speak of that," returned Eleanor. Mary's countenance flushed. All the antagonism of her nature was aroused. She looked absolutely Juno-like in her wrath and reckless menace. "Eleanor," she cried, "I am going to marry Mr. Clavering. Now do you wish to accompany me?" "I do." Mary's whole manner changed. Leaping forward, she grasped her cousin's arm and shook it. "For what reason?" she cried. "What do you intend to do?" "To witness the marriage, if it be a true one. To step between you and shame if any element of falsehood should come in to affect its legality." Mary's hand fell from her cousin's arm. "I do not understand you," said she. "I thought you never gave countenance to what you considered wrong." "Nor do I. Any one who knows me will understand that I do not give my approval to this marriage just because I attend its ceremonial in the capacity of an unwilling witness." "Then why go?" "Because I value your honour above my own peace, because I love our common benefactor, and know that he would never pardon me if I let his darling be married, however contrary her union might be to his wishes, without lending the support of my presence to make the transaction at least a respectable one." "But in doing so you will be involved in a world of deception which you hate." "Any more so than now?" "Mr. Clavering does not return with me, Eleanor." "No, I suppose not." "I leave him immediately after the ceremony." Eleanor bowed her head. "He goes to Europe." A pause. "And I return home." "There to wait for what, Mary?" Mary's face crimsoned, and she turned slowly away. "What every other girl does under such circumstances, I suppose. The development of more reasonable feelings in an obdurate parent's heart." Eleanor sighed, and a short silence ensued, broken by Eleanor's suddenly falling upon her knees and clasping her cousin's hand.
"Oh, Mary," she sobbed, her haughtiness all disappearing in a gush of wild entreaty, "consider what you are doing. Think, before it is too late, the consequences which must follow such an act as this. Marriage founded upon deception can never lead to happiness. Love, but it is not that. Love would have led you either to have dismissed Mr. Clavering at once, or to have openly accepted the fate which her union with him would bring. Only passion stoops to subterfuge like this. And you," she continued, rising and turning towards me in a sort of forlorn hope very touching to see, "can you see this young motherless girl, driven by caprice and acknowledging no moral restraint, enter upon the dark and crooked path she is planning for herself without uttering one word of warning and appeal? Tell me, mother of children dead and buried, what excuse you will have for your own part in this day's work, when she, with her face marred by the sorrows which must follow this deception, comes to you?" "The same excuse, probably," Mary's voice broke in, chill and strained, "which you will have when uncle inquires how you came to allow such an act of disobedience to be perpetrated in his absence. That she could not help herself, that Mary could gang her own gait, and every one around must accommodate themselves to it. It was like a draught of icy air suddenly poured into a room heated up to fever point. Eleanor stiffened immediately, and drawing back pale and composed, turned upon her cousin with the remark, "Then nothing can move you?" The curling of Mary's lips was her only reply. "Mr. Raymond, I do not wish to weary you with my feelings, but the first great distrust I ever felt of my wisdom in pushing this matter so far came with that curl of Mary's lip. More plainly than Eleanor's words, it showed me the temper with which she was entering upon this undertaking, and struck with a momentary dismay, I advanced to speak, when Mary stopped me. "There now, Mamma Hubbard, don't you go and acknowledge that you are frightened, for I won't hear it. I have promised to marry Henry Clavering to day, and I am going to keep my word, if I don't love him," she added with bitter emphasis. Then, smiling upon me in a way which caused me to forget everything save the fact that she was going to her bridal, she handed me her veil to fasten. As I was doing this, with very trembling fingers, she said, looking straight at Eleanor, "You have shown yourself more interested in my fate than I had any reason to expect. Will you continue to display this concern all the way to F, or may I hope for a few moments of peace in which to dream upon the step which, according to you, is about to hurl upon me such dreadful consequences?" "If I go with you to F," Eleanor returned, "it is as a witness, no more. My sisterly duty is done." "Very well, then," Mary said, dimpling with sudden gaiety. "I suppose I shall have to accept the situation. Mamma Hubbard, I am so sorry to disappoint you, but the buggy won't hold 3. If you are good, you shall be the first to congratulate me when I come home to night." And almost before I knew it, the two had taken their seats in the buggy that was waiting at the door. "Good bye," cried Mary, waving her hand from the back. "Wish me much joy of my ride." I tried to do so, but the words wouldn't come. I could only wave my hand in response, and rush sobbing into the house. Of that day, and its long hours of alternate remorse and anxiety, I cannot trust myself to speak. Let me come at once to the time when, seated alone in my lamp-lighted room, I waited and watched for the token of their return which Mary had promised me. It came in the shape of Mary herself, who, wrapped in a long cloak, and with her beautiful face aglow with blushes, came stealing into the house just as I was beginning to despair. A strain of wild music from the hotel porch, where they were having a dance, entered with her, producing such a weird effect upon my fancy that I was not at all surprised, when, in flinging off her cloak, she displayed garments of bridal white, and a head crowned with snowy roses. "Oh, Mary!" I cried, bursting into tears. "You are, then, Mrs. Henry Clavering, at your service. I'm a bride, auntie." "Without a bridle," I murmured, taking her passionately into my embrace. She was not insensible to my emotion. Nestling close to me, she gave herself up for one wild moment to a genuine burst of tears, saying between her sobs all manner of tender things,
telling me how she loved me, and how I was the only one in all the world to whom she dared come on this, her wedding night, for comfort or congratulation, and how frightened she felt now it was all over, as if with her name she had parted with something of inestimable value. And does not the thought of having made some one the proudest of men solace you? I asked, more than dismayed at this failure of mine to make these lovers happy. I don't know, she sobbed. What satisfaction can it be for him to feel himself tied for life to a girl who, sooner than lose a prospective fortune, subjected him to such a parting? Tell me about it, said I. But she was not in the mood at that moment. The excitement of the day had been too much for her. 1,000 fears seemed to beset her mind. Crouching down on the stool at my feet, she sat with her hands folded and a glare on her face that lent an aspect of strange unreality to her brilliant attire. How shall I keep it secret? The thought haunts me every moment. How can I keep it secret? Why, is there any danger of its being known? I inquired. Were you seen or followed? No, she murmured. It all went off well, but where is the danger then? I cannot say, but some deeds are like ghosts. They will not be laid. They reappear, they gibber, they make themselves known whether we will or not. I did not think of this before. I was mad, reckless, what you will, but ever since the night has come I have felt it crushing upon me like a pall that smothers life and youth and love out of my heart. While the sunlight remained I could endure it, but now, oh, Auntie, I have done something that will keep me in constant fear. I have allied myself to a living apprehension. I have destroyed my happiness. I was too aghast to speak. For 2 hours I've played at being gay. Dressed in my bridal white and crowned with roses, I've greeted my friends as if they were wedding guests, and made believe to myself that all the compliments bestowed upon me, and they were only too numerous, were just so many congratulations upon my marriage. But it was no use. Eleanor knew it was no use. She has gone to her room to pray, while I have come here for the first time, perhaps for the last, to fall at someone's feet and cry, God have mercy upon me. I looked at her in uncontrollable emotion. Oh, Mary, have I only succeeded then in making you miserable? She did not answer. She was engaged in picking up the crown of roses which had fallen from her hair to the floor. If I had not been taught to love money so, she said at length, if, like Eleanor, I could look upon the splendour which has been ours from childhood as a mere accessory of life, easy to be dropped at the call of duty or affection, if prestige, adulation, and elegant belongings were not so much to me, or love, friendship, and domestic happiness more, if only I could walk a step without dragging the chain of 1,000 luxurious longings after me. Eleanor can, imperious as she often is in her beautiful womanhood, haughty as she can be when the delicate quick of her personality is touched too rudely. I have known her to sit by the hour in a low, chilly, ill-lighted, and ill-smelling garret, cradling a dirty child on her knee, and feeding with her own hand an impatient old woman whom no one else would consent to touch. Oh, they talk about repentance and a change of heart. If someone or something would only change mine. But there's no hope of that, no hope of my ever being anything else than what I am, a selfish, wilful, mercenary girl. Nor was this mood a mere transitory one. That same night she made a discovery which increased her apprehension almost to terror. This was nothing less than the fact that Eleanor had been keeping a diary of the last few weeks. Oh, she cried in relating this to me the next day, what security shall I ever feel as long as this diary of hers remains to confront me every time I go into her room? And she will not consent to destroy it, though I have done my best to show her that it is a betrayal of the trust I reposed in her. She says It is all she has to show in the way of defence if uncle should ever accuse her of treachery to him and his happiness. She promises to keep it locked up, but what good will that do? 1,000 accidents might happen, any of them sufficient to throw it into uncle's hands. I shall never feel safe for a moment while it exists. I endeavoured to calm her by saying that if Eleanor was without malice, such fears were groundless, but she would not be comforted, and seeing her so wrought up, I suggested that Eleanor should be asked to trust it into my keeping till such time as she should feel the necessity of using it. The idea struck Mary favourably. "Oh yes," she cried, "and I will put my certificate with it, and so get rid of all my care at once." And before the afternoon was over, she had seen Eleanor and made her request. It was acceded to, with this proviso, that I was neither to destroy nor give up all or any of the papers except upon their united demand. A small tin box was accordingly procured, into which were put all the proofs of Mary's marriage then existing, viz. the certificate, Mr. Clavering's letters, and such leaves from Eleanor's diary as referred to this matter. It was then handed over to me with the stipulation I have already mentioned, and I stowed it away in a certain closet upstairs, where it has lain undisturbed till last night.
Here Mrs. Belden paused, and blushing painfully raised her eyes to mine with a look in which anxiety and entreaty were curiously blended.
"I don't know what you will say," she began, "but led away by my fears, I took that box out of its hiding place last evening, and notwithstanding your advice, carried it from the house, and it is now
in my possession," I quietly finished. I don't think I ever saw her look more astounded, not even when I told her of Hannah's death.
"Impossible!" she exclaimed. "I left it last night in the old barn that was burned down. I merely meant to hide it for the present, and could think of no better place in my hurry, for the barn is said to be haunted. A man hung himself there once, and no one ever goes there. You cannot have it," she cried, "unless—"
"Unless I found it and brought it away before the barn was destroyed," I suggested. Her face flushed deeper.
"Then you followed me?"
"Yes," said I. Then, as I felt my own countenance redden, hastened to add, "We have been playing strange and unaccustomed parts, you and I. Some time, when all these dreadful events shall be a mere dream of the past, we will ask each other's pardon. But never mind all this now. The box is safe, and I am anxious to hear the rest of your story." This seemed to compose her, and after a minute she continued.
"Mary seemed more like herself after this, and though on account of Mr. Leavenworth's return and their subsequent preparations for departure, I saw but little more of her, what I did see was enough to make me fear that, with the locking up of the proofs of her marriage, she was indulging in the idea that the marriage itself had become void. But I may have wronged her in this. The story of those few weeks is almost finished. On the eve of the day before she left, Mary came to my house to bid me good-bye. She had a present in her hand, the value of which I will not state, as I did not take it, though she coaxed me with all her prettiest wiles. But she said something that night that I have never been able to forget. It was this: I had been speaking of my hope that before 2 months had elapsed she would find herself in a position to send for Mr. Clavering, and that when that day came I should wish to be advised of it, when she suddenly interrupted me by saying, "Uncle will never be won upon, as you call it, while he lives. If I was convinced of it before, I am sure of it now. Nothing but his death will ever make it possible for me to send for Mr. Clavering." Then, seeing me look aghast at the long period of separation which this seemed to betoken, blushed a little and whispered, "The prospect looks somewhat dubious, doesn't it? But if Mr. Clavering loves me, he can wait." "But," said I, "your uncle is only little past the prime of life, and appears to be in robust health. It will be years of waiting, Mary." "I don't know," she muttered. "I think not. Uncle is not as strong as he looks, and—" She did not say any more, horrified perhaps at the turn the conversation was taking. But there was an expression on her countenance that set me thinking at the time, and has kept me thinking ever since. Not that any actual dread of such an occurrence as has happened came to oppress my solitude during the long months which now intervened. I was as yet too much under the spell of her charm to allow anything calculated to throw a shadow over her image to remain long in my thoughts. But when, some time in the fall, a letter came to me personally from Mr. Clavering, filled with a vivid appeal to tell him something of the woman who, in spite of her vows, doomed him to a suspense so cruel, and when on the evening of the same day a friend of mine who had just returned from New York spoke of meeting Mary Leavenworth at some gathering, surrounded by manifest admirers, I began to realize the alarming features of the affair, and sitting down I wrote her a letter. Not in the strain in which I had been accustomed to talk to her. I had not her pleading eyes and trembling, caressing hands ever before me to beguile my judgment from its proper exercise, but honestly and earnestly telling her how Mr. Clavering felt, and what a risk she ran in keeping so ardent a lover from his rights. The reply she sent rather startled me. I have put Mr. Robbins out of my calculations for the present, and advise you to do the same. As for the gentleman himself, I have told him that when I could receive him, I would be careful to notify him. That day has not yet come. But do not let him be discouraged, she added in a postscript. When he does receive his happiness, it will be a satisfying one. When, I thought, it is that when which is likely to ruin all. But intent only upon fulfilling her will, I sat down and wrote a letter to Mr. Clavering, in which I stated what she had said, and begged him to have patience, adding that I would surely let him know if any change took place in Mary or her circumstances, and having dispatched it to his address in London, awaited the development of events. They were not slow in transpiring. In 2 weeks I heard of the sudden death of Mr. Stebbins, the minister who had married them, and while yet labouring under the agitation produced by this shock, was further startled by seeing in a New York paper the name of Mr. Clavering among the list of arrivals at the Hoffman House, showing that my letter to him had failed in its intended effect, and that the patience Mary had calculated upon so blindly was verging to its end. I was consequently far from being surprised when, in a couple of weeks or so afterwards, a letter came from him to my address, which, owing to the careless omission of the private mark upon the envelope, I opened, and read enough to learn that, driven to desperation by the constant failures which he had experienced in all his endeavours to gain access to her in public or private, a failure which he was not backward in ascribing to her indisposition to see him, he had made up his mind to risk everything, even her displeasure, and by making an appeal to her uncle, end the suspense under which he was labouring, definitely and at once. I want you, he wrote, dowered or dowerless, it makes little difference to me. If you will not come of yourself, then I must follow the example of the brave knights, my ancestors, storm the castle that holds you, and carry you off by force of arms. Neither can I say I was much surprised, knowing Mary as I did, when in a few days from this she forwarded to me for copying this reply: if Mr. Robbins ever expects to be happy with Amy Belden, let him reconsider the determination of which he speaks. Not only would he by such an action succeed in destroying the happiness of her he professes to love, but run the greater risk of effectually annulling the affection which makes the tie between them endurable. To this there was neither date nor signature. It was the cry of warning which a spirited, self-contained creature gives when brought to bay. It made even me recoil, though I had known from the first that her pretty wilfulness was but the tossing foam floating above the soundless depths of cold resolve and most deliberate purpose. What its real effect was upon him and her fate I can only conjecture. All I know is that in 2 weeks thereafter Mr. Leavenworth was found murdered in his room, and Hannah Chester, coming direct to my door from the scene of the violence, begged me to take her in and secrete her from public inquiry, as I loved and desired to serve Mary Leavenworth.
End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of the Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. Unexpected Testimony. Polonius. What do you read, my lord? Hamlet. Words, words, words. Hamlet. Mrs. Belden paused, lost in the sombre shadow which these words were calculated to evoke, and a short silence fell upon the room. It was broken by my asking for some account of the occurrence she had just mentioned, it being considered a mystery how Hannah could have found entrance into her house without the knowledge of the neighbours.
"Well," said she, "it was a chilly night, and I'd gone to bed early. I was sleeping then in the room off this, when at about 1:45, the last train goes through R at 12:50, there came a low knock on the window pane at the head of my bed. Thinking that some of the neighbours were sick, I hurriedly rose on my elbow and asked who was there. The answer came in low, muffled tones: 'Hannah, Miss Leavenworth's girl. Please let me in at the kitchen door.' Startled at hearing the well-known voice, and fearing I knew not what, I caught up a lamp and hurried round to the door. 'Is any one with you?' I asked. 'No,' she replied. 'Then come in.' But no sooner had she done so than my strength failed me, and I had to sit down, for I saw she looked very pale and strange, was without baggage, and altogether had the appearance of some wandering spirit. 'Hannah,' I gasped, 'what is it? What has happened? What brings you here in this condition, and at this time of night?' 'Miss Leavenworth has sent me,' she replied, in the low, monotonous tone of one repeating a lesson by rote. 'She told me to come here, said you would keep me. I am not to go out of the house, and no one is to know I am here.' 'But why?' I asked, trembling with 1,000 undefined fears. 'What has occurred?' 'I dare not say,' she whispered. 'I am forbid. I am just to stay here and keep quiet.' 'But,' I began, helping to take off her shawl, the dingy blanket advertised for in the papers, 'you must tell me. She surely did not forbid you to tell me?' 'Yes, she did, every one,' the girl replied, growing white in her persistence, 'and I never break my word. Fire couldn't draw it out of me.' She looked so determined, so utterly unlike herself, as I remembered her in the meek, unobtrusive days of our old acquaintance, that I could do nothing but stare at her. 'You will keep me?' she said. 'You will not turn me away?' 'No,' I said, 'I will not turn you away.' 'And tell no one?' she went on. 'And tell no one,' I repeated. This seemed to relieve her. Thanking me, she quietly followed me upstairs. I put her into the room in which you found her, because it was the most secret one in the house, and there she has remained ever since, satisfied and contented as far as I could see, till this very same horrible day."
"And is that all?" I asked. "Did you have no explanation with her afterwards? Did she never give you any information in regard to the transaction which led to her flight?"
"No, sir. She kept a most persistent silence. Neither then nor when upon the next day I confronted her with the papers in my hand, and the awful question upon my lips as to whether her flight had been occasioned by the murder which had taken place in Mr. Leavenworth's household, did she do more than acknowledge she had run away on this account. Some one or something had sealed her lips, and, as she said, fire and torture should never make her speak."
Another short pause followed this. Then, with my mind still hovering about the one point of intensest interest to me, I said, "This story, then, this account which you have just given me of Mary Leavenworth's secret marriage, and the great strait it put her into, a strait from which nothing but her uncle's death could relieve her, together with this acknowledgment of Hannah's that she had left home and taken refuge here, on the insistence of Mary Leavenworth, is the groundwork you have for the suspicions you have mentioned?"
"Yes, sir. That and the proof of her interest in the matter which is given by the letter I received from her yesterday, and which you say you now have in your possession."
"Oh, that letter."
"I know," Mrs. Belden went on in a broken voice. that it is wrong, in a serious case like this, to draw hasty conclusions. But, oh, sir, how can I help it, knowing what I do?"
I did not answer. I was revolving in my mind the old question: was it possible, in face of all these later developments, still to believe Mary Leavenworth's own hand guiltless of her uncle's blood?
"It is dreadful to come to such conclusions," proceeded Mrs. Belden, "and nothing but her own words written in her own hand would ever have driven me to them, but—"
"Pardon me," I interrupted, "but you said in the beginning of this interview that you did not believe Mary herself had any direct hand in her uncle's murder. Are you ready to repeat that assertion?"
"Yes, yes, indeed. Whatever I may think of her influence in inducing it, I never could imagine her as having anything to do with its actual performance. Oh no, oh no! Whatever was done on that dreadful night, Mary Leavenworth never put a hand to pistol or ball, or even stood by while they were used. That you may be sure of. Only the man who loved her, longed for her, and felt the impossibility of obtaining her by any other means could have found nerve for an act so horrible."
"Then you think—"
"Mr. Clavering is the man? I do. And, oh, sir, when you consider that he is her husband, is it not dreadful enough?"
"It is indeed," said I, rising to conceal how much I was affected by this conclusion of hers. Something in my tone or appearance seemed to startle her.
"I hope and trust I have not been indiscreet," she cried, eyeing me with something like an incipient distrust. "With this dead girl lying in my house, I ought to be very careful, I know, but—"
"You have said nothing," was my earnest assurance, as I edged towards the door in my anxiety to escape, if but for a moment, from an atmosphere that was stifling me. "No one can blame you for anything you have either said or done to day. But," and here I paused and walked hurriedly back, "I wish to ask one question more. Have you any reason, beyond that of natural repugnance, to believing a young and beautiful woman guilty of a great crime for saying what you have of Henry Clavering, a gentleman who has hitherto been mentioned by you with respect?"
"No,"
she whispered, with a touch of her old agitation. I felt the reason insufficient, and turned away with something of the same sense of suffocation with which I had heard that the missing key had been found in Eleanor Leavenworth's possession. "You must excuse me," I said. "I want to be a moment by myself, in order to ponder over the facts which I have just heard. I will soon return," and without further ceremony hurried from the room. By some indefinable impulse I went immediately upstairs, and took my stand at the western window of the large room directly over Mrs. Belden. The blinds were closed. The room was shrouded in funereal gloom, but its sombreness and horror were for the moment unfelt. I was engaged in a fearful debate with myself. Was Mary Leavenworth the principal, or merely the accessory in this crime? Did the determined prejudice of Mr. Gryce, the convictions of Eleanor, the circumstantial evidence even of such facts as had come to our knowledge, preclude the possibility that Mrs. Belden's conclusions were correct? That all the detectives interested in the affair would regard the question as settled, I did not doubt. But need it be? Was it utterly impossible to find evidence yet that Henry Clavering was, after all, the assassin of Mr. Leavenworth? Filled with the thought, I looked across the room to the closet, where lay the body of the girl who, according to all probability, had known the truth of the matter, and a great longing seized me. Oh, why could not the dead be made to speak? Why should she lie there so silent, so pulseless, so inert, when a word from her were enough to decide the awful question? Was there no power to compel those pallid lips to move? Carried away by the fervor of the moment, I made my way to her side. Ah, God, how still! With what a mockery the closed lips and lids confronted my demanding gaze. A stone could not have been more unresponsive. With a feeling that was almost like anger, I stood there, when what was it I saw protruding from beneath her shoulders, where they crushed against the bed? An envelope? A letter? Yes. Dizzy with the sudden surprise, overcome with the wild hopes this discovery awakened, I stooped in great agitation and drew the letter out. It was sealed, but not directed. Breaking it hastily open, I took a glance at its contents. Good heavens! It was the work of the girl herself. Its very appearance was enough to make that evident. Feeling as if a miracle had happened, I hastened with it into the other room and set myself to decipher the awkward scrawl. This is what I saw, rudely printed in lead pencil on the inside of a sheet of common writing paper. I am a wicked girl. I have known things all the time which I had ought to have told, but I didn't dare to. He said he would kill me if I did. I mean the tall, splendid-looking gentleman with the black moustache, who I met coming out of Mr. Leavenworth's room, with a key in his hand, the night Mr. Leavenworth was murdered. He was so scared he gave me money and made me go away and come here and keep everything secret, but I can't do so no longer. I seem to see Miss Eleanor all the time crying and asking me if I want her sent to prison. God knows I'd rather die. And this is the truth and my last words, and I pray everybody's forgiveness, and hope nobody will blame me, and that they won't bother Miss Eleanor any more, but go and look after the handsome gentleman with the black moustache. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of the Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4. The Problem Solved. Chapter 34. Mr. Gryce resumes control. It out-Herods Herod. Hamlet. A thing devised by the enemy. Richard III. A half-hour had passed. The train upon which I had every reason to expect Mr. Gryce had arrived, and I stood in the doorway awaiting with indescribable agitation the slow and laboured approach of the motley group of men and women whom I had observed leave the depot at the departure of the cars. Would he be among them? Was the telegram of a nature peremptory enough to make his presence here, sick as he was, an absolute certainty? The written confession of Hannah throbbing against my heart, a heart all elation now, as but a short half-hour before it had been all doubt and struggle, seemed to rustle distrust, and the prospect of a long afternoon spent in impatience was rising before me, when a portion of the advancing crowd turned off into a side street, and I saw the form of Mr. Gryce hobbling, not on two sticks, but very painfully on one, coming slowly down the street. His face, as he approached, was a study. "Well, well, well," he exclaimed as we met at the gate. "This is a pretty how d'ye do, I must say. Hannah dead, eh? And everything turned topsy-turvy. And what do you think of Mary Leavenworth now?" It would therefore seem natural, in the conversation which followed his introduction into the house and instalment in Mrs. Belden's parlour, that I should begin my narration by showing him Hannah's confession, but it was not so. Whether it was that I felt anxious to have him go through the same alternations of hope and fear it had been my lot to experience since I came to R, or whether, in the depravity of human nature, there lingered within me sufficient resentment for the persistent disregard he had always paid to my suspicions of Henry Clavering, to make it a matter of moment to me to spring this knowledge upon him just at the instant his own convictions seemed to have reached the point of absolute certainty, I cannot say. Enough that it was not till I had given him a full account of every other matter connected with my stay in this house, not till I saw his eye beaming and his lip quivering with the excitement incident upon the perusal of the letter from Mary, found in Mrs. Belden's pocket, not indeed until I became assured from such expressions as "tremendous," "the deepest game of the season," "nothing like it since the Lafarge affair," that in another moment he would be uttering some theory or belief that once heard would for ever stand like a barrier between us, did I allow myself to hand him the letter I had taken from under the dead body of Hannah. I shall never forget his expression as he received it. "Good heavens!" cried he. "What's this?" "A dying confession of the girl Hannah. I found it lying in her bed when I went up a half-hour ago to take a second look at her." Opening it, he glanced over it with an incredulous air, that speedily, however, turned to one of the utmost astonishment, as he hastily perused it, and then stood turning it over and over in his hand, examining it. "A remarkable piece of evidence," I observed, not without a certain feeling of triumph. "Quite changes the aspect of affairs." "Think so?" he sharply retorted. Then, whilst I stood staring at him in amazement, his manner was so different from what I expected, looked up and said, "You tell me that you found this in her bed. Whereabouts in her bed?" "Under the body of the girl herself," I returned. "I saw one corner of it protruding from beneath her shoulders, and drew it out." He came and stood before me. "Was it folded or open when you first looked at it?" "Folded, fastened up in this envelope," showing it to him. He took it, looked at it for a moment, and went on with his questions. "This envelope has a very crumpled appearance, as well as the letter itself. Were they so when you found them?" "Yes, not only so, but doubled up, as you see." "Doubled up? You are sure of that? Folded, sealed, and then doubled up, as if her body had rolled across it while alive?" "Yes." "No trickery about it? No look as if the thing had been insinuated there since her death?" "Not at all. I should rather say that to every appearance she held it in her hand when she lay down, but turning over, dropped it, and then laid upon it." Mr. Gryce's eyes, which had been very bright, ominously clouded. Evidently he had been disappointed in my answers. Paying the letter down, he stood musing, but suddenly lifted it again, scrutinized the edges of the paper on which it was written, and, darting me a quick look, vanished with it into the shade of the window curtain. His manner was so peculiar, I involuntarily rose to follow, but he waved me back, saying, "Amuse yourself with that box on the table, which you had such an ado over. See if it contains all we have a right to expect to find in it. I want to be by myself for a moment." Subduing my astonishment, I proceeded to comply with his request, but scarcely had I lifted the lid of the box before me when he came hurrying back, flung the letter down on the table with an air of the greatest excitement, and cried, "Did I say there had never been anything like it since the Lafarge affair? I tell you there has never been anything like it in any affair. This is the rummiest case on record. Mr. Raymond," and his eyes, in his excitement, actually met mine for the first time in my experience of him, "prepare yourself for a disappointment. This pretended confession of Hannah's is a fraud." "A fraud?" "Yes, fraud. Forgery. What you will. The girl never wrote it." Amazed, outraged almost, I bounded from my chair. "How do you know that?" I cried. Bending forward, he put the letter into my hand. "Look at it," said he. "Examine it closely. Now tell me what is the first thing you notice in regard to it?" "Why, the first thing that strikes me is that the words are printed instead of written, something which might be expected from this girl according to all accounts." "Well?" "That they are printed on the inside of a sheet of ordinary paper." "Ordinary paper?" "Yes." "That is a sheet of commercial note of the ordinary quality." "Of course." "But is it?" "Why, yes, I should say so." "Look at the lines." "What of them?" "Oh, I see, they run up close to the top of the page. Evidently the scissors have been used here." In short, it is a large sheet, trimmed down to the size of commercial note?" "Yes." "And is that all you see?" "All but the words." "Don't you perceive what has been lost by means of this trimming down?" "No, unless you mean the manufacturer's stamp in the corner." Mr. Gryce's glance took meaning. "But I don't see why the loss of that should be deemed a matter of any importance." "Don't you? Not when you consider that by it we seem to be deprived of all opportunity of tracing this sheet back to the quire of paper from which it was taken?" "No." "Humph! Then you are more of an amateur than I thought you. Don't you see that as Hannah could have had no motive for concealing where the paper came from on which she wrote her dying words, this sheet must have been prepared by some one else?" "No," said I cannot say that I see all that." "Can't? Well, then, answer me this. Why should Hannah, a girl about to commit suicide, care whether any clue was furnished in her confession to the actual desk, drawer, or quire of paper from which the sheet was taken on which she wrote it? She wouldn't. Yet especial pains have been taken to destroy that clue. But then there is another thing. Read the confession itself, Mr. Raymond, and tell me what you gather from it." "Why," I said, after complying, "that the girl, worn out with constant apprehension, has made up her mind to do away with herself, and that Henry Clavering—" "Henry Clavering?" The interrogation was put with so much meaning. I looked up. "Yes," said I. "Ah, I didn't know that Mr. Clavering's name was mentioned there. Excuse me?" "His name is not mentioned, but a description is given so strikingly in accordance—" Here Mr. Gryce interrupted me. "Does it not seem a little surprising to you that a girl like Hannah should have stopped to describe a man she knew by name?" I started. It was unnatural, surely. "You believe Mrs. Belden's story, don't you?" "Yes." "Consider her accurate in her relation of what took place here a year ago?" "I do." "Must believe, then, that Hannah, the go-between, was acquainted with Mr. Clavering and with his name?" "Undoubtedly." "Then why didn't she use it? If her intention was, as she here professes, to save Eleanore Leavenworth from the false imputation which had fallen upon her, she would naturally take the most direct method of doing it. This description of a man whose identity she could have at once put beyond a doubt by the mention of his name, is the work, not of a poor ignorant girl, but of some person who, in attempting to play the rôle of one, has signally failed. But that is not all. Mrs. Belden, according to you, maintains that Hannah told her upon entering the house that Mary Leavenworth sent her here. But in this document she declares it to have been the work of Black Moustache." "I know, but could they not have both been parties to the transaction?" "Yes," said he, "yet it is always a suspicious circumstance when there is a discrepancy between the written and spoken declaration of a person. But why do we stand here fooling, when a few words from this Mrs. Belden you talk so much about will probably settle the whole matter?" "A few words from Mrs. Belden," I repeated. "I have had thousands from her to day, and find the matter no nearer settled than in the beginning." "You have had," said he, "but I have not. Fetch her in, Mr. Raymond." I rose. "One thing," said I, "before I go. What if Hannah had found the sheet of paper, trimmed just as it is, and used it without any thought of the suspicions it would occasion? Ah, said he, that is just what we are going to find out. Mrs. Belden was in a flutter of impatience when I entered the sitting room. When did I think the coroner would come, and what did I imagine this detective would do for us? It was dreadful waiting there alone for something, she knew not what. I calmed her as well as I could, telling her the detective had not yet informed me what he could do, having some questions to ask her first. Would she come in to see him? She rose with alacrity. Anything was better than suspense. Mr. Gryce, who, in the short interim of my absence, had altered his mood from the severe to the beneficent, received Mrs. Belden with just that show of respectful courtesy likely to impress a woman as dependent as she upon the good opinion of others. Ah, and this is the lady in whose house this very disagreeable event has occurred, he exclaimed, partly rising in his enthusiasm to greet her. May I request you to sit? He asked. If a stranger may be allowed to take the liberty of inviting a lady to sit in her own house. It does not seem like my own house any longer, said she, but in a sad rather than aggressive tone, so much had his genial way imposed upon her. A little better than a prisoner here, go and come, keep silence or speak, just as I am bidden, and all because an unhappy creature, whom I took in for the most unselfish of motives, has chanced to die in my house. Just so, exclaimed Mr. Gryce. It is very unjust, but perhaps we can right matters. I have every reason to believe we can. This sudden death ought to be easily explained. You say you had no poison in the house? No, sir. And that the girl never went out? Never, sir. And that no one has ever been here to see her? No one, sir. So that she could not have procured any such thing if she had wished? No, sir. Unless, he added suavely, she had it with her when she came here. That couldn't have been, sir. She brought no baggage, and as for her pocket, I know everything there was in it, for I looked. And what did you find there? Some money in bills, more than you would have expected such a girl to have, some loose pennies, and a common handkerchief. Well then, it is proved the girl didn't die of poison, there being none in the house. He said this in so convinced a tone she was deceived. That is just what I've been telling Mr. Raymond, giving me a triumphant look. Must have been heart disease, he went on. You say she was well yesterday? Yes, sir, or seemed so. Though not cheerful. I did not say that. She was, sir, very. What, ma'am? This girl? Giving me a look. I don't understand that. I should think her anxiety about those she had left behind her in the city would have been enough to keep her from being very cheerful. So you would, returned Mrs. Belden, but it wasn't so. On the contrary, she never seemed to worry about them at all. What? Not about Miss Eleanor, who, according to the papers, stands in so cruel a position before the world? But perhaps she didn't know anything about that. Miss Leavenworth's position, I mean. Yes, she did, for I told her. I was so astonished I could not keep it to myself. You see, I had always considered Eleanor as one above a reproach, and it so shocked me to see her name mentioned in the newspaper in such a connection that I went to Hannah and read the article aloud, and watched her face to see how she took it. And how did she? I can't say. She looked as if she didn't understand, asked me why I read such things to her, and told me she didn't want to hear any more, that I'd promised not to trouble her about this murder, and that if I continued to do so she wouldn't listen. And what else? Nothing else. She put her hand over her ears and frowned in such a sullen way I left the room. That was when? About 3 weeks ago. She has, however, mentioned the subject since? No, sir.
Not once? What? Not asked what they were going to do with her mistress?
No, sir.
She has shown, however, that something was preying on her mind. Fear, remorse, or anxiety?
No, sir. On the contrary, she has oftener appeared like one secretly elated.
But, exclaimed Mr. Gryce, with another sidelong look at me, that was very strange and unnatural. I cannot account for it.
Nor I, sir. I used to try to explain it by thinking her sensibilities had been blunted, or that she was too ignorant to comprehend the seriousness of what had happened. But as I learned to know her better, I gradually changed my mind. There was too much method in her gaiety for that. I could not help seeing she had some future before her for which she was preparing herself. As for instance, she asked me one day if I thought she could learn to play on the piano, and I finally came to the conclusion she had been promised money if she kept the secret entrusted to her, and was so pleased with the prospect that she forgot the dreadful past and all connected with it. At all events, that was the only explanation I could find for her general industry and desire to improve herself, or the complacent smiles I detected now and then stealing over her face when she didn't know I was looking.
Not such a smile as crept over the countenance of Mr. Gryce at that moment, I warrant.
It was all this, continued Mrs. Belden, which made her death such a shock to me. I couldn't believe that so cheerful and healthy a creature could die like that, all in one night, without anybody knowing anything about it. But
wait one moment, Mr. Gryce here broke in. You speak of her endeavours to improve herself. What do you mean by that?
Her desire to learn things she didn't know, as, for instance, to write and read writing. She could only clumsily print when she came here.
I thought Mr. Gryce would take a piece out of my arm, he gripped it so. When she came here, do you mean to say that since she has been with you, she has learned to write?
Yes, sir. I used to set her copies, and
Where are these copies? Broke in Mr. Gryce, subduing his voice to its most professional tone. And where are her attempts at writing? I'd like to see some of them. Can't you get them for us?
I don't know, sir. I always made a point to destroy them as soon as they had answered their purpose. I didn't like to have such things lying around. But I will go and see.
Do, said he, and I will go with you. I want to take a look at things upstairs anyway. And heedless of his rheumatic feet, he rose and prepared to accompany her. This is getting very intense, I whispered as he passed me. The smile he gave me in reply would have made the fortune of a Thespian Mephistopheles. Of the 10 minutes of suspense which I endured in their absence I say nothing. At the end of that time they returned with their hands full of paper boxes, which they flung down on the table. "The writing paper of the household," observed Mr. Gryce. "Every scrap and half sheet which could be found. But before you examine it, look at this." And he held out a sheet of bluish foolscap, on which were written some dozen imitations of that time-worn copy, "Be good and you will be happy," with an occasional "Beauty soon fades," and "Evil communications corrupt good manners." What do you think of that? Very neat and legible. That is Hannah's latest. The only specimens of her writing to be found. Not much like some scrawls we have seen, eh? No. Mrs. Belden says this girl has known how to write as good as this for more than a week. Took great pride in it, and was continually talking about how smart she was. Leaning over, he whispered in my ear, "This thing you have in your hand must have been scrawled some time ago, if she did it." Then aloud, "But let us look at the paper she used to write on." Dashing open the covers of the boxes on the table, he took out the loose sheets lying inside and scattered them out before me. One glance showed they were all of an utterly different quality from that used in the confession.
"This is all the paper in the house," said he. "Are you sure of that?" I asked, looking at Mrs. Belden, who stood in a sort of maze before us. "Wasn't there one stray sheet lying around somewhere, a foolscap or something like that, which she might have got hold of and used without your knowing it?"
"No, sir, I don't think so. I only had these kinds. Besides, Hannah had a whole pile of paper like this in her room, and wouldn't have been apt to go hunting round after any stray sheets."
"But you don't know what a girl like that might do. Look at this one," said I, showing her the blank side of the confession. "Couldn't a sheet like this have come from somewhere about the house? Examine it well, the matter is important."
"I have, and I say no, I never had a sheet of paper like that in my house."
Mr. Gryce advanced and took the confession from my hand. As he did so, he whispered, "What do you think now? Many chances that Hannah got up this precious document?" I shook my head, convinced at last, but in another moment turned to him and whispered back, "But if Hannah didn't write it, who did? And how came it to be found where it was?" "That," said he, "is just what is left for us to learn." And beginning again, he put question after question concerning the girl's life in the house, receiving answers which only tended to show that she could not have brought the confession with her, much less received it from a secret messenger. Unless we doubted Mrs. Belden's word, the mystery seemed impenetrable, and I was beginning to despair of success, when Mr. Gryce, with an askance look at me, leaned towards Mrs. Belden and said, "You received a letter from Miss Mary Leavenworth yesterday, I hear?"
"Yes, sir."
"This letter?" he continued, showing it to her.
"Yes, sir."
"Now, I want to ask you a question. Was the letter, as you see it, the only contents of the envelope in which it came? Wasn't there one for Hannah enclosed with it?"
"No, sir, there was nothing in my letter for her, but she had a letter herself yesterday. It came in the same mail with mine."
"Hannah had a letter?" we both exclaimed. "And in the mail?"
"Yes, but it was not directed to her. It was," casting me a look full of despair, "directed to me. It was only by a certain mark in the corner of the envelope that I knew—"
"Good heavens!" I interrupted. "Where is this letter? Why didn't you speak of it before? What do you mean by allowing us to flounder about here in the dark, when a glimpse at this letter might have set us right at once?"
"I didn't think anything about it till this minute. I didn't know it was of importance.
But I couldn't restrain myself. "Mrs. Belden, where is this letter?" I demanded. "Have you got it?"
"No," said she. "I gave it to the girl yesterday. I haven't seen it since."
"It must be upstairs, then. Let us take another look." And I hastened towards the door. "You won't find it," said Mr. Gryce at my elbow. "I have looked. There is nothing but a pile of burned paper in the corner. By the way, what could that have been?" he asked of Mrs. Belden.
"I don't know, sir. She hadn't anything to burn unless it was the letter."
"We will see about that," I muttered, hurrying upstairs and bringing down the washbowl with its contents. "If the letter was the one I saw in your hand at the post office, it was in a yellow envelope."
"Yes, sir."
Yellow envelopes burn differently from white paper. I ought to be able to tell the tinder made by a yellow envelope when I see it. Ah! The letter has been destroyed. Here is a piece of the envelope." And I drew out of the heap of charred scraps a small bit less burnt than the rest, and held it up. "Then there is no use looking here for what the letter contained," said Mr. Gryce, putting the washbowl aside. "We will have to ask you, Mrs. Belden."
"But I don't know. It was directed to me, to be sure, but Hannah told me, when she first requested me to teach her how to write, that she expected such a letter, so I didn't open it when it came, but gave it to her just as it was."
"You, however, stayed by to see her read it?"
"No, sir, I was in too much of a flurry. Mr. Raymond had just come, and I had no time to think of her. My own letter, too, was troubling me."
"But you surely asked her some questions about it before the day was out?"
"Yes, sir, when I went up with her tea things, but she had nothing to say. Hannah could be as reticent as any one I ever knew when she pleased. She didn't even admit it was from her mistress."
"Ah, then you thought it was from Miss Leavenworth?"
"Why, yes, sir. What else was I to think, seeing that mark in the corner? Though, to be sure, it might have been put there by Mr. Clavering," she thoughtfully added. "You say she was cheerful yesterday. Was she so after receiving this letter?" "Yes, sir, as far as I could see. I wasn't with her for long. The necessity I felt of doing something with the box in my charge but perhaps Mr. Raymond has told you." Mr. Gryce nodded. "It was an exhausting evening, and quite put Hannah out of my head, but—" "Wait!" cried Mr. Gryce, and beckoning me into a corner, he whispered, "Now comes in that experience of Q's. While you are gone from the house, and before Mrs. Belden sees Hannah again, he has a glimpse of the girl bending over something in the corner of her room, which may very fairly be the wash bowl we found there, after which he sees her swallow, in the most lively way, a dose of something from a bit of paper. Was there anything more?" "No," said I. "Very well, then," he cried, going back to Mrs. Belden. But when I went upstairs to bed, I thought of the girl, and going to her door opened it. The light was extinguished, and she seemed asleep, so I closed it again and came out." "Without speaking?" "Yes, sir." "Did you notice how she was lying?" "Not particularly. I think on her back." "In something of the same position in which she was found this morning?" "Yes, sir." "And that is all you can tell us, either of her letter or her mysterious death?" "All, sir." Mr. Gryce straightened himself up. "Mrs. Belden," said he, "you know Mr. Clavering's handwriting when you see it?" "I do." "And Miss Leavenworth's?" "Yes, sir." "Now, which of the two was upon the envelope of the letter you gave Hannah?" "I couldn't say. It was a disguised handwriting, and might have been that of either, but I think—" "Well?" "That it was more like hers than his, though it wasn't like hers either." With a smile, Mr. Gryce enclosed the confession in his hand in the envelope in which it had been found. "You remember how large the letter was which you gave her?" "Oh, it was large, very large, one of the largest sort." "And thick?" "Oh, yes, thick enough for 2 letters." "Large enough and thick enough to contain this?" laying the confession, folded and enveloped as it was, before her. "Yes, sir." giving it a look of startled amazement. "Large enough and thick enough to contain that." Mr. Gryce's eyes, bright as diamonds, flashed around the room, and finally settled upon a fly traversing my coat sleeve. "Do you need to ask now," he whispered in a low voice, "where and from whom this so-called confession comes?" He allowed himself one moment of silent triumph, then rising, began folding the papers on the table and putting them in his pocket. "What are you going to do?" I asked, hurriedly approaching. He took me by the arm and led me across the hall into the sitting room. "I am going back to New York. I am going to pursue this matter. I am going to find out from whom came the poison which killed this girl, and by whose hand this vile forgery of a confession was written." "But," said I, rather thrown off my balance by all this, "Q and the coroner will be here presently. Won't you wait to see them?" "No. Clues such as are given here must be followed while the trail is hot. I can't afford to wait." "If I am not mistaken, they have already come," I remarked, as a tramping of feet without announced that some one stood at the door. "That is so," he assented, hastening to let them in. Judging from common experience, we had every reason to fear that an immediate stop would be put to all proceedings on our part as soon as the coroner was introduced upon the scene; but happily for us and the interests at stake, Dr. Fink of R proved to be a very sensible man. He had only to hear a true story of the affair to recognize at once its importance and the necessity of the most cautious action in the matter. Further, by a sort of sympathy with Mr. Gryce, all the more remarkable that he had never seen him before,
He expressed himself as willing to enter into our plans, offering not only to allow us the temporary use of such papers as we desired, but even undertaking to conduct the necessary formalities of calling a jury and instituting an inquest in such a way as to give us time for the investigations we proposed to make. The delay was therefore short. Mr. Gryce was enabled to take the 6:30 train for New York, and I to follow on the 10 p.m. The calling of a jury, ordering of an autopsy, and final adjournment of the inquiry till the following Tuesday, having all taken place in the interim. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of the Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. Fine Work. No hinge nor loop to hang a doubt on, but yet the pity of it, Iago, oh, Iago, the pity of it, Iago. Othello. One sentence dropped by Mr. Gryce before leaving R prepared me for his next move. The clue to this murder is supplied by the paper on which the confession is written. Find those from whose desk or portfolio this especial sheet was taken, and you will find the double murderer, he had said. Consequently, I was not surprised when, upon visiting his house early the next morning, I beheld him seated before a table, on which lay a lady's writing desk and a pile of paper, till told the desk was Eleanor's. Then I did show astonishment. "What?" said I. "Are you not satisfied yet of her innocence?" "Oh yes, but one must be thorough. No conclusion is valuable which is not preceded by a full and complete investigation." "Why," he cried, casting his eyes complacently towards the fire tongs, "I have even been rummaging through Mr. Clavering's effects, though the confession bears the proof upon its face that it could not have been written by him. It is not enough to look for evidence where you expect to find it. You must sometimes search for it where you don't. Now," said he, drawing the desk before him, "I don't anticipate finding anything here of a criminating character, but it is among the possibilities that I may, and that is enough for a detective." "Did you see Miss Leavenworth this morning?" I asked, as he proceeded to fulfil his intention by emptying the contents of the desk upon the table. "Yes, I was unable to procure what I desired without it, and she behaved very handsomely, gave me the desk with her own hands, and never raised an objection. To be sure, she had little idea what I was looking for. Thought perhaps I wanted to make sure it did not contain the letter about which so much has been said, but it would have made but little difference if she had known the truth. This desk contains nothing we want." "Was she well, and had she heard of Hannah's sudden death?" I asked in my irrepressible anxiety. "Yes, and feels it, as you might expect her to. But let us see what we have here," said he, pushing aside the desk, and drawing towards him the stack of paper I have already referred to. "I found this pile just as you see it in a drawer of the library table at Miss Mary Leavenworth's house in Fifth Avenue. If I am not mistaken, it will supply us with the clue we want. But this paper is square, while that of the confession is of the size and shape of commercial note, I know, but you remember the sheet used in the confession was trimmed down. Let us compare the quality." Taking the confession from his pocket and the sheet from the pile before him, he carefully compared them, then held them out for my inspection. A glance showed them to be alike in colour. "Hold them up to the light," said he. I did so. The appearance presented by both was precisely alike. "Now let us compare the ruling," and laying them both down on the table, he placed the edges of the two sheets together. The lines on one accommodated themselves to the lines on the other, and that question was decided. His triumph was assured.
"I was convinced of it," said he. "From the moment I pulled open that drawer and saw this mass of paper, I knew the end was come."
"But," I objected in my old spirit of combativeness, "isn't there any room for doubt? This paper is of the commonest kind. Every family on the block might easily have specimens of it in their library."
"That isn't so," he said. "It is letter size, and that has gone out. Mr. Leavenworth used it for his manuscript, or I doubt if it would have been found in his library. But if you are still incredulous, let us see what can be done."
And jumping up, he carried the confession to the window, looked at it this way and that, and finally, discovering what he wanted, came back, and, laying it before me, pointed out one of the lines of ruling which was markedly heavier than the rest, and another which was so faint as to be almost indistinguishable.
"Defects like these often run through a number of consecutive sheets," said he. "If we could find the identical half quire from which this was taken, I might show you proof that would dispel every doubt."
And taking up the one that lay on top, he rapidly counted the sheets. There were but 8.
"It might have been taken from this one," said he, but upon looking closely at the ruling, he found it to be uniformly distinct. "That won't do," came from his lips.
The remainder of the paper, some dozen or so half quires, looked undisturbed. Mr. Gryce tapped his fingers on the table, and a frown crossed his face.
"Such a pretty thing, if it could have been done!" he longingly exclaimed.
Suddenly he took up the next half quire.
"Count the sheets," said he, thrusting it towards me, and himself lifting another.
I did as I was bid. 12. He counted his and laid it down.
"Go on with the rest," he cried.
I counted the sheets in the next. 12. He counted those in the one following, and paused.
11.
"Count again," I suggested. He counted again, and quietly put them aside.
"I made a mistake," said he.
But he was not to be discouraged. Taking another half quire, he went through with the same operation. In vain. With a sigh of impatience, he flung it down on the table and looked up.
"Hallo!" he cried. "What is the matter?"
"There are but 11 sheets in this package," I said, placing it in his hand. The excitement he immediately evinced was contagious. Oppressed as I was, I could not resist his eagerness.
"Oh, beautiful!" he exclaimed. "Oh, beautiful! See! The light on the inside, the heavy one on the outside, and both in positions precisely corresponding to those on this sheet of Hannah's. What do you think now? Is any further proof necessary?"
"The veriest doubter must succumb before this," returned I. With something like a considerate regard for my emotion, he turned away.
"I am obliged to congratulate myself, notwithstanding the gravity of the discovery that has been made," said he. "It is so neat, so very neat, and so conclusive. I declare I am myself astonished at the perfection of the thing. But what a woman that is!" he suddenly cried, in a tone of the greatest admiration. "What an intellect she has! What shrewdness! What skill! I declare it is almost a pity to entrap a woman who has done as well as this. Taken a sheet from the very bottom of the pile, trimmed it into another shape, and then, remembering the girl couldn't write, put what she had to say into coarse, awkward printing, Hannah-like. Splendid! Or would have been, if any other man than myself had had this thing in charge."
And all animated and glowing with his enthusiasm, he eyed the chandelier above him as if it were the embodiment of his own sagacity. Sunk in despair, I let him go on.
"Could she have done any better?" he now asked. "Watched, circumscribed as she was, could she have done any better? I hardly think so. The fact of Hannah's having learned to write after she left here was fatal. No, she could not have provided against that contingency."
"Mr. Gryce," I here interposed, unable to endure this any longer, "did you have an interview with Miss Mary Leavenworth this morning?"
"No," said he, "it was not in the line of my present purpose to do so. I doubt, indeed, if she knew I was in her house. A servant maid who has a grievance is a very valuable assistant to a detective. With Molly at my side, I didn't need to pay my respects to the mistress."
"Mr. Gryce," I asked, after another moment of silent self congratulation on his part, and of desperate self control on mine, "what do you propose to do now? You have followed your clue to the end, and are satisfied. Such knowledge as this is the precursor of action."
"We will see,"
he returned, going to his private desk and bringing out the box of papers which we had no opportunity of looking at while in R.
"First, let us examine these documents, and see if they do not contain some hint which may be of service to us."
And taking out the dozen or so loose sheets which had been torn from Eleanor's diary, he began turning them over. While doing this, I took occasion to examine the contents of the box. I found them to be precisely what Mrs. Belden had led me to expect: a certificate of marriage between Mary and Mr. Clavering, and a half dozen or more letters. While glancing over the former, a short exclamation from Mr. Gryce startled me into looking up. "What is it?" I cried. He thrust into my hand the leaves of Eleanor's diary.
"Read," said he. "Most of it is a repetition of what you have already heard from Mrs. Belden, though given from a different standpoint; but there is one passage in it which, if I am not mistaken, opens up the way to an explanation of this murder such as we have not had yet. Begin at the beginning. You won't find it dull."
Dull! Eleanor's feelings and thought during that anxious time dull! Mustering up my self possession, I spread out the leaves in their order and commenced. R. July 6th.
"2 days after they got there, you perceive," Mr. Gryce explained.
"A gentleman was introduced to us to day upon the piazza whom I cannot forbear mentioning, first because he is the most perfect specimen of manly beauty I ever beheld, and secondly because Mary, who is usually so voluble where gentlemen are concerned, had nothing to say when, in the privacy of our own apartment, I questioned her as to the effect his appearance and conversation had made upon her. The fact that he is an Englishman may have something to do with this, Uncle's antipathy to every one of that nation being as well known to her as to me. But somehow I cannot feel satisfied of this. Her experience with Charlie Somerville has made me suspicious. What if the story of last summer were to be repeated here, with an Englishman for the hero? But I will not allow myself to contemplate such a possibility. Uncle will return in a few days, and then all communication with one who, however prepossessing, is of a family and race with whom it is impossible for us to unite ourselves, must of necessity cease. I doubt if I should have thought twice of all this if Mr. Clavering had not betrayed upon his introduction to Mary such intense and unrestrained admiration. July 8th. The old story is to be repeated. Mary not only submits to the attentions of Mr. Clavering, but encourages them. To day she sat 2 hours at the piano singing over to him her favourite songs, and to night— But I will not put down every trivial circumstance that comes under my observation. It is unworthy of me. And yet how can I shut my eyes when the happiness of so many I love is at stake? July 11th. If Mr. Clavering is not absolutely in love with Mary, he is on the verge of it. He is a very fine looking man, and too honourable to be trifled with in this reckless fashion. July 13th. Mary's beauty blossoms like the rose. She was absolutely wonderful to night in scarlet and silver. I think her smile the sweetest I ever beheld, and in this I am sure Mr. Clavering passionately agrees with me. He never looked away from her to night. But it is not so easy to read her heart. To be sure, she appears anything but indifferent to his fine appearance, strong sense, and devoted affection. But did she not deceive us into believing she loved Charlie Somerville? In her case, blush and smile go for little, I fear. Would it not be wiser, under the circumstances, to say, I hope? July 17th. Oh, my heart! Mary came into my room this evening and absolutely startled me by falling at my side and burying her face in my lap. "Oh, Eleanor, Eleanor!" she murmured, quivering with what seemed to me very happy sobs. But when I strove to lift her head to my breast, she slid from my arms, and drawing herself up into her old attitude of reserved pride, raised her hand as if to impose silence, and haughtily left the room. There is but one interpretation to put upon this. Mr. Clavering has expressed his sentiments, and she is filled with that reckless delight which in its first flush makes one insensible to the existence of barriers which have hitherto been deemed impassable. When will uncle come? July 18th. Little did I think when I wrote the above that uncle was already in the house. He arrived unexpectedly on the last train, and came into my room just as I was putting away my diary. Looking a little careworn, he took me in his arms, and then asked for Mary. I dropped my head, and could not help stammering as I replied that she was in her own room. Instantly his love took alarm, and leaving me, he hastened to her apartment, where I afterwards learned he came upon her sitting abstractedly before her dressing table, with Mr. Clavering's family ring on her finger. I do not know what followed. An unhappy scene, I fear, for Mary is ill this morning, and uncle exceedingly melancholy and stern. Afternoon. We are an unhappy family. Uncle not only refuses to consider for a moment the question of Mary's alliance with Mr. Clavering, but even goes so far as to demand his instant and unconditional dismissal. The knowledge of this came to me in the most distressing way. Recognizing the state of affairs, but secretly rebelling against a prejudice which seemed destined to separate two persons otherwise fitted for each other, I sought uncle's presence this morning after breakfast, and attempted to plead their cause, but he almost instantly stopped me with the remark, "You are the last one, Eleanor, who should seek to promote this marriage." Trembling with apprehension, I asked him why. "For the reason that by so doing you work entirely for your own interest." More and more troubled, I begged him to explain himself. "I mean," said he, "that if Mary disobeys me by marrying this Englishman, I shall disinherit her, and substitute your name for hers in my will, as well as in my affection." For a moment everything swam before my eyes. "You will never make me so wretched," I entreated. "I will make you my heiress if Mary persists in her present determination," he declared, and without further word sternly left the room. What could I do but fall on my knees and pray? Of all in this miserable house I am the most wretched. To supplant her, but I shall not be called upon to do it. Mary will give up Mr. Clavering. "There!" exclaimed Mr. Gryce. "What do you think of that? Isn't it becoming plain enough what was Mary's motive for this murder? But go on. Let us hear what followed." With sinking heart I continued. The next entry is dated July 19th, and runs thus: "I was right. After a long struggle with uncle's invincible will, Mary has consented to dismiss Mr. Clavering. I was in the room when she made known her decision, and I shall never forget our uncle's look of gratified pride as he clasped her in his arms and called her his own true heart. He has evidently been very much exercised over this matter, and I cannot but feel greatly relieved that affairs have terminated so satisfactorily. But Mary, what is there in her manner that vaguely disappoints me? I cannot say. I only know that I felt a powerful shrinking overwhelm me when she turned her face to me and asked if I was satisfied now. But I conquered my feelings and held out my hand. She did not take it. July 26th. How long the days are! The shadow of our late trial is upon me yet. I cannot shake it off. I seem to see Mr. Clavering's despairing face wherever I go. How is it that Mary preserves her cheerfulness? If she does not love him, I should think the respect which she must feel for his disappointment would keep her from the levity at least. Uncle has gone away again. Nothing I could say sufficed to keep him. July 28th. It has all come out. Mary has only nominally separated from Mr. Clavering. She still cherishes the idea of one day uniting herself to him in marriage. The fact was revealed to me in a strange way, not necessary to mention here, and has since been confirmed by Mary herself. I admire the man, she declares, and have no intention of giving him up. Then why not tell uncle so? I asked. Her only answer was a bitter smile and a short, "I'll leave that for you to do." July 30th, midnight. Worn completely out, but before my blood cools, let me write. Mary is a wife. I have just returned from seeing her give her hand to Henry Clavering. Strange that I can write it without quivering when my whole soul is one flush of indignation and revolt. But let me state the facts. Having left my room for a few minutes this morning, I returned to find on my dressing table a note from Mary, in which she informed me that she was going to take Mrs. Belden for a drive, and would not be back for some hours. Convinced, as I had every reason to be, that she was on her way to meet Mr. Clavering, I only stopped to put on my hat. There the diary ceased. "She was probably interrupted by Mary at this point," explained Mr. Gryce. "But we have come upon the one thing we wanted to know. Mr. Leavenworth threatened to supplant Mary with Eleanor if she persisted in marrying contrary to his wishes. She did so marry, and to avoid the consequences of her act, she—" "Say no more," I returned, convinced at last. "It is only too clear." Mr. Gryce rose. "But the writer of these words is saved," I went on, trying to grasp the one comfort left me. "No one who reads this diary will ever dare to insinuate she is capable of committing a crime." "Assuredly not. The diary settles that matter effectually." I tried to be man enough to think of that and nothing else, to rejoice in her deliverance and let every other consideration go, but in this I did not succeed. "But Mary, her cousin, almost her sister, is lost," I muttered. Mr. Gryce thrust his hands into his pockets, and for the first time showed some evidence of secret disturbance. "Yes, I'm afraid she is. I really am afraid she is." Then, after a pause, during which I felt a certain thrill of vague hope, "Such an entrancing creature, too. It is a pity. It positively is a pity. I declare now that the thing is worked up, I begin to feel almost sorry we have succeeded so well. Strange, but true. If there was the least loophole out of it," he muttered. "But there isn't. The thing is clear as A, B, C." Suddenly he rose and began pacing the floor very thoughtfully, casting his glances here, there, and everywhere except at me, although I believe now, as then, my face was all he saw. "Would it be a very great grief to you, Mr. Raymond, if Miss Mary Leavenworth should be arrested on this charge of murder?" he asked, pausing before a sort of tank in which 2 or 3 disconsolate-looking fishes were slowly swimming about. "Yes," said I, "it would, a very great grief." "Yet it must be done," said he, though with a strange lack of his usual decision. "As an honest official trusted to bring the murderer of Mr. Leavenworth to the notice of the proper authorities, I have got to do it." Again that strange thrill of hope at my heart induced by his peculiar manner. "Then my reputation as a detective. I ought surely to consider that. I am not so rich or so famous that I can afford to forget all that a success like this may bring me. No, lovely as she is, I have got to push it through." But even as he said this he became still more thoughtful, gazing down into the murky depths of the wretched tank before him with such an intentness I half expected the fascinated fishes to rise from the water and return his gaze. What was in his mind? After a little while he turned, his indecision utterly gone. "Mr. Raymond, come here again at 3. I shall then have my report ready for the superintendent. I should like to show it to you first, so don't fail me." There was something so repressed in his expression I could not prevent myself from venturing one question. "Is your mind made up?" I asked. "Yes," he returned, but in a peculiar tone, and with a peculiar gesture. "And you are going to make the arrest you speak of?" "Come at 3." End of chapter 35. Chapter 36. Of the Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. Gathered Threads. This is the short and long of it. Merry Wives of Windsor. Promptly at the hour named I made my appearance at Mr. Gryce's door. I found him awaiting me on the threshold. "I have met you," said he gravely, "for the purpose of requesting you not to speak during the coming interview. I am to do the talking, you the listening. Neither are you to be surprised at anything I may do or say. I am in a facetious mood," he did not look so, "and may take it into my head to address you by another name than your own. If I do, don't mind it. Above all, don't talk. Remember that." And without waiting to meet my look of doubtful astonishment, he led me softly upstairs. The room in which I had been accustomed to meet him was at the top of the first flight, but he took me past that into what appeared to be the garret story, where after many cautionary signs he ushered me into a room of singularly strange and unpromising appearance. In the first place it was darkly gloomy, being lighted simply by a very dim and dirty skylight. Next it was hideously empty, a pine table and 2 hard-backed chairs, set face to face at each end of it, being the only articles in the room. Lastly, it was surrounded by several closed doors, with blurred and ghostly ventilators over their tops, which, being round, looked like the blank eyes of a row of staring mummies. Altogether it was a lugubrious spot, and in the present state of my mind made me feel as if something unearthly and threatening lay crouched in the very atmosphere. Nor, sitting there cold and desolate, could I imagine that the sunshine glowed without, or that life, beauty, and pleasure paraded the streets below. Mr. Gryce's expression, as he took a seat and beckoned me to do the same, may have had something to do with this strange sensation, it was so mysteriously and sombrely expectant. "You'll not mind the room," said he, in so muffled a tone I scarcely heard him. "It's an awful lonesome spot, I know, but folks with such matters before them mustn't be too particular as to the places in which they hold their consultations, if they don't want all the world to know as much as they do. Smith," and he gave me an admonitory shake of his finger, while his voice took a more distinct tone, "I have done the business. The reward is mine. The assassin of Mr. Leavenworth is found, and in 2 hours will be in custody. Do you want to know who it is?" Leaning forward with every appearance of eagerness in tone and expression, I stared at him in great amazement. Had anything new come to light? Any great change taken place in his conclusions? All this preparation could not be for the purpose of acquainting me with what I already knew, yet He cut short my conjectures with a low, expressive chuckle. "It was a long chase, I tell you," raising his voice still more, "a tight go, a woman in the business too, but all the women in the world can't pull the wool over the eyes of Ebenezer Gryce when he is on a trail, and the assassin of Mr. Leavenworth and—" here his voice became actually shrill in his excitement, "and of Hannah Chester is found. Hush!" he went on, though I had neither spoken nor made any move. "You didn't know Hannah Chester was murdered? Well, she wasn't in one sense of the word, but in another she was, and by the same hand that killed the old gentleman. How do I know this? Look here. This scrap of paper was found on the floor of her room. It had a few particles of white powder sticking to it. Those particles were tested last night, and found to be poison.
But you say the girl took it herself, that she was a suicide. You are right, she did take it herself, and it was a suicide, but who terrified her into the act of self-destruction? Why, the one who had the most reason to fear her testimony, of course. But the proof, you say? Well, sir, this girl left a confession behind her, throwing the onus of the whole crime on a certain party believed to be innocent. This confession was a forged one, known from 3 facts. First, that the paper upon which it was written was unobtainable by the girl in the place where she was. Secondly, that the words used therein were printed in coarse, awkward characters, whereas Hannah, thanks to the teaching of the woman under whose care she has been since the murder, has learned to write very well. Thirdly, that the story told in the confession does not agree with the one related by the girl herself. Now, the fact of a forged confession throwing the guilt upon an innocent party having been found in the keeping of this ignorant girl, killed by a dose of poison, taken with the fact here stated, that on the morning of the day on which she killed herself, the girl received from some one manifestly acquainted with the customs of the Leavenworth family a letter large enough and thick enough to contain the confession, folded, as it was when found, makes it almost certain to my mind that the murderer of Mr. Leavenworth sent this powder and this so-called confession to the girl, meaning her to use them precisely as she did, for the purpose of throwing off suspicion from the right track and of destroying herself at the same time, for, as you know, dead men tell no tales."
He paused and looked at the dingy skylight above us. Why did the air seem to grow heavier and heavier? Why did I shudder in vague apprehension? I knew all this before. Why did it strike me then as something new?
But who was this, you ask? Ah, that is the secret, that is the bit of knowledge which is to bring me fame and fortune. But, secret or not, I don't mind telling you. Lowering his voice and rapidly raising it again, the fact is, I can't keep it to myself. It burns like a new dollar in my pocket. Smith, my boy, the murderer of Mr. Leavenworth. But stay, who does the world say it is? Whom do the papers point at and shake their heads over? A woman. A young, beautiful, bewitching woman. Ha ha ha! The papers are right. It is a woman. Young and beautiful, and bewitching too. But what one? Ah, that's the question. There is more than one woman in this affair. Since Hannah's death I have heard it openly advanced that she was the guilty party in the crime. Pah! Others cry it is the niece who was so unequally dealt with by her uncle in his will. Bah, again! But folks are not without some justification for this latter assertion. Eleanor Leavenworth did know more of this matter than appeared. Worse than that, Eleanor Leavenworth stands in a position of positive peril today. If you don't think so, let me show you what the detectives have against her. First, there is the fact that a handkerchief with her name on it was found stained with pistol grease upon the scene of murder, a place which she explicitly denies having entered for 24 hours previous to the discovery of the dead body. Secondly, the fact that she not only evinced terror when confronted with this bit of circumstantial evidence, but manifested a decided disposition, both at this time and others, to mislead inquiry, shirking a direct answer to some questions, and refusing all answers to others. Thirdly, that an attempt was made by her to destroy a certain letter evidently relating to this crime. Fourthly, that the key to the library door was seen in her possession. All this, taken with the fact that the fragments of the letter, which this same lady attempted to destroy within an hour after the inquest, were afterwards put together, and were found to contain a bitter denunciation of one of Mr. Leavenworth's nieces, by a gentleman we will call X, in other words, an unknown quantity, makes out a dark case against you, especially as, after the investigations revealed the fact that a secret underlay the history of the Leavenworth family, that, unknown to the world at large, and Mr. Leavenworth in particular, a marriage ceremony had been performed a year before in a little town called F, between a Miss Leavenworth and this same X, that, in other words, the unknown gentleman, who, in the letter partly destroyed by Miss Eleanor Leavenworth, complained to Mr. Leavenworth of the treatment received by him from one of his nieces, was, in fact, the secret husband of that niece, and that, moreover, this same gentleman, under an assumed name, called on the night of the murder at the house of Mr. Leavenworth, and asked for Miss Eleanor's. Now, you see, with all this against her, Eleanor Leavenworth is lost if it cannot be proved, first, that the articles testifying against her, viz., the handkerchief, letter, and key, passed after the murder through other hands before reaching hers, and secondly, that some one else had even a stronger reason than she for desiring Mr. Leavenworth's death at this time. Smith, my boy, both of these hypotheses have been established by me. By dint of moling into old secrets and following unpromising clues, I have finally come to the conclusion that not Eleanor Leavenworth, dark as are the appearances against her, but another woman, beautiful as she, and fully as interesting, is the true criminal. In short, that her cousin, the exquisite Mary, is the murderer of Mr. Leavenworth, and by inference of Hannah Chester also." He brought this out with such force, and with such a look of triumph and appearance of having led up to it, that I was for the moment dumbfounded, and started as if I had not known what he was going to say. The stir I made seemed to awake an echo. Something like a suppressed cry was in the air about me. All the room appeared to breathe horror and dismay. Yet when, in the excitement of this fancy, I half turned round to look, I found nothing but the blank eyes of those dull ventilators staring upon me. "You are taken aback," Mr. Gryce went on. "I don't wonder. Every one else is engaged in watching the movements of Eleanor Leavenworth. I only know where to put my hand upon the real culprit. You shake your head." Another fiction. "You don't believe me. Think I am deceived. Ha, ha! Ebenezer Gryce deceived after a month of hard work. You are as bad as Miss Leavenworth herself, who has so little faith in my sagacity that she offered me, of all men, an enormous reward if I would find for her the assassin of her uncle. But that is neither here nor there. You have your doubts, and you are waiting for me to solve them. Well, nothing is easier. Know first, that on the morning of the inquest I made one or two discoveries not to be found in the records, viz., that the handkerchief picked up, as I have said, in Mr. Leavenworth's library, had, notwithstanding its stains of pistol grease, a decided perfume lingering about it. Going to the dressing table of the two ladies, I sought for that perfume, and found it in Mary's room, not Eleanor's. This led me to examine the pockets of the dresses respectively worn by them the evening before. In that of Eleanor I found a handkerchief, presumably the one she had carried at that time, but in Mary's there was none, nor did I see any lying about her room as if tossed down on her retiring. The conclusion I drew from this was that she, and not Eleanor, had carried the handkerchief into her uncle's room, a conclusion emphasized by the fact privately communicated to me by one of the servants, that Mary was in Eleanor's room when the basket of clean clothes was brought up with this handkerchief lying on top. But knowing the liability we are to mistake in such matters as these, I made another search in the library, and came across a very curious thing. Lying on the table was a penknife, and scattered on the floor beneath, in close proximity to the chair, were 2 or 3 minute portions of wood, freshly chipped off from the leg of the table, all of which looked as if some one of nervous disposition had been sitting there, whose hand, in a moment of self-forgetfulness, had caught up the knife and unconsciously whittled the table. A little thing, you say, but when the question is, which of the 2 ladies, one of a calm and self-possessed nature, the other restless in her ways and excitable in her disposition, was in a certain spot at a certain time, it is these little things that become almost deadly in their significance. No one who has been with these 2 women an hour can hesitate as to whose delicate hand made that cut in Mr. Leavenworth's library table. But we are not done. I distinctly overheard Eleanor accuse her cousin of this deed. Now, such a woman as Eleanor Leavenworth has proved herself to be never would accuse a relative of crime without the strongest and most substantial reasons. First, she must have been sure her cousin stood in a position of such emergency that nothing but the death of her uncle could release her from it. Secondly, that her cousin's character was of such a nature she would not hesitate to relieve herself from a desperate emergency by the most desperate of means. And lastly, been in possession of some circumstantial evidence against her cousin, seriously corroborative of her suspicions. Smith, all this was true of Eleanor Leavenworth. As to the character of her cousin, she has had ample proof of her ambition, love of money, caprice, and deceit, it having been Mary Leavenworth, and not Eleanor, as was first supposed, who had contracted the secret marriage already spoken of. Of the critical position in which she stood, let the threat once made by Mr. Leavenworth to substitute her cousin's name for hers in his will, in case she had married this X, be remembered, as well as the tenacity with which Mary clung to her hopes of future fortune, while for the corroborative testimony of her guilt which Eleanor is supposed to have had, remember that previous to the key having been found in Eleanor's possession, she had spent some time in her cousin's room, and that it was at Mary's fireplace the half-burned fragments of that letter were found, and you have the outline of a report which in an hour's time from this will lead to the arrest of Mary Leavenworth as the assassin of her uncle and benefactor." A silence ensued, which, like the darkness of Egypt, could be felt. Then a great and terrible cry rang through the room, and a man's form, rushing from I knew not where, shot by me and fell at Mr. Gryce's feet, shrieking out, "It is a lie! A lie! Mary Leavenworth is innocent as a babe unborn! I am the murderer of Mr. Leavenworth! I! It was Truman Harwell. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of the Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37. Culmination. Saint seducing gold. Romeo and Juliet. When our actions do not, our fears do make us traitors. Macbeth. I never saw such a look of mortal triumph on the face of a man as that which crossed the countenance of the detective. "Well," said he, "this is unexpected, but not wholly unwelcome. I am truly glad to learn that Miss Leavenworth is innocent, but I must hear some few more particulars before I shall be satisfied. Get up, Mr. Harwell, and explain yourself. If you are the murderer of Mr. Leavenworth, how comes it that things look so black against everybody but yourself?" But in the hot feverish eyes which sought him from the writhing form at his feet, there was a mad anxiety and pain, but little explanation. Seeing him making unavailing efforts to speak, I drew near. "Lean on me," said I, lifting him to his feet.
His face, relieved for ever from its mask of repression, turned towards me with the look of a despairing spirit. "Save! Save!" he gasped. "Save her! Mary! They are sending a report! Stop it!"
"Yes," broke in another voice. "If there is a man here who believes in God and prizes woman's honour, let him stop the issue of that report." And Henry Clavering, dignified as ever, but in a state of extreme agitation, stepped into our midst, through an open door at our right. But at the sight of his face the man in our arms quivered, shrieked, and gave one bound that would have overturned Mr. Clavering, Herculean of frame as he was, had not Mr. Gryce interposed. "Wait!" he cried, and holding back the secretary with one hand (where was his rheumatism now?), he put the other in his pocket and drew thence a document, which he held up before Mr. Clavering. "It has not gone yet," said he. "Be easy. And you," he went on, turning towards Truman Harwell, "be quiet, or—" His sentence was cut short by the man springing from his grasp. "Let me go!" he shrieked. "Let me have my revenge on him who, in the face of all I have done for Mary Leavenworth, dares to call her his wife. Let me—" But at this point he paused, his quivering frame stiffening into stone, and his clutching hands outstretched for his rival's throat, falling heavily back. "Hark!" said he, glaring over Mr. Clavering's shoulder. "It is she! I hear her! I feel her! She is on the stairs! She is at the door! She—" A low, shuddering sigh of longing and despair finished the sentence. The door opened, and Mary Leavenworth stood before us. It was a moment to make young hairs turn grey. To see her face, so pale, so haggard, so wild in its fixed horror, turned towards Henry Clavering, to the utter ignoring of the real actor in this most horrible scene. Truman Harwell could not stand it. "Ah! ah!" he cried. "Look at her! Cold! Cold! Not one glance for me, though I have just drawn the halter from her neck and fastened it about my own." And breaking from the clasp of the man who, in his jealous rage, would now have withheld him, he fell on his knees before Mary, clutching her dress with frenzied hands. "You shall look at me!" he cried. "You shall listen to me! I will not lose body and soul for nothing! Mary, they said you were in peril. I could not endure that thought, so I uttered the truth. Yes, though I knew what the consequences would be, and all I want now is for you to say you believe me, when I swear that I only meant to secure you the fortune you so much desired, that I never dreamed it would come to this, that it was because I loved you, and hoped to win your love in return, that I—" But she did not seem to see him, did not seem to hear him. Her eyes were fixed upon Henry Clavering with an awful inquiry in their depths, and none but he could move her. "You do not hear me!" shrieked the poor wretch. "Ice that you are! You would not turn your head if I should call you from the depths of hell!" But even this cry fell unheeded. Pushing her hands down upon his shoulders as though she would sweep some impediment from her path, she endeavoured to advance. "Why is that man here?" she cried, indicating her husband with one quivering hand. "What has he done that he should be brought here to confront me at this awful time?" "I told her to come here to meet her uncle's murderer," whispered Mr. Gryce into my ear. But before I could reply to her, before Mr. Clavering himself could murmur a word, the guilty wretch before her had started to his feet. "Don't you know? Then I will tell you. It is because these gentlemen, chivalrous and honourable as they consider themselves, think that you, the Beauty and the Sybarite, committed with your own white hand the deed of blood which has brought you freedom and fortune. Yes, this man," turning and pointing at me, friend as he has made himself out to be, kindly and honourable as you have doubtless believed him, but who in every look he has bestowed upon you, every word he has uttered in your hearing during all these 4 horrible weeks, has been weaving a cord for your neck, thinks you the assassin of your uncle, and knowing that a man stood at your side ready to sweep half the world from your path if that same white hand rose in bidding, during all those, that I—" "You?" Ah, now she could see him, now she could hear him. "Yes," clutching her robe again, as she hastily recoiled. "Didn't you know it? When, in that dreadful hour of your rejection by your uncle, you cried aloud for some one to help you, didn't you know?" "Don't!" she shrieked, bursting from him with a look of unspeakable horror. "Don't say that! Oh!" she gasped. "Is the mad cry of a stricken woman for aid and sympathy the call for a murderer?" And turning away in horror, she moaned, "Who that ever looks at me now will forget that a man, such a man, dared to think that because I was in mortal perplexity, I would accept the murder of my best friend as a relief from it?" Her horror was unbounded. "Oh, what a chastisement for folly!" she murmured. "What a punishment for the love of money which has always been my curse!" Henry Clavering could no longer restrain himself. Leaping to her side, he bent over her. "Was it nothing but folly, Mary? Are you guiltless of any deeper wrong? Is there no link of complicity between you two? Have you nothing on your soul but an inordinate desire to preserve your place in your uncle's will, even at the risk of breaking my heart and wronging your noble cousin? Are you innocent in this matter? Tell me." Placing his hand on her head, he pressed it slowly back and gazed into her eyes, then without a word took her to his breast and looked calmly around him. "She is innocent," said he. It was the uplifting of a stifling pall. No one in the room, unless it was the wretched criminal shivering before us, but felt a sudden influx of hope. Even Mary's own countenance caught a glow. "Oh," she whispered, withdrawing from his arms to look better into his face, "and is this the man I have trifled with, injured, and tortured, till the very name of Mary Leavenworth might well make him shudder? Is this he whom I married in a fit of caprice, only to forsake and deny? Henry, do you declare me innocent in face of all you have seen and heard, in face of that moaning, chattering wretch before us, and my own quaking flesh and evident terror, with the remembrance on your heart and in your mind of the letter I wrote you the morning after the murder, in which I prayed you to keep away from me, as I was in such deadly danger the least hint given to the world that I had a secret to conceal would destroy me? Do you, can you, will you declare me innocent before God and the world?"
"I do," said he. A light such as had never visited her face before passed slowly over it.
"Then God forgive me the wrong I have done this noble heart, for I can never forgive myself." "Wait," she said, as he opened his lips. "Before I accept any further tokens of your generous confidence, let me show you what I am. You shall know the worst of the woman you have taken to your heart. Mr. Raymond," she cried, turning towards me for the first time, "in those days when, with such an earnest desire for my welfare, you see I do not believe this man's insinuations, you sought to induce me to speak out and tell all I knew concerning this dreadful deed. I did not do it because of my selfish fears. I knew the case looked dark against me. Eleanor had told me so. Eleanor herself, and it was the keenest pang I had to endure, believed me guilty. She had her reasons. She knew first from the directed envelope she had found lying underneath my uncle's dead body on the library table, that he had been engaged at the moment of death in summoning his lawyer to make that change in his will which would transfer my claims to her. Secondly, that, notwithstanding my denial of the same, I had been down to his room the night before, for she had heard my door open and my dress rustle as I passed out. But that was not all. The key that everyone felt to be a positive proof of guilt wherever found, had been picked up by her from the floor of my room. The letter written by Mr. Clavering to my uncle was found in my fire, and the handkerchief which she had seen me take from the basket of clean clothes was produced at the inquest stained with pistol grease. I could not account for these things. A web seemed tangled about my feet. I could not stir without encountering some new toil. I knew I was innocent, but if I failed to satisfy my cousin of this, how could I hope to convince the general public,
if once called upon to do so. Worse still, if Eleanor, with every apparent motive for desiring long life to our uncle, was held in such suspicion because of a few circumstantial evidences against her, what would I not have to fear if these evidences were turned against me, the heiress? The tone and manner of the juryman at the inquest that asked who would be most benefited by my uncle's will showed but too plainly. When, therefore, Eleanor, true to her heart's generous instincts, closed her lips and refused to speak, when speech would have been my ruin, I let her do it, justifying myself with the thought that she had deemed me capable of crime, and so must bear the consequences. Nor, when I saw how dreadful these were likely to prove, did I relent. Fear of the ignominy, suspense, and danger which confession would entail sealed my lips. Only once did I hesitate. That was when, in the last conversation we had, I saw that, notwithstanding appearances, you believed in Eleanor's innocence, and the thought crossed me you might be induced to believe in mine if I threw myself upon your mercy. But just then Mr. Clavering came, and as in a flash I seemed to realize what my future life would be, stained by suspicion, and instead of yielding to my impulse, went so far in the other direction as to threaten Mr. Clavering with a denial of our marriage if he approached me again till all danger was over. Yes, he will tell you that was my welcome to him, when, with heart and brain racked by long suspense, he came to my door for one word of assurance that the peril I was in was not of my own making. That was the greeting I gave him, after a year of silence, every moment of which was torture to him. But he forgives me. I see it in his eyes. I hear it in his accents. And you, oh, if in the long years to come you can forget what I have made Eleanor suffer by my selfish fears, if with the shadow of her wrong before you, you can by the grace of some sweet hope think a little less hardly of me, do so. As for this man, torture could not be worse to me than this standing with him in the same room. Let him come forward and declare if I by look or word have given him reason to believe I understood his passion, much less returned it.
"Why ask?" he gasped. "Don't you see it was your indifference which drove me mad? To stand before you, to agonize after you, to follow you with thoughts in every move you made, to know my soul was welded to yours with bands of steel no fire could melt, no force destroy, no strain dissever, to sleep under the same roof, sit at the same table, and yet meet not so much as one look to show me you understood. It was that which made my life a hell. I was determined you should understand. If I had to leap into a pit of flame, you should know what I was, and what my passion for you was. And you do. You comprehend it all now. Shrink as you will from my presence, cower as you may from the weak man you call husband, you can never forget the love of Truman Harwell. Never forget that love was the force which led me down into your uncle's room that night, and lent me will to pull the trigger which poured all wealth you hold this day into your lap. Yes," he went on, towering in his preternatural despair, till even the noble form of Henry Clavering looked dwarfed beside him, "every dollar that chinks from your purse shall talk of me. Every gewgaw which flashes on that haughty head, too haughty to bend to me, shall shriek my name into your ears. Fashion, pomp, luxury, you will have them all, but till gold loses its glitter and ease its attraction, you will never forget the hand that gave them to you."
With a look whose evil triumph I cannot describe, he put his hand into the arm of the waiting detective, and in another moment would have been led from the room, when Mary, crushing down the swell of emotions that was seething in her breast, lifted her head and said, "No, Truman Harwell, I cannot give you even that thought for your comfort. Wealth so laden would bring nothing but torture. I cannot accept the torture, so must release the wealth. From this day Mary Clavering owns nothing but what comes to her from the husband she has so long and so basely wronged." And raising her hands to her ears, she tore out the diamonds which hung there, and flung them at the feet of the unfortunate man. It was the final wrench of the rack. With a yell such as I never thought to listen to from the lips of a man, he flung up his arms, while all the lurid light of madness glared on his face. "And I have given my soul to hell for a shadow!" he moaned. "For a shadow!"
Well, that is the best day's work I ever did. Your congratulations, Mr. Raymond, upon the success of the most daring game ever played in a detective's office."
I looked at the triumphant countenance of Mr. Gryce in amazement. "What do you mean?" I cried. "Did you plan all this?"
"Did I plan it?" he repeated. "Could I stand here, seeing how things have turned out, if I had not? Mr. Raymond, let us be comfortable. You are a gentleman, but we can well shake hands over this. I have never known such a satisfactory conclusion to a bad piece of business in all my professional career." We did shake hands, long and fervently, and then I asked him to explain himself. "Well," said he, "there has always been one thing that plagued me, even in the very moment of my strongest suspicion against this woman, and that was the pistol cleaning business. I could not reconcile it with what I knew of womankind. I could not make it seem the act of a woman. Did you ever know a woman who cleaned a pistol? No. They can fire them, and do, but after firing them they do not clean them. Now, it is a principle which every detective recognizes, that if of 100 leading circumstances connected with a crime, 99 of these are acts pointing to the suspected party with unerring certainty, but the 100th equally important act one which that person could not have performed, the whole fabric of suspicion is destroyed. Recognizing this principle, then, as I have said, I hesitated when it came to the point of arrest. The chain was complete, the links were fastened, but one link was of a different size and material from the rest, and in this argued a break in the chain. I resolved to give her a final chance. Summoning Mr. Clavering and Mr. Harwell, two persons whom I had no reason to suspect, but who were the only persons beside herself who could have committed this crime, being the only persons of intellect who were in the house, or believed to be, at the time of the murder, I notified them separately that the assassin of Mr. Leavenworth was not only found, but was about to be arrested, in my house, and that if they wished to hear the confession which would be sure to follow, they might have the opportunity of doing so by coming here at such an hour. They were both too much interested, though for very different reasons, to refuse, and I succeeded in inducing them to conceal themselves in the 2 rooms from which you saw them issue, knowing that if either of them had committed this deed, he had done it for the love of Mary Leavenworth, and consequently could not hear her charged with the crime and threatened with arrest without betraying himself. I did not hope much from the experiment, least of all did I anticipate that Mr. Harwell would prove to be the guilty man. But live and learn, Mr. Raymond, live and learn.
End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of the Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. A Full Confession. Between the acting of a dreadful thing and the first motion, all the interim is like a phantasma or a hideous dream. The genius and the mortal instruments are then in council, and the state of a man, like to a little kingdom, suffers then the nature of an insurrection. Julius Caesar. I am not a bad man. I am only an intense one. Ambition, love, jealousy, hatred, revenge, transitory emotions with some, are terrific passions with me,
To be sure, they are quiet and concealed ones, coiled serpents that make no stir till aroused, but then deadly in their spring and relentless in their action. Those who have known me best have not known this. My own mother was ignorant of it. Often and often I have heard her say, if Truman only had more sensibility, if Truman were not so indifferent to everything, in short, if Truman had more power in him. It was the same at school. No one understood me. They thought me meek, called me dough-face. For 3 years they called me this. Then I turned upon them. Choosing out their ringleader, I felled him to the ground, laid him on his back, and stamped upon him. He was handsome before my foot came down. Afterwards, well, it is enough he never called me dough-face again. In the store I entered soon after, I met with even less appreciation. Regular at my work and exact in my performance of it, they thought me a good machine and nothing more. What heart, soul, and feeling could a man have who never sported, never smoked, and never laughed? I could reckon up figures correctly, but one scarcely needed heart or soul for that. I could even write day by day and month by month without showing a flaw in my copy, but that only argued I was no more than they intimated, a regular automaton. I let them think so, with the certainty before me that they would one day change their minds as others had done. The fact was, I loved nobody well enough, not even myself, to care for any man's opinion. Life was well nigh a blank to me, a dead level plain that had to be traversed whether I would or not, and such it might have continued to this day if I had never met Mary Leavenworth. But when, some 9 months since, I left my desk in the counting-house for a seat in Mr. Leavenworth's library, a blazing torch fell into my soul whose flame has never gone out, and never will till the doom before me is accomplished. She was so beautiful. When, on that first evening, I followed my new employer into the parlour, and saw this woman standing up before me in her half alluring, half appalling charm, I knew, as by a lightning flash, what my future would be if I remained in that house. She was in one of her haughty moods, and bestowed upon me little more than a passing glance. But her indifference made slight impression upon me then. It was enough that I was allowed to stand in her presence, and look unrebuked upon her loveliness. To be sure, it was like gazing into the flower-wreathed crater of an awakening volcano. Fear and fascination were in each moment I lingered there, but fear and fascination made the moment what it was, and I could not have withdrawn if I would. And so it was always. Unspeakable pain, as well as pleasure, was in the emotion with which I regarded her. Yet for all that I did not cease to study her hour by hour, and day by day, her smiles, her movement, her way of turning her head or lifting her eyelids. I had a purpose in this. I wished to knit her beauty so firmly into the warp and woof of my being that nothing could ever serve to tear it away. For I saw then, as plainly as now, that, coquette though she was, she would never stoop to me. No, I might lie down at her feet and let her trample over me, she would not even turn to see what it was she had stepped upon. I might spend days, months, years, learning the alphabet of her wishes, she would not thank me for my pains, or even raise the lashes from her cheek to look at me as I passed. I was nothing to her, could not be anything, unless, and this thought came slowly, I could in some way become her master. Meantime I wrote at Mr. Leavenworth's dictation and pleased him. My methodical ways were just to his taste. As for the other member of the family, Miss Eleanor Leavenworth, she treated me just as one of her proud but sympathetic nature might be expected to do. Not familiarly, but kindly; not as a friend, but as a member of the household whom she met every day at table, and who, as she or anyone else could see, was none too happy or hopeful. 6 months went by. I had learned 2 things. First, that Mary Leavenworth loved her position as prospective heiress to a large fortune above every other earthly consideration, and secondly, that she was in the possession of a secret which endangered that position. What this was I had for some time no means of knowing, But when later I became convinced it was one of love, I grew hopeful, strange as it may seem. For by this time I had learned Mr. Leavenworth's disposition almost as perfectly as that of his niece, and knew that in a matter of this kind he would be uncompromising, and that in the clashing of these two wills something might occur which would give me a hold upon her. The only thing that troubled me was the fact that I did not know the name of the man in whom she was interested. But chance soon favoured me here. One day, a month ago now, I sat down to open Mr. Leavenworth's mail as usual. One letter, shall I ever forget it, ran thus: Hoffman House, March 1st, 1876. Mr. Horatio Leavenworth. Dear Sir, you have a niece whom you love and trust, one, too, who seems worthy of all the love and trust that you or any other man can give her. So beautiful, so charming, so tender is she in face, form, manner, and conversation. But, dear sir, every rose has its thorn, and your rose is no exception to this rule. Lovely as she is, charming as she is, tender as she is not only capable of trampling on the rights of one who trusted her, but of bruising the heart and breaking the spirit of him to whom she owes all duty, honour, and observance. If you don't believe this, ask her to her cruel, bewitching face, who and what is her humble servant, and yours, Henry Ritchie Clavering. If a bombshell had exploded at my feet, or the evil one himself appeared at my call, I would not have been more astounded. Not only was the name signed to these remarkable words unknown to me, but the epistle itself was that of one who felt himself to be her master, a position which, as you know, I was myself aspiring to occupy. For a few minutes then I stood a prey to feelings of the bitterest wrath and despair. Then I grew calm, realizing that with this letter in my possession I was virtually the arbitrator of her destiny. Some men would have sought her there and then, and by threatening to place it in her uncle's hand, won from her a look of entreaty, if no more. But well, my plans went deeper than that. I knew she would have to be in extremity before I could hope to win her. She must feel herself slipping over the edge of the precipice before she would clutch at the first thing offering succour. I decided to allow the letter to pass into my employer's hands. But it had been opened. How could I manage to give it to him in this condition without exciting his suspicion? I knew of but one way: to let him see me open it for what he would consider the first time. So, waiting till he came into the room, I approached him with the letter, tearing off the end of the envelope as I came. Opening it, I gave a cursory glance at its contents and tossed it down on the table before him. "That appears to be of a private character," said I, "though there is no sign to that effect on the envelope." He took it up while I stood there. At the first word he started, looked at me, seemed satisfied from my expression that I had not read far enough to realize its nature, and, whirling slowly around in his chair, devoured the remainder in silence. I waited a moment, then withdrew to my own desk. 1 minute, 2 minutes passed in silence. He was evidently re-reading the letter. Then he hurriedly rose and left the room. As he passed me I caught a glimpse of his face in the mirror. The expression I saw there did not tend to lessen the hope that was rising in my breast. By following him almost immediately upstairs, I ascertained that he went directly to Mary's room, and when in a few hours later the family collected around the dinner table, I perceived, almost without looking up, that a great and insurmountable barrier had been raised between him and his favourite niece. 2 days passed, days that were for me one long and unrelieved suspense. Had Mr. Leavenworth answered that letter? Would it all end as it had begun, without the appearance of the mysterious Clavering on the scene? I could not tell. Meanwhile my monotonous work went on, grinding my heart beneath its relentless wheel. I wrote and wrote and wrote, till it seemed as if my life blood went from me with every drop of ink I used. Always alert and listening, I dared not lift my head or turn my eyes at any unusual sound, lest I should seem to be watching. On the third night I had a dream. I have already told Mr. Raymond what it was, and hence will not repeat it here.
One correction, however, I wish to make in regard to it. In my statement to him, I declared that the face of the man whom I saw lift his hand against my employer was that of Mr. Clavering. I lied when I said this. The face seen by me in my dream was my own. It was that fact which made it so horrible to me. In the crouching figure stealing warily downstairs, I saw, as in a glass, the vision of my own form. Otherwise my account of the matter was true. The vision had a tremendous effect upon me. Was it a premonition, a forewarning of the way in which I was to win this coveted creature for my own? Was the death of her uncle the bridge by which the impassable gulf between us might be spanned? I began to think it might be, to consider the possibilities which could make this the only path to my Elysium, even went so far as to picture her lovely face bending gratefully towards me through the glare of a sudden release from some emergency in which she stood. One thing was sure: if that was the way I must go, I had at least been taught how to tread it. And all through the dizzy, blurred day that followed, I saw, as I sat at my work, repeated visions of that stealthy, purposeful figure stealing down the stairs and entering with uplifted pistol into the unconscious presence of my employer. I even found myself a dozen times that day turning my eyes upon the door through which it was to come, wondering how long it would be before my actual form would pause there. That the moment was at hand I did not imagine. Even when I left him that night after drinking with him the glass of sherry mentioned at the inquest, I had no idea the hour of action was so near. But when, not 3 minutes after going upstairs, I caught the sound of a lady's dress rustling through the hall, and listening, heard Mary Leavenworth pass my door on her way to the library, I realized that the fatal hour was come, that something was going to be said or done in that room which would make this deed necessary. What? I determined to ascertain. Casting about in my mind for the means of doing so, I remembered that the ventilator running up through the house opened first into the passageway connecting Mr. Leavenworth's bedroom and library, and secondly into the closet of the large spare room adjoining mine. Hastily unlocking the door of the communication between the rooms, I took my position in the closet. Instantly the sound of voices reached my ears. All was open below, and standing there I was as much an auditor of what went on between Mary and her uncle as if I were in the library itself. And what did I hear? Enough to assure me my suspicions were correct, that it was a moment of vital interest to her, that Mr. Leavenworth, in pursuance of a threat evidently made some time since, was in the act of taking steps to change his will, and that she had come to make an appeal to be forgiven her fault and restored to his favor. What that fault was I did not learn. No mention was made of Mr. Clavering as her husband. I only heard her declare that her action had been the result of impulse rather than love, that she regretted it, and desired nothing more than to be free from all obligations to one she would fain forget, and be again to her uncle what she was before she ever saw this man. I thought, fool that I was, it was a mere engagement she was alluding to, and took the insanest hope from these words, and when, in a moment later, I heard her uncle reply in his sternest tone that she had irreparably forfeited her claims to his regard and favor, I did not need her short and bitter cry of shame and disappointment, or that low moan for some one to help her, for me to sound his death knell in my heart. Creeping back to my own room, I waited till I heard her reascend, then I stole forth. Calm as I had ever been in my life, I went down the stairs, just as I had seen myself do in my dream, and, knocking lightly at the library door, went in. Mr. Leavenworth was sitting in his usual place writing. "Excuse me," said I, as he looked up, "I have lost my memorandum book, and think it possible I may have dropped it in the passageway when I went for the wine." He bowed, and I hurried past him into the closet. Once there, I proceeded rapidly into the room beyond, procured the pistol, returned, and almost before I realized what I was doing, had taken up my position behind him, aimed, and fired. The result was what you know." Without a groan his head fell forward on his hands, and Mary Leavenworth was the virtual possessor of the thousands she coveted. My first thought was to procure the letter he was writing. Approaching the table, I tore it out from under his hands, looked at it, saw that it was, as I expected, a summons to his lawyer, and thrust it into my pocket, together with the letter from Mr. Clavering, which I perceived lying spattered with blood on the table before me. Not till this was done did I think of myself, or remember the echo which that low, sharp report must have made in the house. Dropping the pistol at the side of the murdered man, I stood ready to shriek to anyone who entered that Mr. Leavenworth had killed himself. But I was saved from committing such a folly. The report had not been heard, or, if so, had evidently failed to create an alarm. No one came, and I was left to contemplate my work undisturbed, and decide upon the best course to be taken to avoid detection. A moment's study of the wound made in his head by the bullet convinced me of the impossibility of passing the affair off as a suicide, or even the work of a burglar. To anyone versed in such matters it was manifestly a murder, and a most deliberate one. My one hope, then, lay in making it as mysterious as it was deliberate, by destroying all due to the motive and manner of the deed. Picking up the pistol, I carried it into the other room with the intention of cleaning it, but finding nothing there to do it with, came back for the handkerchief I had seen lying on the floor at Mr. Leavenworth's feet. It was Miss Eleanor's, but I did not know it till I had used it to clean the barrel. Then the sight of her initials in one corner so shocked me, I forgot to clean the cylinder, and only thought of how I could do away with this evidence of her handkerchief having been employed for a purpose so suspicious. Not daring to carry it from the room, I sought for means to destroy it, but finding none, compromised the matter by thrusting it deep down behind the cushion of one of the chairs, in the hope of being able to recover and burn it the next day. This done, I reloaded the pistol, locked it up, and prepared to leave the room. But here the horror which usually follows such deeds struck me like a thunderbolt, and made me for the first time uncertain in my action. I locked the door on going out, something I should never have done. Not till I'd reached the top of the stairs did I realize my folly, and then it was too late. For there before me, candle in hand, and surprise written on every feature of her face, stood Hannah, one of the servants, looking at me. "Law, sir, where have you been?" she cried, but strange to say, in a low tone, "You look as if you had seen a ghost," and her eyes turned suspiciously to the key which I held in my hand. I felt as if some one had clutched me round the throat. Thrusting the key into my pocket, I took a step towards her. "I will tell you what I have seen if you will come downstairs," I whispered. "The ladies will be disturbed if we talk here." And smoothing my brow as best I could, I put out my hand and drew her towards me. What my motive was I hardly knew. The action was probably instinctive, but when I saw the look which came into her face as I touched her, and the alacrity with which she prepared to follow me, I took courage, remembering the one or two previous tokens I had of this girl's unreasonable susceptibility to my influence, a susceptibility which I now felt could be utilized and made to serve my purpose. Taking her down to the parlor floor, I drew her into the depths of the great drawing room, and there told her in the least alarming way possible what had happened to Mr. Leavenworth. She was of course intensely agitated, but she did not scream, the novelty of her position evidently bewildering her, and greatly relieved, I went on to say that I did not know who had committed the deed, but that folks would declare that it was I if they knew I had been seen by her on the stairs with the library key in my hand. "But I won't tell," she whispered, trembling violently in her fright and eagerness. "I will keep it to myself. I will say I didn't see anybody." But I soon convinced her that she could never keep a secret if the police once began to question her, and following up my argument with a little cajolery, succeeded after a long while in winning her consent to leave the house till the storm should be blown over, but that given it was some little time before I could make her comprehend that she must depart at once, and without going back after her things. Not till I brightened up her wits by a promise to marry her some day if she only obeyed me now, did she begin to look the thing in the face, and show any evidence of the real mother wit she evidently possessed. "Mrs. Belden would take me in," said she, "if I could only get to R. She takes everybody in who asks her, and she would keep me too, if I told her Miss Mary sent me. But I can't get there to night." I immediately set to work to convince her that she could. The midnight train did not leave the city for half hour yet, and the distance to the depot could be easily walked by her in 15 minutes. But she had no money. I easily supplied that, and she was afraid she couldn't find her way. I entered into minutest directions. She still hesitated, but at length consented to go, and, with some further understanding of the method I was to employ in communicating with her, we went downstairs. There we found a hat and shawl of the cook's, which I put on her, and in another moment we were in the carriage yard. "Remember, you are to say nothing of what has occurred, no matter what happens," I whispered in parting injunction as she turned to leave me. "Remember, you are to come and marry me some day." She murmured in reply, throwing her arms around my neck. The movement was sudden, and it was probably at this time she dropped the candle she had unconsciously held clenched in her hand till now. I promised her, and she glided out of the gate. Of the dreadful agitation that followed the disappearance of this girl I can give no better idea than by saying I not only committed the additional error of locking up the house on my re-entrance, but omitted to dispose of the key then in my pocket by flinging it into the street or dropping it in the hall as I went up. The fact is, I was so absorbed by the thought of the danger I stood in from this girl, I forgot everything else. Hannah's pale face, Hannah's look of terror as she turned from my side and flitted down the street, were continually before me. I could not escape them. The form of the dead man lying below was less vivid. It was as though I were tied in fancy to this woman of the white face fluttering down the midnight streets, that she would fail in something, come back or be brought back, that I should find her standing white and horror-stricken on the front steps when I went down in the morning, was like a nightmare to me. I began to think no other result possible, that she never would or could win her way unchallenged to that little cottage in a distant village, that I had but sent a trailing flag of danger out into the world with this wretched girl, danger that would come back to me with the first burst of morning light. But even those thoughts faded after a while before the realization of the peril I was in, as long as the key and papers remained in my possession. How to get rid of them? I dared not leave my room again, or open my window. Some one might see me and remember it. Indeed, I was afraid to move about in my room. Mr. Leavenworth might hear me. Yes, my morbid terror had reached that point. I was fearful of one whose ears myself had forever closed, imagined him in his bed beneath and wakeful to the least sound. But the necessity of doing something with these evidences of guilt finally overcame this morbid anxiety, and drawing the 2 letters from my pocket I had not yet undressed, I chose out the most dangerous of the 2, that written by Mr. Leavenworth himself, and, chewing it till it was a mere pulp, threw it into a corner. But the other had blood on it, and nothing, not even the hope of safety, could induce me to put it to my lips. I was forced to lie with it clenched in my hand, and the flitting image of Hannah before my eyes, till the slow morning broke. I have heard it said that a year in heaven seems like a day. I can easily believe it. I know that an hour in hell seems an eternity. But with daylight came hope. Whether it was that the sunshine glancing on the wall made me think of Mary and all I was ready to do for her sake, or whether it was the mere return of my natural stoicism in the presence of actual necessity, I cannot say. I only know that I arose calm and master of myself. The problem of the letter and the key had solved itself also. Hide them? I would not try to. Instead of that, I would put them in plain sight, trusting to that very fact for their being overlooked. Making the letter up into lighters, I carried them into the spare room and placed them in a vase. Then, taking the key in my hand, went downstairs, intending to insert it in the lock of the library door as I went by. But Miss Eleanor descending almost immediately behind me made this impossible. I succeeded, however, in thrusting it without her knowledge among the filigree work of the gas fixture in the second hall, and thus relieved,
went down into the breakfast room as self-possessed a man as ever crossed its threshold. Mary was there, looking exceedingly pale and disheartened, and as I met her eye, which for a wonder turned upon me as I entered, I could almost have laughed, thinking of the deliverance that had come to her, and of the time when I should proclaim myself to be the man who had accomplished it. Of the alarm that speedily followed, and my action at that time and afterwards, I need not speak in detail. I behaved just as I would have done if I had had no hand in the murder. I even forbore to touch the key, or go into the spare room, or make any movement which I was not willing all the world should see. For, as things stood, there was not a shadow of evidence against me in the house. Neither was I a hard-working, uncomplaining secretary, whose passion for one of his employer's nieces was not even mistrusted by the lady herself, a person to be suspected of the crime which threw him out of a fair situation. So I performed all the duties of my position, summoning the police, and going for Mr. Veeley, just as I would have done if those hours between me leaving Mr. Leavenworth for the first time and going down to breakfast in the morning had been blotted from my consciousness. And this was the principle upon which I based my action at the inquest. Leaving that half hour and its occurrences out of the question, I resolved to answer such questions as might be put me as truthfully as I could. The great fault with men situated as I was usually being that they lied too much, thus committing themselves on unessential matters. But alas, in thus planning for my own safety, I forgot one thing, and that was the dangerous position in which I should thus place Mary Leavenworth, as the one benefited by the crime. Not till the inference was drawn by a juror from the amount of wine found in Mr. Leavenworth's glass in the morning, that he had come to his death shortly after my leaving him, did I realize what an opening I had made for suspicion in her direction, by admitting that I had heard a rustle on the stair a few minutes after going up. That all present believed it to have been made by Eleanor did not reassure me. She was so completely disconnected with the crime, I could not imagine suspicion holding to her for an instant. But Mary, if a curtain had been let down before me, pictured with the future as it has since developed, I could not have seen more plainly what her position would be, if attention were once directed towards her. So, in the vain endeavour to cover up my blunder, I began to lie. Forced to admit that a shadow of disagreement had been lately visible between Mr. Leavenworth and one of his nieces, I threw the burden of it upon Eleanor, as the one best able to bear it. The consequences were more serious than I anticipated. Direction had been given to suspicion, which every additional evidence that now came up seemed by some strange fatality to strengthen. Not only was it proved that Mr. Leavenworth's own pistol had been used in the assassination, and that too by a person then in the house, but I myself was brought to acknowledge that Eleanor had learned from me, only a little while before, how to load, aim, and fire this very pistol, a coincidence mischievous enough to have been of the devil's own making. Seeing all this, my fear of what the ladies would admit when questioned became very great. Let them in their innocence acknowledge that, upon my assent, Mary had gone to her uncle's room for the purpose of persuading him not to carry into effect the action he contemplated, and what consequences might not ensue. I was in a torment of apprehension, but events of which I had at that time no knowledge had occurred to influence them. Eleanor, with some show of reason as it seems, not only suspected her cousin of the crime, but had informed her of the fact, and Mary, overcome with terror at finding there was more or less circumstantial evidence supporting the suspicion, decided to deny whatever told against herself, trusting to Eleanor's generosity not to be contradicted. Nor was her confidence misplaced. Though by the course she took, Eleanor was forced to deepen the prejudice already rife against herself. She not only forbore to contradict her cousin, but when a true answer would have injured her, actually refused to return any, a lie being something she could not utter, even to save one especially endeared to her. This conduct of hers had one effect upon me. It aroused my admiration, and made me feel that here was a woman worth helping if assistance could be given without danger to myself. Yet I doubt if my sympathy would have led me into doing anything if I had not perceived,
by the stress laid upon certain well-known matters, that actual danger hovered about us all while the letter and key remained in the house. Even before the handkerchief was produced, I had made up my mind to attempt their destruction. But when that was brought up and shown, I became so alarmed, I immediately rose and, making my way under some pretence or other to the floors above, snatched the key from the gas fixture, the lighters from the vase, and hastening with them down the hall to Mary Leavenworth's room, went in under the expectation of finding a fire there in which to destroy them. But to my heavy disappointment there were only a few smouldering ashes in the grate, and, thwarted in my design, I stood hesitating what to do, when I heard some one coming up the stairs. Alive to the consequences of being found in that room at that time, I cast the lighters into the grate and started for the door. But in the quick move I made, the key flew from my hand and slid under a chair. Aghast at the mischance, I paused, but the sound of approaching steps increasing, I lost all control over myself and fled from the room. And indeed I had no time to lose. I had barely reached my own door when Eleanor Leavenworth, followed by 2 servants, appeared at the top of the staircase and proceeded towards the room I had just left. The sight reassured me she would see the key and take some means of disposing it, and indeed I always supposed her to have done so, for no further word of the key or letter ever came to my ears. This may explain why the questionable position in which Eleanor soon found herself awakened in me no great anxiety. I thought the suspicions of the police rested upon nothing more tangible than the peculiarity of her manner at the inquest, and the discovery of her handkerchief on the scene of the tragedy. I did not know they possessed what might be called absolute proof of her connection with the crime. But if I had, I doubt if my course would have been any different. Mary's peril was the one thing capable of influencing me, and she did not appear to be in peril. On the contrary, every one by common consent seemed to ignore all appearance of guilt on her part. If Mr. Gryce, whom I soon learned to fear, had given one sign of suspicion, or Mr. Raymond, whom I speedily recognized as my most persistent, though unconscious foe, had betrayed the least distrust of her, I should have taken warning, but they did not, and, lulled into a false security by their manner, I let the days go by without suffering any fears on her account, but not without many anxieties for myself. Hannah's existence precluded all sense of personal security. Knowing the determination of the police to find her, I trod the verge of an awful suspense continually. Meantime the wretched certainty was forcing itself upon me that I had lost instead of gained a hold on Mary Leavenworth. Not only did she evince the utmost horror of the deed which had made her mistress of her uncle's wealth, but owing, as I believed, to the influence of Mr. Raymond, soon gave evidence that she was losing, to a certain extent, the characteristics of mind and heart which had made me hopeful of winning her by this deed of blood. This revelation drove me almost insane. Under the terrible restraint forced upon me, I walked my weary round in a state of mind bordering on frenzy. Many and many a time have I stopped in my work, wiped my pen and laid it down with the idea that I could not repress myself another moment, but I have always taken it up again and gone on with my task. Mr. Raymond has sometimes shown his wonder at my sitting in my dead employer's chair. Great heaven, it was my only safeguard. By keeping the murder constantly before my mind, I was enabled to restrain myself from any inconsiderate action. At last there came a time when my agony could no longer be suppressed. Going down the stairs one evening with Mr. Raymond, I saw a strange gentleman standing in the reception room, looking at Mary Leavenworth in a way that would have made my blood boil, even if I had not heard him whisper these words: "But you are my wife and know it, whatever you may say or do." It was the lightning stroke of my life. After what I had done to make her mine, to hear another claim her as already his own was stunning, maddening. It forced a demonstration from me. I had either to yell in my fury or deal the man beneath some tremendous blow in my hatred. I did not dare to shriek, so I struck the blow. Demanding his name from Mr. Raymond, and hearing that it was, as I expected, Clavering, I flung caution, reason, common sense, all to the winds, and in a moment of fury denounced him as the murderer of Mr. Leavenworth. The next instant I would have given worlds to recall my words.
What had I done but drawn attention to myself in thus accusing a man against whom nothing could of course be proved? But recall now was impossible. So after a night of thought I did the next best thing. I gave a superstitious reason for my action, and so restored myself to my former position without eradicating from the mind of Mr. Raymond that vague doubt of the man which my own safety demanded. But I had no intention of going any further, nor should I have done so if I had not observed that for some reason Mr. Raymond was willing to suspect Mr. Clavering. But that once seen, revenge took possession of me, and I asked myself if the burden of this crime could be thrown on this man. Still, I do not believe that any active results would have followed this self-questioning if I had not overheard a whispered conversation between two of the servants, in which I learned that Mr. Clavering had been seen to enter the house on the night of the murder, but was not seen to leave it. That determined me. With such a fact for a starting point, what might I not hope to accomplish? Hannah alone stood in my way. While she remained alive, I saw nothing but ruin before me. I made up my mind to destroy her, and satisfy my hatred of Mr. Clavering at one blow. But how? By what means could I reach her without deserting my post, or make away with her without exciting fresh suspicion? The problem seemed insolvable, but Truman Harwell has not played the part of a machine so long without result. Before I had studied the question a day, light broke upon it, and I saw that the only way to accomplish my plans was to inveigle her into destroying herself. No sooner had this thought matured than I hastened to act upon it. Knowing the tremendous risk I ran, I took every precaution. Locking myself up in my room, I wrote her a letter in printed characters, she having distinctly told me she could not read writing, in which I played upon her ignorance, foolish fondness, and Irish superstition, by telling her I dreamed of her every night, and wondered if she did of me, was afraid she didn't, so enclosed her a little charm, which if she would use according to directions, would give her the most beautiful visions. These directions were for her first to destroy my letter by burning it, next to take in her hand the packet I was careful to enclose, swallow the powder accompanying it, and go to bed. The powder was a deadly dose of poison, and the packet was, as you know, a forged confession, falsely criminating Henry Clavering. Enclosing all these in an envelope in the corner of which I had marked a cross, I directed it according to agreement to Mrs. Belden, and sent it. Then followed the greatest period of suspense I had yet endured. Though I had purposely refrained from putting my name to the letter, I felt that the chances of detection were very great. Let her depart in the least particular from the course I had marked out for her, and fatal results must ensue. If she opened the enclosed packet, mistrusted the powder, took Mrs. Belden into her confidence, or even failed to burn my letter, all would be lost. I could not be sure of her, or know the results of my scheme except through the newspapers. Do you think I kept watch of the countenances about me, devoured the telegraphic news, or started when the bell rang? And when, a few days since, I read that short paragraph in the paper, which assured me that my efforts had at least produced the death of the woman I feared, do you think I experienced any sense of relief? But of that why speak? In 6 hours had come the summons from Mr. Gryce, and let these prison walls, this confession itself, tell the rest. I am no longer capable of speech or action. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39. Of the Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 39. The Outcome of a Great Crime. Leave her to heaven, and to those thorns that in her bosom lodge, to prick and sting her. Hamlet. For she is wise, if I can judge of her, and fair she is, if that mine eyes be true, and true she is, as she has proved herself, and therefore, like herself, wise, fair, and true,
shall she be placed in my constant soul. Merchant of Venice. "Oh, Eleanor," I cried, as I made my way into her presence, "are you prepared for very good news? News that will brighten these pale cheeks, and give the light back to these eyes, and make life hopeful and sweet to you once more? Tell me," I urged, stooping over her where she sat, for she looked ready to faint.
I don't know," she faltered. "I fear your idea of good news and mine may differ. No news can be good but—"
"What?" I asked, taking her hands in mine with a smile that ought to have reassured her. It was one of such profound happiness. "Tell me! Do not be afraid." But she was. Her dreadful burden had lain upon her so long it had become a part of her being. How could she realize it was founded on a mistake, that she had no cause to fear the past, present, or future? But when the truth was made known to her, when, with all the fervour and gentle tact of which I was capable, I showed her that her suspicions had been groundless, and that Trueman Harwell, and not Mary, was accountable for the evidences of crime which had led her into attributing to her cousin the guilt of her uncle's death, her first words were a prayer to be taken to the one she had so wronged.
"Take me to her! Oh, take me to her! I cannot breathe or think till I have begged pardon of her on my knees. Oh, my unjust accusation! My unjust accusation!"
Seeing the state she was in, I deemed it wise to humour her, so procuring a carriage, I drove with her to her cousin's home.
"Mary will spurn me. She will not even look at me, and she will be right," she cried as we rolled away up the avenue. "An outrage like this can never be forgiven. But God knows I thought myself justified in my suspicions. If you knew—"
"I do know," I interposed. "Mary acknowledges that the circumstantial evidence against her was so overwhelming. She was almost staggered herself, asking if she could be guiltless with such proofs against her. But—"
"Wait! Oh, wait! Did Mary say that?"
"Yes."
"Today?"
"Yes."
"Mary must be changed."
I did not answer. I wanted her to see for herself the extent of that change. But when, in a few minutes later, the carriage stopped and I hurried with her into the house which had been the scene of so much misery, I was hardly prepared for the difference in her own countenance which the hall light revealed. Her eyes were bright, her cheeks were brilliant, her brow lifted and free from shadow, so quickly does the ice of despair melt in the sunshine of hope. Thomas, who had opened the door, was sombrely glad to see his mistress again. "Miss Leavenworth is in the drawing room," said he. I nodded, then seeing that Eleanor could scarcely move for agitation, asked her whether she would go in at once or wait till she was more composed.
"I will go in at once. I cannot wait."
And slipping from my grasp, she crossed the hall and laid her hand upon the drawing room curtain, when it was suddenly lifted from within, and Mary stepped out.
"Mary!"
"Eleanor!" The ring of those voices told everything. I did not need to glance their way to know that Eleanor had fallen at her cousin's feet, and that her cousin had affrightedly lifted her. I did not need to hear,
"My sin against you is too great. You cannot forgive me,"
followed by the low,
"My shame is great enough to lead me to forgive anything,"
to know that the lifelong shadow between these two had dissolved like a cloud, and that for the future bright days of mutual confidence and sympathy were in store. Yet when, a half hour or so later, I heard the door of the reception room into which I had retired softly open, and looking up saw Mary standing on the threshold, with the light of true humility on her face, I own that I was surprised at the softening which had taken place in her haughty beauty. "Blessed is the shame that purifies," I inwardly murmured, and advancing held out my hand with the respect and sympathy I never thought to feel for her again. The action seemed to touch her. Blushing deeply, she came and stood by my side.
"I thank you," said she. "I have much to be grateful for. How much I never realized till to night. But I cannot speak of it now. What I wish is for you to come in and help me persuade Eleanor to accept this fortune from my hands. It is hers, you know, was willed to her, or would have been if—"
"Wait," said I, in the trepidation which this appeal to me on such a subject somehow awakened. Have you weighed this matter well? Is it your determined purpose to transfer your fortune into your cousin's hands?" Her look was enough without the low "Ah, how can you ask me?" that followed it. Mr. Clavering was sitting by the side of Eleanor when we entered the drawing room. He immediately rose, and drawing me to one side, earnestly said, "Before the courtesies of the hour pass between us, Mr. Raymond, allow me to tender you my apology. You have in your possession a document which ought never to have been forced upon you. Founded upon a mistake, the act was an insult which I bitterly regret. If, in consideration of my mental misery at that time, you can pardon it, I shall feel for ever indebted to you. If not—" "Mr. Clavering, say no more. The occurrences of that day belong to a past which I, for one, have made up my mind to forget as soon as possible. The future promises too richly for us to dwell on bygone miseries." And, with a look of mutual understanding and friendship, we hastened to rejoin the ladies. Of the conversation that followed it is only necessary to state the result. Eleanor remaining firm in her refusal to accept property so stained by guilt, it was finally agreed upon that it should be devoted to the erection and sustainment of some charitable institution of magnitude sufficient to be a recognized benefit to the city and its unfortunate poor. This settled, our thoughts returned to our friends, especially to Mr. Veeley. "He ought to know," said Mary. "He has grieved like a father over us." And in her spirit of penitence she would have undertaken the unhappy task of telling him the truth. But Eleanor, with her accustomed generosity, would not hear of this. "No, Mary," said she, "you have suffered enough. Mr. Raymond and I will go." And leaving them there, with the light of growing hope and confidence on their faces, we went out again into the night, and so into a dream from which I have never waked, though the shine of her dear eyes have been now the lodestar of my life for many happy, happy months. End of chapter 39. Recording by Kevin Green. End of the Leavenworth case by Anna Katharine Green.